Check. Sound check. Check. Sound check. Mic testing. 1, 2. Perfect. थोड़ा बहुत ठीक है. एक मेरे को cordless दे दो. Sure. Check. Sound check. Mic testing. 1, 2. Sound check. Check. Sound check. Testing. 1. ये ब्रेक क्यों हो रहा है? चेक. साउंड चेक. नहीं हो रहा? चलो इसका थोड़ा सा मेरा वॉइस जो है ना बेस ही है. मुझे बेस फील नहीं हो रहा मेरी वॉइस का. चेक. साउंड. बेस खोलना मास्टर वाला. चेक. साउंड चेक. माइक टेस्टिंग. 1, 2. चेक. साउंड चेक. Check. Sound check. Mic testing. 1, 2. Sound check. Is it good? Check. Sound check. एक व्यक्ति सेशंस हो गए. पैनल डिस्कशन. Sound check. साउंड चेक या अच्छा मॉनिटर ऑन करोगे क्या आप चेक साउंड चेक माइक टेस्ट 1 2 साउंड चेक 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 यार ये बीच में थोड़ा क्यों रहा है ये तब से ही कर रहा है चेक साउंड चेक माइक टेस्ट थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम दे दीजिए चेक साउंड चेक माइक टेस्ट ये भी ब्रेक कर रहा है
चेक चेक
check sound check mic testing 1 2 sound check check sound check mic testing 1 2 sound check ठीक है थैंक यू and a very good morning. Welcome to the Bharat Defence Tech Show 2026, India's premier platform for defence innovation and strategic collaboration. Registrations Registration is now open at the main entrance. Please collect your delegate badges, conference kits, and exhibition passes from the registration desk. We request all delegates proceed to the main auditorium by 9:45 for the inaugural ceremony, which commences promptly at 10 o'clock. Light refreshments are available at the networking lounge. Once again, welcome to BDTS 2026, where India's defense journey meets global innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, members of our armed forces and delegates from across the globe. In just a few moments, we will commence the inaugural ceremony of the Bharat Defence Tech Show 2026. May I request all delegates to kindly take your seats and silence your mobile devices as we prepare to welcome our distinguished chief guests and dignitaries. gentlemen, distinguished guests, members of our armed forces, and delegates from across the globe. In just a few moments, we will commence the inaugural ceremony of the Bharat Defence Tech Show 2026. May I request all delegates to kindly take your seats and silence your mobile devices as we prepare to welcome our distinguished chief guest and dignitaries. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all of you in this wonderful conference which is called Bharat Defence Tech Show 2026. I request you all to please settle down and please put your phones on silent mode so that we can do our work, do our jobs without any distractions. And we'll be needing 5 more minutes as we are waiting for our guest of honors to reach the venue. So another 5 minutes and we will begin the inaugural ceremony. Thank you so much. Sadar Pranam, Namaste, and a very warm welcome to all of you, and a very good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee and our esteemed partners, it is my profound honor to welcome you to the Bharat Defense Tech Show 2026. I'm Sandeep Sharma, but you can call me Sandy, and I am the voice of BDTS. BDTS 2026, a landmark gathering of India's finest defense minds, innovators, and strategic thinkers. Today, we stand at the crossroads of tradition and transformation, a moment where India's ancient strategic wisdom meets cutting edge technology, a platform where the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat transforms into tangible defense capabilities. Over the next 2 days, this summit will serve as the crucible for ideas that will shape India's defense future from code to combat readiness. We now invite our distinguished dignitaries to grace the stage for the ceremonial lamp lighting, a symbol of knowledge, innovation, and India's unwavering commitment to defense sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on the stage Vice Admiral Sanjay Jasjeet Singh, SYSM, PVSM, AVSM, NM, PhD retired, and currently he is the Director General of USI. I would like to invite Lieutenant General Mr. A.K. Bhatt, Director General, Indian Space Association. Next, I would like to invite Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor, SYSM, PVSM, AVSM, VM, and currently Vice Chief of the Air Staff India. And we have one more dignitaries, Srimati Dipti Mohil Chawla, IDAS, Additional Secretary, Department of Defense. I think she'll be joining in a while. Also, I would like to invite our event director, Mr. Mayank Harlalka, to join us for the lamp lighting. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a warm round of applause as our distinguished guests illuminate the path forward for India's defense technological supremacy. Thank you so much. We all understand Hindi, right? So in between, I'll be communicating in Hindi also. Okay. So जैसा कि हमारी परंपरा है कि कोई गेस्ट जब हमारे द्वार आते हैं तो हम उनका सम्मान करते हैं. So let's continue the tradition, and I would like to invite I would request Mr. Jasjeet Singh ji to please do the felicitation for to Lieutenant General Mr. A.K. Bhatt, Director General ISA. So I request Vice Admiral Sanjay Jasjeet Singh ji, SYSM, PVSM, AVSM, NM, PhD retired, DG USI, to please felicitate Mr. Bhatt. Now I request Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor, SYSM, PVSM, AVSM, VM, Vice Chief of the Air Staff India, to please receive the felicitation by none other than our Vice Admiral Sanjay Jasjeet Singh ji. Now, vice versa, I would request Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor, who is the Vice Chief of the Air Staff India, to please felicitate our Vice Admiral Sanjay Jasjit Singh ji. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished chief guest, members of our armed forces, representatives from the Ministry of Defense, DRDO, Defense PSUs, international delegation from 22 nations, contains of industry, innovators, and dear friends. Welcome to New Delhi. Welcome to Manekshaw Center, and welcome to BDTS 2026. This is not just a conference. This is a national mission. A mission to transform India from a defense importer to a global defense export powerhouse. Under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and guided by our Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh ji, India's defense sector is undergoing a renaissance. Today, we are no longer satisfied with Make in India. We are now focused on design in India, develop in India, and deploy for the world. BDTS 2026 brings together over 1,000 delegates from the defense ecosystem, 400 plus decision makers from government, military, and industries, 100 plus defense technology companies showcasing indigenous solution, 50 plus startups defining the future of warfare, ambassadors and defense attached from 22 nations seeking partnership. Over these 2 days, you will witness 20 plus high-level sessions covering AI, drone, space technology, cybersecurity, and autonomous system. 8 roundtable discussions addressing policy reforms and export opportunities. A dedicated exhibition featuring India's most advanced defense technologies. The Next Gen Defense Startup Showcase. Tomorrow's defense giants presenting today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hear some wise words from our dignitaries. First of all, I would like to invite Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor as the Vice Chief of this Air Staff India. Commissioned in 1986, he is an experienced fighter pilot and qualified flying instructor with over 3,400 flying hours, primarily on MiG-21 and MiG-29 variants. His career includes serving as defense attached to Pakistan and AOC in Sea Training Command. He was instrumental in the induction of the PC-7 Mk2 aircraft. His distinguished service has been recognized with the Param Vishist Seva Medal, Sarvottam Yuddha Seva Medal, and Vayu Sena Medal. He is an alumnus of National Defense Academy and the National Defense College. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Chief of Air Staff India, Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor.
Just as I walked in, life always throws a curveball. So this was not the sequence that it was intended to be in, but I'm prepared. I was to come in the end of this session, but that being what it is, I'm here. Fellow members of the Defense Forces, industry leaders, future leaders of Bharat's defense ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for calling me here. It is indeed a good time to be in Delhi. We have a lot of seminars, symposiums. The weather is fantastic. The tulips are very good. Driving down from central Delhi towards this area, driving back again. Generally a good weather to associate, meet, collaborate, talk, discuss. Then again, it is a very good time for our defense forces and the Indian Air Force in particular. What with the kind of reassurance that we have given to the nation, after we conducted that 5-day event in May last. What with a whole lot of pat on the back that we've got from all our countrymen, and we are very thankful to each one of them for that. And having given our adversary a bloodied nose, and I'm not talking about the cricket match that we had yesterday. That also is an event to celebrate. Yes, definitely. It is a good time for the industry, and it is a good time for the industry specific to defense. From whatever I could very quickly take out from Google, our total production last year was 1.5 lakh CR, a growth of 18% from the year before that. Exports have grown from 686 CR to 23,622 CR, an increase of more than 30 times in 10 years. We now export to between 80 and 90 countries. Our top buyers include not only smaller countries from Southeast Asian region to Armenia, France, and also the United States. We aim to increase these exports to about 30,000 CR this year and 50,000 CR by 2029. So indeed, a very good time for us to be in the part of to be a part of the defense industrial ecosystem. Just the other day, we in the Air Force, and I'm sure a lot of our countrymen and everyone put together, were celebrating that what we intended to do with this 114 Rafales has moved forward one step. So it was a great reassurance that we got from our government, and we thank everyone for that. But that day took me back about 40 years when, as a youngster in the squadron, we celebrated the induction of a brand new computer, the first one ever to come into our squadron. It was indeed looked after very well. A separate room was made for it, etc., etc. So that is how big that event was. And from then, 40 years, we've come a long way. We've come a long way, but we are still left with a lot of catching up to do. A lot of catching up to do. The dragon is, I would say, not leapfrogging, it is flying high to our north. And much like the Hungarian horntail in Harry Potter in the Deathly Hallows, it is carrying on its shoulder some of our other neighbors in the region. So we got a lot of catching up to do if we got to keep up with the times. Somewhere in the past 40 years, I kept hearing this phrase over and over again, and as I grew a little senior, more often than what I used to hear it when I was a youngster. Someone said, wars are very good for the economy. It might have been a good statement. It can be debated, actually. So, immediately after World War II, the American economy saw an upsurge. There was an industrial upsurge. It experienced rapid GDP growth. There was near zero unemployment in the American economy, in the United States, and the factories churned overnight to keep the war machine going all around the world. But then, it is a very qualifiable statement, if I was to say that, because somewhere nearer to our present day, as we look at the Russia-Ukraine war, Ukraine's economy is presently down 30%. Gaza, the unemployment has increased to 60%. And the ripple effect on other nations is there to be seen. There is loss of investor confidence. Oil and food prices in some countries, and especially the countries neighboring these conflict zones, have increased. Inflation has increased. And of course, all of us are aware of the disrupted global supply chains. And mind you, I have not even spoken about the human loss as in loss of lives. I have not even spoken about that tragedy at all. So, this statement which, like I said, we used to keep hearing when we were growing up, that wars are good for the economy, can be taken both ways. Then there was this American general, Butler. He wrote a book, very nice and catchy title to it, called War is a Racket. In that, he argued that probably if they are not good for the economy, then wars are definitely good for business. There is definitely a little greater argument to that statement, I would say. While we could more or less coalesce towards the fact that wars may not be good for the economy, but again, they could be good for business, especially if you are in the defense, military defense or military defense industrial ecosystem, then they're good for defense contractors. They're good for the energy sector. Prices go up, profits rise, and they are very good for post-war reconstruction. As some creators of hangars and other infrastructure and runways in Pakistan would have gathered from May till now, that they are very good for reconstruction of the infrastructure that gets taken care of by the adversary. So, this also could be debated the other way, but one thing that is actually totally undebatable is that wars are definitely very good for innovation, they're very good for scientific research, new concepts emerge from war, there is definitely an increased knowledge all around, and like I said earlier, there is increased innovation. A case in point that comes from this innovation part is the manner in which we would have seen how we have gone about innovating the use of various drones in warlike situations and even in peace. So today, drones can be used to drop a weapon, to be the eyes and ears of a soldier, to recce and surveil, to bring supplies to far-flung posts, to bring medical aid. Drones could be the weapon, or drones could team up with other weapons in something what we call the MUMT, or the autonomous drone. MUMT is essentially man-unmanned teaming concept that we got. That brings me back to another phrase that I had heard sometime. Albert Einstein, I'm sure everyone knows who that was. Imagination, he said, is vastly better than knowledge. Because knowledge is limited to what we know and understand, while imagination can embrace all there ever will be to know and understand. And so that is a very critical thing that I think in the situation that we find ourselves in today, when the defense industry is kind of booming, we must not only have knowledge, but we must have that imagination. That is the window that we must exploit. The latest skirmish that we had, of Sindoor, actually is that window of opportunity. It is open. It is open very recently. And in our context, I personally feel, and I hope and I pray that that window continues to remain open for a much, much longer time, because like I said, we have a lot of catching up to do, and in case we can give this a boost, then definitely we'll be in a good space. The number of times that all of us, and there are a lot of familiar faces in the hall today, that we have met in the past about 8 to 9 months since Sindoor happened, is a testimony to the fact that we all, as a collective body of people, realize and understand that this is the moment, this is the opportunity to encash, not literally, figuratively. The rapidity with which new technologies are being brought forward in such conferences is matched, unfortunately, only by the rapidity with which some of the tech that we bring forward gets outdated. And that, again, I feel, is an opportunity for us. what we all know and what I am going to talk about now, or what I am going to say in the next few lines, is known to everyone, and it's at the cost of repetition that I say that we are in a global turmoil. There is increased nationalism all around. The world is going gaga about a red cap with a phrase on top of it, and that is the new nationalism that is going around, and which increasingly means that there is reduced cooperation between nations. I have spoken about the disrupted supply chains, and that is a big cause to ask for Atmanirbharta. That is a big cause for asking for self-reliance. Defense systems, ladies and gentlemen, and I need not convert to the I need not preach to the converted. Defense systems are very complex. There can never ever be a single OEM of a defense system in the world at all. At best, the greatest manufacturer, the biggest manufacturer would be an aggregator at best. We will need to cooperate between OEMs. Faster collaboration would mean faster results. I assure you, and you would know it already, the market is massive, it's big. It has got a lot of opportunities for everyone. And so I urge you not to undercut any other vendor. Be a facilitator to the process. Because if you do not do that, then the process will be set back many months. And the time for a good idea would be lost. So I urge you all to come together to produce goods which can be readily implementable, readily used in our defense scenario today. That is what Bharat Defense Tech Show must aim at. The tagline to this somewhere said, "From code to combat readiness." If you permit, the organizers permit, then I will add a little bit of a little extra alliteration to this whole tagline. I'd say, code to combat readiness through cooperation and collaboration. So that is what I urge you to do. This essentially implies that innovation ecosystems, not just individual companies or institutions, will define national capability. And this is where India has a unique opportunity. India today stands at a rare convergence of talent, policy intent, and operational insight. We have a very vibrant startup ecosystem, a deep pool of engineers and scientists, and our defense forces that are amongst the best, most operationally experienced in the world. The government's emphasis on Atmanirbharta in defense must be seen through this operational lens. Our recent experiences have made one thing clear: dependence on external supply chains, restricted technologies, or delayed upgrades can directly affect readiness. Self-reliance is not about closing doors. It is about ensuring freedom of action. It is about owning critical technologies, controlling upgrade pathways, and retaining the ability to adapt to systems rapidly when it matters most. True self-reliance is not about what we assemble. It is about what we design, what we own, and how independently we can act. For the industry, especially the startups and SMEs, this represents an extraordinary opportunity. India does not need to replicate yesterday's systems. It needs to build tomorrow's capabilities that are modular, software-driven, upgradable, and resilient, capabilities that evolve as threats evolve without waiting for external permissions or dependence. In modern warfare, advantage is increasingly accruing to those who can establish awareness early, maintain persistent observation, and respond decisively across distance. Our own environment demands that we do this every day. Recent conflicts globally have shown that the most decisive moments often occur in the space between detection and decision, measured in seconds. Those who compress this timeline shape the battle on their terms. Innovation does not happen in isolation, like I said. Adaptation is a collective effort. For innovation to translate into combat capability, collaboration is essential. This is at the cost of repetition. The defense forces must be partners. We accept that in development and not just end users. So there will be greater partnership, and I assure you that. Industry must move beyond vendor mindset towards co-creation. Academia must align research with operational relevance. Startups must give pathways to scale, integrate, and sustain. The defense challenges of the future will not wait for perfect solutions. They will demand acceptable ones built at home. As we look ahead to 2035 and beyond, we must ask ourselves difficult but necessary questions. Are we building systems that can adapt faster than our adversaries? Are we investing enough in indigenous digital backbone and secure architectures? Are we empowering our innovators to think boldly and our institutions to adopt quickly? The answers to these, and I can assure you, some of these which are to be looked at from the other side, are already being addressed as I speak. And having been privy to it for the past about a month and a half, this is true. We are moving forward at a good pace. The answers to these questions will define not just our military preparedness, but our strategic autonomy. Moving forward, we must also emphasize responsible innovation, ensuring ethical use of technology, strong cybersecurity frameworks, and global cooperation rooted in mutual trust and stability. India's approach to defense technology must reflect our civilizational values also. Strength with responsibility, power with restraint, and innovation with purpose. Let us use this platform then to challenge assumptions, forge partnerships, and commit ourselves to building what India will need and not just what is available today. The future of India will not be defined solely by what we acquire, like was said by the MC just now, but by what we imagine, engineer, and integrate with confidence, and by our ability to turn innovation into impact, quietly, decisively, and independently. And that is where the written text ends, but I've got something to add. Let us all promise ourselves that we will be true, we will be resilient, we will work together, and we will deliver, because it is only when you deliver that your defense forces will be able to deliver. With that, I leave you for very constructive 2 days of debate. Thank you very much for your attention. I stop short. Otherwise, I would have said, thank you very much for your attention to this matter. But then, that is for someone else to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for our guest of honor, Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor. And let's move forward. Let's call the next speaker for the address. Vice Admiral Sanjay Jasjit Singh concluded a distinguished 40-year career in the Indian Navy in July 2025. He held pivotal roles including Vice Chief of Naval Staff and FOC's Western Naval Command, where he managed intense maritime security challenges like piracy and drone attacks. A noted scholar, he holds a PhD and was the lead drafter of the Indian Navy's Maritime Doctrine 2009 and the Indian Maritime Security Strategy 2015. Since January 2026, he serves as the Director General of the United Service Institutions of India, the nation's oldest defense think tank. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Admiral Sanjay Jasjit Singh, SYSM, PVSM, AVSM, NM, and PST retired.
Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor, Vice Chief of Air Staff, Ms. Deepthi Chawla, Assistant Secretary, Department of Defense, Ministry of Defense, General A.K. Bhatt, Director General of the Indian Space Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege and a pleasure to be present with you this morning to speak on the occasion of the inaugural Bharat Defense Tech Show, at a time when the transformation of defense and the industry in the country is at an inflection point. This forum is not merely an exhibition. It is an opportunity for convergence of ideas, doctrines, technology, of industry partners, of operational experience, of ideating. We meet at a time and an era that is getting increasingly defined by changes in technology, moving towards hypervelocity warfare, algorithmic battle spaces, autonomous systems, cognitive and information warfare, and the space, cyber, electromagnetic convergence. Technology is no longer an enabler of war. It has veritably become the battle space itself. For decades, self-reliance was a strategic aspiration. We laid down 70% indigenization as an aim in the late 1980s. Today, we stand looking upon self-reliance and indigenization as a battlefield validated and tested reality, as the Vice Chief of Air Staff eloquently brought out. The success of Operation Sindoor marks a techno-doctrinal shift, demonstrating the capability of our indigenous systems. It is indeed notable and a matter of fact that our indigenous ISR grids prove resilient. Indian drones and loiter munitions delivered precise, devastating strikes and effect. Indigenous ESM and EW systems countered adversary networks. Space-based assets enabled real-time targeting and navigation, and AI-supported surveillance shortened the sensor-to-shooter cycles. The operation demonstrated that Indian technology is no longer experimental. It is now combat-proven. And moving forward, looking upon technology as a new currency of deterrence, we have to be mindful that it relies on capability which has today gone beyond platforms to network and knowledge centricity. Our deterrence capability will need to develop the key emerging and recently proven technologies, including, as I mentioned, autonomous systems, especially swarm capability, long-range precision fires, counter-space resilience, directed energy weapons, quantum secure communications, and AI-enabled decision dominance. The side that exploits or even goes on to control the information decision action cycle at the operational and strategic levels, and the famed OODA, Observe, Orient, Decide, Act, loop at the tactical levels, will go on to dominate the battle space. In this regard, it is important to reiterate the central role of space, cyber, and other niche technologies whereby modern warfare has transcended physical geography. The space domain enables real-time ISR, navigation redundancy, early warning, and battlefield transparency. The cyber and electromagnetic spectrum enables network, data manipulation, network denial, cognitive disruption, and even critical infrastructure functioning. Niche technologies include AI-enabled targeting, autonomous logistics, predictive maintenance, and synthetic advanced training and simulation, with a future soldier operating within a global combat cloud. And these all technologies are under advanced stages of development and induction in the Indian Armed Forces today, even as we speak. In order to support the rapidly changing techno-tactical environment amidst a fluid strategic environment, India's defense procurement has also undergone major structural transformations in recent years. with the IDEX and startup integration, fast-track acquisition cycles, emergency procurement windows, which I now understand are getting incorporated as mainstream fast-track procedures, private sector production lines, MSME participation, and an enhancement of dual-use technology pipelines. This shift from a buyer's military to a builder's military and onwards to an indigenous development and design military industrial innovation complex is well underway. This will require sustained impetus to the defense R&D ecosystem with strong interactive participation amongst the key stakeholders, which of course includes the armed forces as towards operational validation and the practitioners, but also industry, especially the production scalability and blockchain, full supply chain resilience and robustness. Startups for their disruptive, innovative capabilities, DRDO as the foundation for strategic technologies in areas that may not be cost effective for private industry to invest in, academia for the research depth, and not to forget continuing importance of global partners, not just for the economies of scale, but also to provide the collaborative edge. This fusion is essential for rapid prototyping, field trials, tactical adaptation, and life cycle sustainment. At the tactical level, transformation is already visible across niche capabilities, which includes drone platforms and swarm units, loiter munition batteries, counter-UAS grids, AI-assisted artillery targeting, integrated air defense nodes, and satellite-enabled communications. The battlefield, ladies and gentlemen, is evolving into a sensor-saturated, shooter-dense environment. Transparency is replacing surprise, unless technology provides the critical asymmetry. To support these efforts and develop the ecosystem, we must not forget investment in human capital. Emerging imperatives include tech-native soldiers, AI-literate commanders, cyber EW specialists, space operational cadres, simulation-based training, AV/VR combat rehearsal, and this has to extend not just at the operational level, but down to unit-level training to be able to adapt, and in cases, reviews of our operational doctrines. The rising ecosystem will necessarily depend on collaborative efforts, not just within the country, but also with trusted international partners, co-development, defense exports, MRO facilities in country, and establishing India as a regional training and technical hub will go a long way to boost our indigenous capability and capacity. In conclusion, I can state with confidence that events such as the Bharat Tech Defense Show are central to the efforts and initiatives that are outlined by networking the key stakeholders in India's indigenous ecosystem. And we look forward to moving from Atmanirbharta to Atma Vishwas, from technology absorption to technology leadership, and from battlefield dependence to battlefield dominance. I wish the participants a healthy, vigorous interaction, which without doubt will throw up new ideas, initiatives, and innovations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on and invite the next speaker on the dais. Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt is the founding Director General of the Indian Space Association. In his 39 years military career, he served as Director General Military Operations DGMO during the 2017 Doklam face-off and commanded the prestigious Chinar Corps in Srinagar. He is a graduate of the Army Staff College, UK, and holds an MPhil in Defense and Strategic Studies. Beyond his space industry leadership, he was appointed by the President of India as Chairman of the Board of Governors of IIT Kota and IIT Ranchi. He is a recipient of the Param Vishist Seva Medal, Uttam Yuddha Seva Medal, Ati Vishist Seva Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal and Sena Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt.
Good morning, Jai Hind. Firstly, Air Marshal Kapoor, the Vice Chief of Air Staff, Admiral S.J. Singh, and all the eminent guests today. And most importantly, the organizers and the advisory body, Air Marshal Dharkar, Major General Dhingra, and Admiral Mohit Gupta, who have asked me to come here. It's an honor to be here at the Bharat Defence Tech Seminar 2026 and talk on aspects and most importantly on space. To firstly look at the global security environment today, it is no longer, as we know, predictable. It is volatile, it is technology driven, and is being increasingly defined by simultaneous pressures across multiple domains. The war in Ukraine has fundamentally reshaped our understanding of modern conventional conflict. We have witnessed the decisive role of drones, loitering ammunition, AI-assisted targeting, electronic warfare, and most importantly, satellite-enabled intelligence given by commercial players. And of course, resilient communication, which has also come from space. Commercial technologies in this war have rapidly been militarized. Software updates have altered battlefield outcomes, and supply chains have become strategic targets. At the same time, the conflict between Hamas and Israel has demonstrated the complexity of asymmetric and hybrid warfare, rocket attacks combined with drone incursions, tunnel networks, cyber operations, information warfare, and intense urban combat have revealed how both kinetic and non-kinetic tools now are operating in tandem. Narrative shaping on social media unfolds alongside ground operations. Psy operations accompanying precision strikes have now become the order of the day. And from these two conflicts, three clear lessons have emerged. First, technological agility determines battlefield relevance. Secondly, kinetic and non-kinetic operations are now inseparable. And thirdly, resilience, cyber, space, logistics, industrial is critical as a firepower. And for India, these lessons are just not theoretical. They are the new reality. With us, in the north, we face a very technologically advanced adversary in China. Recent years have reminded us that the stability along the line of control cannot be assumed. We observe rapid infrastructure development, integrated air defense systems, enhanced ISR, and fusion of civilian and military technologies in areas such as AI, quantum research, and space systems. And equally significant are the grey zone tactics. Incremental territorial assertions, cyber probing, electronic warfare, satellite surveillance, and information operations designed to test our thresholds without triggering a full-scale conflict. And to our west, Op Shandur being there very recently, we confront a persistent hostility from Pakistan. While conventional deterrence frameworks remain in place, the threat spectrum includes cross-border terrorism, proxy actions, radicalization networks which are working within our country, and disinformation campaigns. Sub-conventional actions calibrated below the threshold of war, aim to destabilize while avoiding escalation. And the possibility of collusive dynamics between our northern and western adversary further complicate our strategic calculus. They are compressing our warning times and expanding complexity in operations for us. Beyond the land borders, the threat landscape expands further. Cyber intrusions, targeting critical infrastructure, disinformation campaigns aimed at social cohesion, vulnerabilities in our satellite networks, maritime competition in the Indian Ocean region, and economical and technological coercion are there. This is the era of grey zone warfare, where coercive actions below the threshold of declared war, but steadily eroding our strategic advantage, will be there. Attribution is now blurred, escalation is managed carefully, legal and doctrinal ambiguities are being exploited, and in such an environment, deterrence must be multidimensional. A modern border is not guarded by soldiers alone. It is secured by surveillance drones, AI-enabled analytics, hardened communication networks, resilient satellites, electronic warfare systems, and indigenous microelectronics. A modern response is not only kinetic, it is cyber, informational, electronic, and economic. And that is why the theme of BDTS very rightly has been selected as defense from code to combat readiness. Because today, a line of code can disable a radar system. A spoofed navigation signal can misguide precision munition. A cyber attack can paralyze the entire command networks. A viral disinformation campaign can shape global narratives before facts emerge. Conversely, an indigenous AI algorithm can detect threats in real time. A secure operating system can protect mission-critical infrastructure. A resilient satellite architecture can ensure uninterrupted communication. In the seminar, I am sure we will focus towards India's defense towards technological supremacy aligned with the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Self-reliance in defense technology is not isolationism. It is our strategic autonomy. In a world of sanctions regimes, supply chain disruptions, and technological denial, indigenous capabilities ensure operational continuity under stress. In this seminar, I'm sure we are talking of robotics, artificial intelligence, cyber security, and most importantly, space. Space being my current subject, in India, we are definitely better off in this domain, thanks to 60 years of heritage of ISRO, which now is being transferred to the private industry. Just in 4 to 5 years, ever since the Indian government has opened space to private companies, there are 5 companies who have already launched satellites. There are 2 companies who are on the threshold of launching orbital rockets. And there are many who are working in the domain of analysis and multiple products in ISR, PNT, and communication. In fact, not only that, private sector today has also gone into the domains of SSA, space situational awareness, where companies in India, startups in India, would be providing this very critical technology to the defense forces also. And the defense forces have, in this domain, taken a very positive step. Firstly, by the creation of DSA, which Air Marshal Dharkar was the first DG to make it, to defining the requirements of the defense forces by laying down 75 defense space challenges. There's been a quantum step of faith on the industry, and that has also manifested in that the 52 critical satellites being manufactured, for defense, which are under the SBS 3. 31 of them are being produced by private companies. And let me assure you, they will be doing an excellent job of it. I end here by once again emphasizing that cyberspace, drones, the information domain, along with kinetic capabilities, is all critical for India in this very challenging geopolitical environment. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. And before we call the next speaker, I would like to request Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor to please felicitate Srimati Deepti Mohil Chawla. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Srimati Deepti Mohil Chawla, a 1995 batch IDAS officer, has 30 years of experience in strategic planning, defense acquisitions, and policy formulation. She has held high-level financial and administrative roles, including financial advisor to the Naval Dockyard and Joint Secretary for Defense Acquisitions. During the COVID-19 pandemic, she coordinated critical medical support and transport for the armed forces. Currently, as Additional Secretary of Department of Defense, she oversees matters concerning the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard, while managing major national infrastructure projects and cybersecurity policy. Ladies and gentlemen, next speaker on the dais, Srimati Deepti Mohil Chawla.
Good morning. A real honor and privilege to be sharing the dais with such eminent personalities in the field of defense. And also looking around, I see such people, seniors I have worked with, associated with. So it's a pleasure to be here, last but not the least, hopefully. So my panache is that I like to speak from my heart, and that is what I'm going to do. No texts, no script. I'll share a few experiences that I have acquired and over my 30 years in the defense sector, and how I perceive this sector as we go ahead. So in the Unified Commanders Conference, which happened in 2025 last year, the Honorable Prime Minister gave us a very key word. It's an acronym, JAY. Jointness, Atmanirbharta, and innovation. And I will extend this, and that is the buzz in the Ministry of Defense these days, is from Jay, we must achieve Vijay. So in order to make ourselves successful, this is the mantra which the Prime Minister has given, and we have to inculcate that not only in letter, but in spirit, in our action, in our policy. Jointness in every sphere within the armed forces, between all the government departments, between all the citizens, between all the industry that we cooperate with our international friendly foreign countries. So jointness extends from the individual to the globe. Atmanirbharta, we started with this government telling us that Make in India is the way to go. And from that cycle, we have come to Atmanirbharta, because without self-reliance, we will not be able to be completely strategic. The strategic autonomy that we talk about will not be achieved without self-reliance. And innovation, because from that learning curve of Make in India to Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have to now own in India. That is where innovation comes in. Until and unless we make this, take this path and actually innovate and own in India, we will be always dependent on some suppliers, some countries, and we will not truly be the world power that we all hope and seek to become. So for Vijay from Jay, I would do a quick SWOT analysis. In fact, I was just thinking about it sitting here. So my SWOT analysis is, what are our strengths? We have never before in the history of India had this kind of a committed, continuous, credible leadership. The clarity of the vision of our leadership and the trajectory that the leadership is taking us on, we have never seen in the past decades. So that is an unbelievable strength that India has, which no other country right now, as we see how the geostrategic sphere is evolving and the conflicts in the nation world over are evolving, never have we seen this kind of leadership. And that is a major strength. What is our second strength? Yuva Shakti. These are words that we keep hearing, but they have a lot of depth in it. The youthfulness of our population is the strength of our country. These are the young people who will ensure jointness, Atmanirbharta, and innovation. These are the people who will help build the India of our dreams. So the youthfulness of our demography is a strength. What else is our strength? I have seen in the past 3 decades of my experience in the defense sector that we were always cynical, and there was always an inherent conflict happening between individuals, between organizations, between departments, within the hierarchy of the services. So from that conflict and cynicism, we've actually evolved to cooperation and collaboration. In the same ministry, I now find that people talk to each other effortlessly. There is no, there is breaking of rank. There is no, we are not getting just carried away with our stars and stripes. We are actually speaking to each other. We are actually ideating together, and we are actually trying to find a way ahead. It's a huge strength that I have seen we have reached in. So that's the third strength. I see that among our young children also. They are just working towards doing well for themselves, doing well for the nation. That kind of naysayers have diminished. So we have, that is a strength now. What are our weaknesses? Our weaknesses are lying in the fact that critical technologies are not held with us. Critical raw materials are still needed. We need to import them. We are only now starting to build up reserves, thinking in terms of aggregating demands and building up our supplies. But the weakness stays that we have not, we do not have the critical tech, particularly in the defense sector, and the raw materials are also a limitation. What other weakness do we have? The other weakness that we have is the supply chain dependence that we have. We may be having lots of startups emerging. We have a lot of MSMEs in the defense sector. We have leading manufacturers in the defense sector. But somewhere, we still have the international supply chains to deal with, and that is becoming a problem even for our armed forces, because when it comes to our legacy equipment, there is so much of dependence from some of our foreign suppliers. So that is a weakness. I'll come to the O, and I'll tell you how the weakness also becomes the opportunity. The other weakness that I see is the pace at which we are working. The agility that we need to have in our system and our thought processes is still not there. And I again would refer to our leadership, which said कि बाकी दुनिया रॉकेट की चाल चल रही है और डिफेंस में हम अभी भी चींटी की चाल चलते हैं. So that is what is a weakness, and therein lies the opportunity, and therein lies what we need to do. So we need to be very agile. We need to just break out from the silos of our work. We need to evolve our work culture. We need to think on our feet and just go ahead and do it, not be tied down by the overbearing nature of our systems at times because of the hierarchies that we deal with, or the whole written word of the rules and the procedures. These can be adapted and can be changed as we go ahead, and we are doing that. And that is why 2025 was the year of reforms, with this very objective, that we evolve and reform our policies to be able to work the way we ought to work. So, covering the three weaknesses, I come to the opportunities. Of course, in the weaknesses lie in the opportunities, but importantly, look at where we are. We are now the third largest economy in the world. We are raring to go. We have quite a bit of material resources, and our human resources are amazing. So herein lies the opportunity for all of you people, all the stakeholders in the defense sector. Not only do we make in India, but we make for the world. That is the opportunity. We need to export, and we are. Our exports over the past decade have risen like 30 times. It's an unbelievable statistic, but that is how we are going, and it is still, there is limitless possibility. Not only our regular Asian and African partners, Europe is looking towards us, and so are the two American continents. So defense exports, a huge opportunity. Bharat Defense Tech and such seminars are a huge opportunity. Platforms such as this are bringing us, all stakeholders, the policymakers, the industrialists, the think tank personnel who ideate on matters, who have the time to envision how we are going to be as we go ahead. So it brings such diverse group of stakeholders together from across the spectrum of the country. So seminars such as this are a huge opportunity. We need to have more of these seminars and workshops so that the skepticism that we may have about each other, we can break through that, we can all work together, and I assure you that the other opportunity that is there, and it's a given, is the rising defense budget. There is a tendency to peg the defense budget to the GDP, but let's talk in terms of absolute terms. We are looking at a 6.5 lakh crore budget with about nearly 2 lakh crores in just dedicated towards modernization and infrastructure. This could be probably the budget of some small country. There lies the huge opportunity that financial resources are just not something that anybody should talk about. In our country, that is no more a weakness, and the commitment of the government towards the modernization of the armed forces and the deep financial resources we are able to provide for that is the hugest opportunity that is possible. And going forward, I think we are going to see year-on-year increase to the range of 10 to 20%, depending on our ability to absorb. Now comes the threat. So the threat is the typical threat. The threat is there to our borders, to our nation, in terms of the inimical forces that we are dealing with. And they are not just your overt, identified, I wouldn't like to use the word enemies, adversaries, but we also have a lot of covert adversaries who are attacking us day in and day out in the cyberspace, in the actual physical space of our nation, in our waters, in our air, in every which way. And as we keep growing, and we are, तो वो होता है ना कि नज़र लगती है, तो वो नज़र जो है वो हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी threat है. That's a very big threat, the actual security. And therein, again, lies the importance of the armed forces and all of us in the defense sector, that we need to bolster the national security so that we become indomitable and really nobody could dare even looking at us, no nazar on us. So there lies a threat. The other threat that lies is that sometimes, not sometimes, it is happening, is the brain drain. Please do not underestimate that a lot of our very talented youth think of going overseas before they think of working for the nation. That is a threat that we need to address. We need to have skill development, of course, at all levels, but we also need to attract our intellectual and scientific brains to stay in the country, innovate in the country. So like I started to say, that so that we, from Make in India to Atmanirbhar Bharat to actually owned in India, we take the full circle. That is a live threat, and again, it is each of our responsibility to see that our children get good opportunities in the nation. We respect science, we respect research, and instead of getting our children to go abroad, getting them attracted towards what they perceive is a better life, we make better life for them to be here, to be in India, and work in India. We need to do that. So this is my quick SWOT analysis of what it would take to make Jai se Vijay. And I thank once again. That's it. I just wanted to talk from my heart to tell you that we are at the, we are just there. We are at the penultimate parav, so as to say, to reach where we need to reach, which is to take our country from the third largest economy to the first largest economy, and a truly indomitable nation. So let's work on our strengths, convert our opportunities, protect ourselves from the threats, and the weaknesses have to be converted into another set of opportunities. So we double up all our opportunities, use our strengths, make ourselves a better, brighter nation. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Vice Admiral Sanjay Jasjit Singh. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, Srimati Deepti Mohil Chawla, and thank you so much to our guest of honor, Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor. Thank you so much for wise words. And your words have set the tone for this summit. Your vision will guide our discussion. On behalf of every delegate, every innovator, every soldier who will benefit from these technologies, we thank you from the bottom of our heart. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our first session, may I take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to our advisory board, Air Marshal Sujit P. Dharkar, Rear Admiral Mohit Gupta, Major General Ashok K. Dhingra, and Dr. B.K. Das for their strategic guidance. To our associate partners, the Indian Space Association and the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. To our knowledge partners, the United Service Institution, the United Service Institution of India, and the Association of Plasma Science. To the Government of Maharashtra, our state partner, for their unwavering support for defense manufacturing. To all our sponsors, exhibitors, and media partners, you make this vision possible. And to our organizing team at Checked In for their tireless work in orchestrating this national platform. The exhibition is now officially open. I invite all delegates to explore the showcase arena during breaks and witness India's finest defense innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we transition into our first technical session, let us reflect on a powerful truth. India's greatest defense strength has always been the courage of our soldiers. But today, we add to that legacy the genius of our scientists, the innovation of our engineers, and the boldness of our entrepreneurs. The next session will demonstrate exactly this. Ladies and gentlemen, our first session addresses one of the most significant military operations in recent history, Operation Sindoor. This was not just a tactical success, it was a strategic validation of India's indigenous capabilities. From aircraft to intelligence system, from logistics to command structure. The question we explore now: what lessons can we scale across India's entire defense manufacturing ecosystem? Moderating this critical discussion is one of India's most respected defense voices, a journalist who has chronicled India's military transformation with unparalleled insight. Please welcome Shri Nitin Gokhale, defense journalist and strategic affairs expert, to moderate this session. It was a little disturbance. Yeah, of course. They'll listen and they'll come back. Meanwhile, I'll just talk about Mr. Nitin Gokhale. Nitin Gokhale is one of South Asia's leading strategic analysts. He is the founder of defense-related website bharatshakti.in and Strategic News International, sniywire.com. Now a media entrepreneur, Gokhale has worked across print, web and broadcast mediums since 1983. He has reported on India's northeast, the 1999 Kargil conflict between India and Pakistan, and the Sri Lankan Ilm War 4. Author of 6 books on national security affairs, Gokhale is an alumni of the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, Honolulu, Hawaii. He teaches and lectures at premier Indian defense training institutions like the National Defense College, the Army, the Air Force, and Naval War Colleges, the College of Defense Management, and the Defense Services Staff College, besides being a popular speaker at various seminars and symposium on civil-military relations, insurgency, terrorism, Asian security affairs, and military media relation. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Mr. Nitin Gokhale. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk about our next panelist for the session. Air Marshal Avdesh Kumar Bharti took over as Deputy Chief of the Air Staff in June 2025, an alumnus of the Air Force Academy, where he won the Sword of Honor. He has 3,300 hours of flying experience on fighter and trainer aircraft. He previously served as Director General Air Operations and was a key member of the IAF training team in Malaysia for Sukhoi 30 MKM training. His career includes commanding a Su-30 MKI squadron and serving as SASO at Headquarters Central Air Command. He has been awarded the Sarvottam Yuddha Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, and Vayu Sena Medal by the President of India. Ladies and gentlemen, Air Marshal Avdesh Kumar Bharti. Next we have Vice Admiral Sanjay Mahendru, is a distinguished flag officer of the Indian Navy with nearly 40 years of service specialization as a submariner and operation officer. An alumnus of the National Defense Academy and King's College, London, he held the historic honor of being the first commanding officer of India's first SSBN, INS Arihant. His extensive command record includes the vessel INS Shalki, INS Krishna, INS Rajput, as well as the submarine training establishment INS Satvahana. His senior flag appointments included Flag Officer Submarines, Flag Officer Commanding Maharashtra Naval Area and Deputy Chief of the Naval Staff. He has been decorated with the Param Vishist Seva Medal, Ati Vishist Seva Medal, and Nausena Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Admiral Sanjay Mahendru. And last but not the least, we have Lieutenant General Ajay Singh, superannuated in 2023 as the 16th Commander-in-Chief of the Andaman and Nicobar Command. A fifth generation Armored Corps officer, he held a PhD and authored the Army Land Warfare Doctrine 2018. He served in key operations including Kargil and Siachen and held roles such as Director General Military Training, a recipient of PVSM and Ati Vishist Seva Medal. He has been commanded by the Army Chief 8 times. Currently, he serves as an independent director with DLF Limited and is a member of the USI Executive Council. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's proceed for the next session, which is called Atmanirbhar Bharat, takeaways from Operation Sindoor. Gentlemen, dice is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for that round of introductions for everyone. I'm aware that we are running slightly behind schedule, but I suppose with three stalwarts here and also the background of Operation Sindoor and the takeaways from there, I think we need to spend enough time to understand what are the takeaways from there. The session is called Initiatives for Atmanirbhar Bharat, Takeaways from Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor is going to complete 1 year in less than 3 months. And of course, we must move on from there. It was a successful operation, very important in India's military history, certainly. But the challenge doesn't end there, as we all should know, those of us who are more realist, that that was just probably a trailer. The bigger cinema or bigger full movie might come later. And we must be prepared for that. So, and that is why this session is extremely important. What are the challenges that lie ahead? Atmanirbharta, as I think Ms. Deepti Mohil Chawla mentioned and the previous speakers mentioned here, is a buzzword in the Ministry of Defense and across the three services. But we also need to look at the reality on the ground. How much of it is real, how much of it is rhetoric, how much of it is just sloganeering, because from Make in India in 2015 to Atmanirbharta has been more than a decade now. And I remember when I started my own portal in 2015 called Bharat Shakti, I was facing a lot of mockery from a lot of people that Bharat Shakti, why are you giving this name? Nobody's going to look at you because it is first of all an Indian name, and Indian defense could have been better. But we stuck to it. And in fact, our tagline, self-reliance and defense, was ahead of the curve, I would like to claim. That's because I personally believe that without your own ecosystem, military-industrial complex, a nation cannot be strong enough to withstand challenges as the country grows and grows in every aspect. So therefore, I think we are at an inflection point, and as highlighted there, we are certainly moving towards that particular stage where we can take off as a country, where we can become as much self-reliant as possible in defense. Not everything can be done in India, but therefore, let us ask the practitioners, the users, and those who have actually written doctrines and authored some of the principles of war in the current context. So let me start with Air Marshal Avdesh Bharti, familiar face to all of you during Operation Sindoor, and his remarks during those press conferences, which are now legends in strategic communication with two of his counterparts from the Army and the Navy. So let me, turn to you, Air Marshal Bharti. If you can give us some opening remarks for about 5 minutes, I'll go around the panel and then come back to start discussion on how we are looking at Atmanirbharta and what are the lessons from Op Sindoor which we should incorporate in the journey forward as we, as a nation, look at the military-industrial complex becoming more and more self-reliant for the use of the armed forces. Over to you. Sure, your choice. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nitin. And yeah, 5 minutes. I plan to take about 5 minutes. If I do exceed, then please do remind me. Okay. So, invited guests here, members of the strategic and scientific community, scholars, organizers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. First of all, I would like to thank Bharat Defense Tech here for calling me and giving me the stage and sharing the stage with such an elite panel. It really is an honor for me, so thank you for that. And compliments to the organizers. I know for once I'm not feeling intimidated by the strength of the audience. It's a controlled audience out here, so I'm a little more comfortable. I would like to compliment the organizers for selecting a very contemporary theme, which is innovating India's defense. Okay, innovate, indigenize, and become Atmanirbhar. That is the way ahead, and we have been hearing about it. Okay, not only today, not only in the opening session. Okay, we have been hearing about it for the, as Mr. Nitin put it forward, for the last decade. So I'll try and bring out as to what are we looking at when we talk of Atmanirbharta, but a little later. And the fact that we need Atmanirbharta in defense is a given. I'm sure all of us understand it, and the entire ecosystem is fully seized of this requirement. And we did not need an Operation Sindoor to remind us that the way forward is Atmanirbharta. The very fact that so many indigenous systems worked so beautifully and in harmony with our ecosystem, with our command and control systems, is a testimony to the fact that we were thinking of self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, much before Sindoor happened. The question that we need to answer now is which technologies to focus on when we talk of Atmanirbharta. Do we concentrate on indigenizing the existing technologies and play the catch-up game, or do we invest in future tech and leapfrog? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is both. Leapfrog we have to, and in the process we have to catch up. There is no other way. We need to attain strategic autonomy in critical technologies, from secure chips to communication systems to hypersonics to airborne platforms to space platforms. Loaded words. We have heard of it so many times. But how do we translate it into deliverables? That is the challenge, and that is what our future conferences must delve on. We all know these terminologies, but how do we translate that into deliverables? So allow me to elaborate on a few of them. First and foremost, what I would like our industry, our academia to concentrate on is sensor technologies, both ground-based as well as airborne. RF sensors, especially in lower bands, EOIR sensors, space-based sensors. We need enhanced sensors on our aircraft, on our UAVs, on our satellites. Weapon seeker technology. That is the next that we must concentrate on when we talk of Atmanirbharta. Considerable effort is going on in developing weapons, the propulsion system, the kinetics, the metallurgy. But hardly anybody is looking at the seekers. So let's invest in it. Next, the big ticket innovations. Core aero engine technology for our, maybe start with transport, helicopters, and ultimately reach fighters. Maybe the next gen adaptive propulsion. Yes, it's a very big ask, but then unless we dream big, we aim high, we will not reach there. And the government of India is seized of this requirement of infrastructure, of investment, and it is going to invest in certain infrastructure which will facilitate such an engine development in India. And we, from our side, from IF side, are looking at facilitating the testing and certification processes. I know that in aviation technology, the time frame from the time you conceptualize something to its ultimate operational availability is a time-consuming process, because the Q&A, the certification processes are quite stringent, and rightly so, they need to be. So we are in the process of formulating a policy wherein we will facilitate that. So please do not hesitate to delve into these technologies. If we talk of future tech, artificial intelligence, we have talked about it enough, and we will keep talking about it. So where do we need to take this artificial intelligence? The usage of artificial intelligence in defense sector is all pervasive. There are huge opportunities for this. AI-driven, real-time, big data analysis engines, AI-based multi-sensor fusion. You're looking at the same threat from 10 different directions, and you need somebody to tell you that this is not a 10-headed anaconda, this is one single threat which is emerging, which you are seeing yourself from 10 different directions. So that we need to be told in real time. That is possible only by use of AI. AI-based recognition. It should be able to tell me, hey, your friend has moved from X place S to place Y, but it is the same threat. I need to know that in real time. Change detection. Fatigue analysis and failure detection and predictive maintenance and many more such uses. We need to invest in quantum computing. We need to be able to invest in quantum sensing, to sense that minutest change in gravity and magnetic field so that our navigation systems become robust. We are relying on GNSS, which very soon is not going to be available in real time in the times of ops. We are relying on INS, okay, which has its inherent errors. So we need to go into quantum navigation. We need to go into quantum secure communication and encryption. That is the way forward. Robotics. Increasingly, there will be an interface between manned and unmanned platforms. So we need to invest in robotics. How will that unmanned platform interact with a manned platform? And whenever required, it can take autonomous decisions. So we need to invest in robotics. Space tech has already been spoken about. I will not delve too much here.
Can I interrupt and ask you?
Okay, so give me 1 more minute. I'll just list it. Smart weapons, DEW, laser guided weapons, hypersonics. We need to invest in supersonic, in hypersonic and scramjet engines. And we need to invest in small form factor electronic warfare payloads. The list is endless. Opportunities are huge. The time to invest in is now. Here, I would like to put in a word of advice for our R&D organizations, DPSUs, as well as private enterprises. And the advice is, let us get our program management act together. There are huge delays across the spectrum. Our R&D timelines, our contractor delivery timelines can no longer remain in the time warp of COVID and supply chain disruptions. Gentlemen, let's get real. This is the new normal. We need to deal with it and deliver. As for IF, we are fully committed to our quest for indigenization and Atmanirbharta. We are running more than 150 IDEX, TDF, and MAKE projects. However, all of these are low and mid-budget projects. What we need is the big industrial houses coming together and investing big and give us something tangible, something huge in future. Maybe in terms of aero engine, as I said, maybe a stealth UAV, or maybe even the next gen or the 6th gen aircraft. So with that, I will stop here, and maybe if there are questions, then take it during the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for so many things to unpack there. Actually, that's why we will have a discussion rather than, he telling you this. Let me ask him some of the questions later. But let me invite Vice Admiral Sanjay Mahindru. Again, like you heard, a submariner. We'll have lots of questions to ask about that. But maybe you can do your opening remarks, and then we'll come back to some discussions on that.
Yeah. Thanks, Nitin. Thanks. And you will remember that I've asked for a few minutes more.
Yes, you
Okay,
did.
so yeah.
I've given him 7 minutes. I'll give you 7 minutes
Yes,
also.
So yeah, so that's that. Outset, I'd like to thank, of course, the BDTS team, especially Admiral Mohit Gupta, good friend of mine, for having me here and for giving me the privilege of sharing the podium with such a distinguished set of panelists. Avdesh, being a former shipmate, I think I will take off from where he has, in the Navy we call a shipmate a person who served together. Maybe it's in a room, but we call it a ship. So don't get surprised as to how, DG Air Ops was me on a ship. That's besides. So I will just take off into what I want to say in two broad areas. One, of course, I will echo the sentiment that Nitin mentioned, that Sindhur was excellently executed with what we had, but we need to go ahead and look at what capabilities we need to build in a much more long-term view rather than sticking to what we did in those 7 to 9 days. And secondly, how do we bring about all the strategic autonomy we want to in the areas that Air Marshal Bharti very succinctly brought out, and many, many more. What do we do? The sentiment is there, the money is there, but I firmly believe that we need to sort out our organization, our structures, and that is what is going to give us results. Just sentiment and money is not enough. Coming first to the capabilities, I'll just put out 3 of them. The first capability which I think we need to really develop is satellite-based surveillance. We are really poor in that. We may have cleared cases, SBS-3, which is about, I think, 2,000 or 27,000 crore projects, supposed to start next year, 52 satellites, finished by 2029. But we severely lack persistent surveillance capability, critical for any military operations today. That includes LEO, includes geostationary satellites, etc. Without that, we are groping in the dark. When we are doing this, we need to understand that the terrestrial surveillance is different from maritime surveillance. It is a different set of sensors, sweep widths, etc. that I need to develop in my AOR. That is very important. These satellites, to increase my situational awareness, have to be networked. It is no use having different inputs coming in from 52 different satellites to different people. If they are not networked and they are not real time, I'm again losing the picture. So high throughput satellites to allow me to network these inputs that I'm getting. It needn't be satellites, it could be also the terrestrial, marine, any kind of input I'm getting has to be networked together, but the networking can be done only if I have sufficient bandwidth available with me. Third, of course, is the availability of accurate and long-range ordnance. Now, I would think, or we would think, that this is something that has to do with ordnance, but I would go one step behind to say the accurate delivery of ordnance is not a function of the weapon itself, but it is a function of other capabilities that we have, largely the global satellite positioning system. We don't seem to have our own global satellite system. We've been talking about NAVIC for many years, but we are totally dependent on GPS, GLONASS, what you may have. This is not good enough at all. Tomorrow, if it's going to be spoofed or denied, we are going to be really asking for trouble. So our NAVIC has to be brought back online with an increased footprint to cover our entire AOR. Now coming to strategic autonomy per se, and like I mentioned, we've heard the previous session speakers to say that we want to do this, these are the areas we want and we will do it. But the problem to my mind is that we have to understand first the nature of defense industry and defense technology. When we talk from the armed forces point of view, we are users and operators. We talk of equipment. We ask DRDO to create equipment. And therein starts the problem. Once you ask DRDO to create equipment, they get into product development. DRDO, to my mind, and before that, I'll just go back to say, technology, I think we should understand in 3 different levels. First being base technology. That means cutting edge technology, which is going to make products 10 years later. That is cutting edge technology. Then there is applied technology, which applies the existing technology or the technology which is on the verge of realization into products. And the third or the lowest level is product development. That means I am creating products for a certain use. The problem is when we start speaking to DRDO on product development, and we've been doing it for decades. I mean, we've been in projects like ATV for decades. We go to them for a product. They forget everything about future technology. They start developing products. Not only do they develop products, they meet our SQRs, do the trials, and once the trials are complete is when we transfer that product to a DPSU or to a partner, an industry partner. Too late. What has that done? Your bandwidth of DRDO, which is supposed to be doing cutting edge future technology or base technology development, is taken up by product development. And therefore we can never catch up. We will never catch up because the armed forces need the product of today, and we are going to ask them to develop that product of today. So how do we then overcome this problem? How do we make sure the conversation has to take place at a different level? We have to ask DRDO as the armed forces, as the services for technologies. Now, DRDO has this year got, I think, 17,000 odd crores for R&D. And last year they have created what they call defense, industry, academic centers of excellence. I think 15 of them with 75 areas identified as priority areas, about 400 technical categories, of which what Marshal Bharti mentioned covered, and about 1,300 tech development tasks. Now that has been done. But the problem is we are still going to them asking them for products. This has to finish. We have to go to them asking for technology. They are to create technology. The technology, not the product, not a build to design or a build to spec thing, has to be transferred to DPSUs and to private industry. In the previous example, till we are doing now, private industry and academia are silent, mute spectators. They are not participating in anything. Private industry is waiting for that product to be given to them, and they will make it as per the design. DPSUs are waiting for the same thing. No contribution. Academic institutions, zero contribution. They don't know what to look for. They don't know what they need to work on. There is zero contribution. We keep saying we have worked out in the last 2 years, I would say, a lot of technology innovation hubs. I'm involved with the IITs, a number of them, and we go to them. The problem is there is no one to explain to them what we need. Again, we are always talking about products. The young people in IITs want startups. They want to make products. Wrong end of the stick again. If we keep going to the product end of the stick, we are going to be exactly where we were 10 to 15 years behind. Private industry doesn't want to invest in R&D at all. Forget R&D, just the D. Even if there is a very, very clear understanding that this development or this technology is required, there is no desire to invest any money till an RFP or an RFI is out. RFP, RFI gives me 3 to 6 months. You cannot develop technology in 3 to 6 months. You can at best identify a foreign OEM who has the technology and enter into an MOU with him. And we will remain there. So the cycle of conversation has to be kind of broken. Another thing we need to understand, and which...
Another minute?
Another minute, absolutely, thanks. Is we need to understand, which was mentioned earlier, is that the defense industry is not largely an MSME or SME industry. All the IDEXs, all the INDUSXs are, again, at the very low end of what we are trying to do, at the component and equipment end. We need to make systems. Who is there making the interfaces of these systems, of these components that we are doing, finally, so that they become one component? We are talking about exporting. Who is exporting what? I mean, you can export a component. Where is the system? No one is developing a system. World over, the defense industry is an aggregation industry. For every equipment that we want, for every system that we want, there are just 3 to 4 people, either in the south or in the north, and that's it. You cannot have open tender price realization every time you want to procure something. That's all I want to say. It is basically a game of procedures. It is a game of sorting our processes correct. DAP 2025, I understand, is out. I would love to read it and see if it takes our ability to develop technology further. I haven't seen that document, and M. Ashil is shaking his head. I hope it is not like that. Otherwise, we will keep running Amazon like a Kirana shop, and you know how that is going to end up. Thank you.
Well, I think there's a lot to discuss on all that. Certainly, you've highlighted, and I'm glad you did that. Plain speaking is extremely important if we have to move forward, because there are problems, there's no doubt, and we have sort of papered them over many a times. And I think there is a need to have an honest discussion with all stakeholders and not just say or pay lip service to that. But General Ajay, over to you for your remarks. And I think since you spoke the doctrine, the land doctrine that you were involved in, and maybe take 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll come back for discussion. Over to you.
Nitin, I'd like to firstly thank the organizers who considered me suitable enough to speak to you. I put a 4-minute timer so that when it buzzes, I'll finish within 5. You're giving me 7. I may not need it. Gentlemen, whatever I've come to speak to you about is something I penned down right now on the mobile while hearing eminent panelists speak. This is a vast subject, and we have to be clear what are the deliverables we are looking for. Yes, I wrote the land warfare doctrine. I reorganized army headquarters after the standoff at Dokala, and the army's strategic op orientation after the standoff at Galwan. But I would request we take a step back and look at the larger picture. A few days ago on Twitter, I was reading, I spent lots of hours listening to or reading up on various handles. There were 2 roommates, a Chinese and an Indian, in a college in America, long back, about 20 years ago he was writing, or 25. When he was saying, I believe your trains run at 120, and the Chinese was not very happy, he said, our trains don't run at more than 40. And in 20 years, we've seen what the difference has come. And I was just Googling, the learning which came into the PLA in 2002, when we were having our Parakram, short of our Parakram standoff soon after Op Vijay, has been succeeded by the Fujian, which has got the Katobar as well as the Malls. So from a training ship, which was a bit of a wreck, towed from Ukraine to the Dalian workshop, they've gone a long way. And some wonderful points have been brought out by the panelists. I would like to say we must look at 3 larger things: production, technology, and standards. China became the manufacturing hub of the world through low-cost production. They sponsored. What they did is a matter of detail. If you're export-orienting, 100% loan, free land, free electricity, water, labor will be lined up. That's a separate study. So they garnered and captured world production. 7-Eleven shelves in America will go dry if you try to put more tariffs on them, and everyone knows that. Technology. How did they wipe out Canadian Novotel? That's a study by itself. They had no technology. But the starting was making switches by investing in Novotel, getting their technology, and then getting IBM to teach them processes. And when they got processes in place and they had manufacturing capacities, then they convinced the West to shift manufacturing to lower cost China. So they captured it. And today the race is beyond technology. The third pillar of what I was speaking of was technology. But the race today is in standards for the next technology. If we keep looking that they've got this, it's like the stock market. Ye share chal raha hai, ye khareed lo. You are behind the loop of algos. You are the person who's holding the stick when the algos have already exited. So we have to look at what are the next which we want. Some wonderful points already brought out in this regard. I don't know how many of you have read it. I think 1987, when I was doing my ORSA specialization, there were no computers in 87. And in the Second World War, at the Battle of Britain, the Air Battle of Britain, there were definitely no computers. But someone called, an Air Force officer called F.W. Lancaster, predicted the outcome of the Battle of Britain, and his higher order equations are the basis of wargaming today, computer-based or supercomputer-based. And he said, I don't know all this, but the outcome remains the same. between two sides of technical parity, every day of battle, the tide will turn in favor of greater quantity rather than quality. On our long land borders, boots are important, boots on ground are important. Let us not fall into that misnomer. If we have very good technology, we will save. It's not a zero-sum equation. And for those who tend to get seduced by this, please think back to the Battle of Britain and F.W. Lancaster. Platforms are important. Look at the American and the Chinese race on naval platforms in the ocean. So platforms do count for something. If you put all your eggs in one basket like the Americans did and that aircraft carrier gets sunk because suddenly Iraq in a war game decided to fire all 300 missiles which they had on one aircraft carrier and saturated their defenses, those are innovative ways. And I would like to say Atmanirbharta to this extent is very important, but not in the manner Admiral Mahendru brought out of copying something. Half are startups. But if you look, why did Elon Musk and SpaceX go so fast? They had deep pockets and the capacity to fund failures. We have gone from Make 2 to Make 3, that this is our challenge, khud bana do. 200 MSMEs are into the blue ocean or the red ocean. 2 will get orders and the rest will lose and they will never venture into defense manufacturing again. Do we need 5% of CSR? We don't want extra budgets or extra monies, but can you say, okay, all CSR, 3% will go into CSR and 2% will go into R&D. Where into R&D? Our various challenges of the services will determine it. It's not a new idea. I gave it in the Combined Commanders Conference in 2023 to the Prime Minister. We have to think innovative. I've attended some seminars on AI or this computing or quantum computing. This is very well. Who's going to fund it? Who's going to fund the failure, 10 failures before you get that one success? Because the person funding it is not getting assured money from the government at the end of failures. So I'd leave it with 3 points. I think this 4-minute alarm is buzzing. So I think I'll finish in the next 1 minute. Identify which the services have done, the challenges. But I would like to leave it to you. Are we talking about the standards we have to set or what an adversary or worldwide people or technologies have taken us today? If we are doing that, then we are like the trader who's just trading on today's news and not catching up with the algos who've already exited the market. So R&D, yes. I gave another example to the chairman DRDO. He was not very happy. I still remember 1st April 23. I said, sir, Agnipath is very good. But our scientists also must have Agnipath entry. It's not a government job. You start and retire scientist G or H. Technology and research is cutting edge, and if you cannot keep up, you ship out. So naturally there was resistance. I said, I have one rebuttal and I would like to say, aankadon ki baat nahi hai. Aap 95% retention rakhiye. But at least have the sword of dismissal on 5% of the people to get them to perform. It doesn't apply. I mean, I just gave an example of DRDO. It should happen to every sector. The attitude should not be sarkari naukri. It is perform or perish. So the first one was the challenge, which has been identified. Second is the R&D aspects and remaining ahead of future by funding it. And the last point I'd like to make is, are we procuring platforms or are we procuring capabilities? Because when I was asked to come and speak, one of those things was about if an enemy has got or a possible adversary has got certain response timings, what was the OODA loop all about? About turning within the decision radius of an adversary who had a better aircraft or a better airframe. But you had a tighter turning radius. And this is all about your decision cycles. If you're going to keep waiting for orders from above, because you are working in silos and integrating at the top, it doesn't happen. I mean, I'm mentioning it because I was sent by General Rawat to an integrated theatre command. General Rajeshwar has also been there. We understand when everything is already there in one headquarters, how much faster your decision timelines are. And it's correlated to capability. If I'm procuring platforms to see up now, what can I do with this platform? It may not be the most optimal use of our limited resources. We are a growing country, growing economy. Heavy is the head which wears the crown. Let that commander on ground be held accountable, which was what that study was, to align accountability and authority in the Army Headquarters reorg. Let him be accountable for his deliverables and then equip him with, ask him what he wants, rather than individually getting platforms and saying, how can we integrate them at the highest level? So I'll leave you with this thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that gives me an opening to open up this discussion. But let me just, because Admiral Mahindra mentioned that the new DAP, which is on a draft form, has not been studied in detail, of course, because it has just been put up about a week ago, or less than a week ago. So some highlights that, because I did study, that's my job, and I did interview the Defense Secretary mostly on the highlights of the Defense Acquisition Procedure. So some of them, IDEX projects, MAKE projects have been updated with spiral development and 5 years of assured orders to the small players or the innovators. Services to choose the mode of quality assurance trials for faster procurement cycle. I think that's been one of our banes. Involving subject experts in the finalization of SQRs, which is also has been a complaint of the industry, that sometimes the SQRs are impractical. And ab initio single vendor allowed in the by IDDM category for TRL 6 to 9 equipment, the technology readiness level. And two-stage trials have been introduced. Fast-track procedures will become institutionalized rather than becoming EP, emergency procurement. And compensation to all vendors in trials, those who don't get the orders, but they get shortlisted. I think that's a huge thing for small players. And finally, I mean, there are several other things, but most importantly, I think what for me the takeaway has been from being technology transfer oriented policy, we are going to have we're going to encourage, the government's policy is going to encourage ownership of IP, and indigenous content is going to go up to about 60% rather than 50 and below. So I think there is some policy intervention which is positive, but certainly just policy intervention doesn't help. Of course, funds have also been made available. 24% capital acquisition budget has been increased, primarily for the Air Force, I was told, because there are big ticket items to be bought. But let me start with General Ajay, because he spoke about these three takeaways from there. The problem has always been the mismatch between intent and delivery, both for the users and for the industry in India, because everyone was risk averse. R&D, Admiral Mahindra spoke about, Marshal Bharti also spoke about how we need to look at future technologies, but how do you balance between future technologies and the current technologies to be used? So, General Ajay, your thoughts on what should be the way forward as far as matching the intent and the delivery is concerned from the industry and as well from the users also.
Nitin, I've said it often enough. While in service, we have to balance our books. There are wish lists which we keep reading periodically. People articulate it, they write about it. If those wish lists are what we keep progressing on, then we will end up with a little bit of everything and very little of what we want or the way we want it to go. So someone has to balance what is the end state we have, keeping what we have in mind, it can be a multiple or whatever, and yet remain abreast of the technologies which can ensure, if not deterrence, at least dissuasion. We would not look twice at an adversary who doesn't have deterrent or dissuasive capability, and it is not only in the nuclear domain. There are many operations below that. So staying ahead of technologies which have already been identified by eminent panelists here and elsewhere is very important. But being able to make sure that there is no halo effect of one technology where all your eggs go into one basket. Everything has to be progressed simultaneously. And like a conductor in a music orchestra, someone has to be held accountable to see, all right, this is how you mix it. That's what my thought.
Sure. No, I think that's one way of looking at it, definitely. Marshal Bharti, since the topic is also about takeaways from Ops Sindoor, and you spoke about some of the indigenous equipment really performing very well, delivering what they were expected to. But my sense is also that many of them also failed. And, I think, is that a takeaway for you when you look back? I mean, let's look at success, of course, everyone knows about. But we learn from failures, right? Can you highlight some of these issues that were faced by some of the indigenous platforms and what learnings from there?
I think we have spoken about it, so we can, any opportunity for kinetic action is a learning experience for both the sides. All right. And I don't think we can have a public discourse on that. All right. But suffice to say that whatever were the indigenous systems, we have talked about it. Okay, I've just alluded to in this, but we have talked about it at length in the past. So they have worked well. But of the scope for improvement, the scope for learning, and thereafter refining your TTPs, refining your SOPs already is always there. And it's a good opportunity, not only for us, for the adversary also, to get to know the other side and assess as to where we are, and thereafter build on it so that next time you stay ahead of his decision cycle. So to exactly pinpoint as to did we go wrong, okay, I will not like to comment on that. Nobody is perfect, okay, but we were quite satisfied with where we were, and we were quite satisfied with where we had our adversary.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, I'm not going to insist on telling us the specifics of it. But Admiral Mahindru, since you have looked at and have been associated with the ATV project, the strategic platform, the submarines, and also commanded the first SSBN, what are the learnings from that kind of spiral development? Without going into the specifics, certainly, but that's one of the success stories which is not obviously not talked about very openly. But some broad lessons from there about how indigenous systems, indigenous technology, of course, sort of borrowed from somewhere else, but then improved upon. How did it work, and how successful has it been?
Thanks, Nathan. I mean, great question. Certainly, I think the ATV program has been a success story of great magnitude. And I'm of the opinion that we must come out more and speak about it, because we're still caught in the period of secrecy when we had denied the existence of such a project. Yeah. I feel now is a time when we need to really come up and say that it was a success and why it was a success.
Correct.
One, we were very clear in what we wanted to achieve. I mean, there was a directive, there was sufficient manpower, and we were using DRDO financial procedures. We were not using Defense Ministry finance. That is one big difference. Now, what that allows you to do is, one, it allows you to absorb technology. We were talking about large-scale design, development, and absorption of technology. And that is the last one, is something we are failing at regularly. We don't understand how to absorb technology. So if we were making something, we were making it at one stage. The first boat was getting made, but parallelly, we were indigenizing everything. Indigenizing, I think, is become a jugadu word. I would call it in-country production. There is no shortcuts, no innovation involved in it. It was hardcore engineering. Yeah. And that is where we very gradually, from the first boat to the second boat to the third boat, there are different technologies in which we have strength, technologies in which did not have strength. The technologies in which we had strength, we took it up in the second boat itself. It created delays, no doubt. We learned, we made mistakes. By the time we reached the third boat, we had gone to the next level and the next level. What helped in what I mentioned, the DRDO method of development, it allows you through an agency which is there called DMD, you'll be aware of it, it's available on open source. It allows equipment development. So you task, I want to get this pump with this capacity made. I lay down the broad SQRs of the capacities. I mean, I don't have to say length, breadth, etc. But sure, this is what I want, this is the electric input I have, this is the capacity I want. And this is the kind of MTBF which I want to, establish. I can take 2 or 3 people, develop with them for 5 years. Like exactly you said, which is coming in DAP now, we were doing it in late 90s, is choose one or two out of those three, and then keep funding them till the end, till the trials are over, and at some stage kept two of them going till the very end, because we were not very clear. Things like vibration, things like EMI, EMC, come out in the very end. You do not come to know. All the physical trials may be okay, but in a closed submarine environment, one stray frequency can kill you. And so you have to keep two of them going. You are allowed to do that. And that is the way ahead. That has to be the. And we have seen people who have come up from small sheds, smaller than this stage, into big factories over those 15 years. And that is the kind of hand-holding which has been done. Very focused, very clear, and I won't say throwing money. And they are now paying great dividends. When we go in for our next boats, our bigger boats, our SSNs, you will see we'll be able to do it with so much ease. That is going to be the biggest advantage.
That's the strength of, and that's the real self-reliance really of technology and otherwise. General Ajay, there is a thought that has come up once in a while about choosing or creating champions in different segments, land, sea and air. Take private sector and tell them that, look, you do this, this is your strength. This is your technology absorption capability, and please develop these platforms or help the services to get these platforms quickly. Is there a case to do that? Because not going to the Second World War example, which is often quoted about, there's a book called Freedom's Forge, where all the automobile industries came in and did all those aircraft and submarines and ships for the Americans. But is there a case to choose champions or create champions or develop champions for every segment, land, air and sea?
I couldn't agree with you more, Nitin. This has been articulated often. We've heard service representatives say what services essentially need. They've identified it through the various challenges. But if for manufacture, you go back to that old route of the government manufacture, it may not be the best option. We've read in the newspapers about new aircraft production going to some. So these erstwhile Navratnas, if you can create it in the private sector, you will have always greater nimble agility in being able to draw the best talent, like in the Navy VESI model. I've often quoted it. The Navy has been well ahead in many of these aspects. And I speak from an integrated perspective. I mean, I worked with the Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard and the Army for 2 years. They've always done this hand-holding and development, and in VESI, they've got at any time about 300 young people from academia who come in, work for a few years, develop technologies and then go out. So this all can be done in an institutional manner through exactly what you've identified.
Yeah, I think that's the way forward, because unless, okay, it's an overused word now, all of nation approach, all of industry approach, but it has to be a combination of everything, private sector, public sector, user perspective, and of course defense R&D, both in the private and public sector. I think we have time for maybe a set of 3 questions, if there are questions in the audience. Otherwise, I'll ask the questions, but it's open to the audience now for a set of 3 questions. There is a young man there, I can see. Maybe there's nobody else. There's one more here. Wait, I have to go back there. I'll come to you, number 2. And any other 3? Smita Purushottam here. So these 3 will take in one go, and then, and if it's directed to a particular panelist, please mention it. Otherwise, we'll keep it open for the panel. Yeah, let's start with the young man there. Can a mic be reached to him? Can someone reach a mic to him? There at the back. Can someone give a mic? Yeah. Briefly, okay? Brief question.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is especially to...
Identify yourself, please.
Okay. My name is Harshal Jain, and I am a student in studying in Bennett University. So my question is that recently America approved fighter jets for 6th generation along with drones, which can work on swarm technology and have decentralized access of intelligence. So what kind of deliverables are the Army, Air Force or the Navy looking to counter those technologies? Because these technologies can will be inducted in the US Air Force by 2030. So what we are looking for?
Okay, I got that. The question, the gentleman here, I'll ask you to answer that, but yeah. Please reach the mic here. Please get the mic here. Quickly, please. And another mic here to the lady here. After that, we'll have to do 3 questions now. Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Colonel Anand here. I was heading the Aerospace System Division in the Ministry of Defense till a year back. So my point is a comment, and maybe Air Marshal Bharti, since he's serving, could tell us the latest update. I had posed this question to Secretary DRDO 2 months back at the MPIDSA conclave. You know, when the reform of the DRDO was happening, we're talking of DEF Tech. Okay, so when the paper came to us in the MOD, we talked of a Defense Technology Council being headed by the Honorable Prime Minister. And when I read that document, we didn't have the DST, Secretary DST, and the space as part of it, so we recommended that. So I don't know what is the status, if Air Marshal Bharti could tell us, because that is one point thing. If you have the DEF Tech Council coming up under the Honorable Prime Minister, whatever Admiral Mahindra has talked of, and if you get DST and space as part of this, because civilian and military tech is dual used, I think that's the thing which is the game changer, which can only do something this.
That's a comment or question, both. Anyway.
It's a comment and a status update if Air Marshal Bharti can tell us something.
Okay, if he has one, he'll give you. Yeah. But the mic here, please, now. To the lady, Ambassador Smita. Please bring the mic here. No. You don't need to shout.
Thank you. Absolutely wonderful session since morning. Is it working? Yes. Really, it's been very educational, and it's a privilege to hear all of you. I was just wondering, everyone's talking about Atmanirbharta, and there has been a spate of defense imports recently. So where are we really there? You know, I mean, what is happening with our procurement system? China and the United States have used procurement to grow their defense industrial ecosystems. Not one speaker has spoken about this issue, you know, the contradiction between this. So I would really like to ask, especially Vice Admiral Sanjay Mahindra, because you've talked about the successes in the naval ecosystem, and we know the Navy is far ahead of all the other arms of the armed forces in indigenization. I've actually been to Vessi many years ago, and I've seen the wonderful things going on there. So what are the areas that you would like to focus on and give recommendations to the government?
Sure, thank you. Can I ask you to start with the, first question, of course, by the student there.
Okay. Sorry I didn't get your name, but I got it that you are from Bennett University. All right, so what you are asking is what are our strategies against 6th gen technologies, if I got the question right. So firstly, twofold. One is we need to be on the offensive ourselves. So we also need to get those 6th gen technologies. We are working on various frameworks are there. Okay. And as I said, we need to leapfrog with future tech. 6th gen is a future tech. And we are working internally as also with our partners to get that technology. That is one. But we also need to defend against that technology. So what are our options for defense? As you are aware, 6th gen technologies is more of network, okay, and communications. So firstly, we need to identify, we need to see them. So we are working on technologies which will enable us to know that those stealth platforms, those networked swarms are being employed against us. So there are various radars, there are various other techniques which we need to build on. Our local industry is also working on that, VHF radars being one of them. Passive surveillance systems being yet another. So we're working on those technologies, and once we know their presence, then we need to counter them by various means. When I talked of electronic warfare equipment, small form factor equipment, that is one of the uses that we will put it into use, jam their communication systems and the communication protocols. So those are the aspects that we are looking at. We are fully aware that such a threat could emanate or would emanate in future, and we are looking at it. Second, the question from here, Defense Tech Council, sir. I think it is a takeaway or one of the recommendations from Raghavan Committee report. We are still working on it. And, when I say we, the DRDO is still working on it. They have come out with certain, certain reorganization ideas which is under discussion. There are certain points which we have certain observations which services have given, but it really has not taken off as yet. So that is the update.
I think that's the update. But I think, Sanjay, if you can answer the ambassador's question.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'll answer your question in two streams of thought. If I understood it correctly, you were asking about how procurement of equipment will lead to better Atmanirbharta in that. I think there are two ways of looking at it. One is when you enter into a contract, we do something of transfer of technology. We used to have offsets earlier. Now we made a transfer of technology, and we pay a large amount of money for that. I'll give a small simile of a farmer trying to sow a farm in a certain area. Before he decides what seeds to throw, he has to understand what kind of soil it is, how much of irrigation he has available, what is the market nearby, and how far is the produce going to go, and how much money can he invest. So these are important things. Similarly, for transfer of technology, when I'm doing it, I have to understand what is my level of technology, who is going to absorb that technology, and technology evaporates like water. It will evaporate. So if I send 4 of us go to get some technology outside, and we make that equipment for 5 years in India, if I don't have an order for the next 5 years, 4 of us have gone, that technology is gone. You cannot get too much out of books. Books are there and tomes are there, but you need people working with that, either with their brain or with their hands. We somehow, and I mentioned it very briefly as I spoke, we don't have a system for absorbing transfer of technology. That must largely go into academia and into the private industry. Why? I will answer again. Private industry prioritizes profit. So they will want to innovate it, to move it to the next level, improve it, the next version of that. He will want to export it. The DPSU has got no incentive to export it. He has got no incentive to innovate it. What the DRDO firm, DRDO lab gives him remains exactly like that till either of the armed forces goes back to them and say, actually listen, this is very antique. I mean, the others are using it in this size. I've got a chair size thing. Then they will say, okay, let's work on it again. And so it's a different project. It will likely not happen with private industry because he would like to be ahead of the curve. He wants to maximize his profits. So that is the problem. You cannot, to my mind, I don't have all the answers nor all the experience, through procurement, develop technology in your country. Firstly, the numbers aren't large enough mostly, unless you're talking about, when you're talking about large picture, large ticket items, and they are not spaced so regularly. You're not going, it's not like washing machines or, irons, where you're going to produce all of them all the time. You will take a system and then there's a gap for 10 years. Now that kind of thing is not available with us. We somehow haven't worked it out. And when China does it, it's a different matter altogether. They are buying the company. You buy the technology. Even then, MTU, they have failed. Submarine engines, MTU, they went and bought MTU in Germany. That's how they're making their yuan. They didn't have the technology. They could not make diesels for submarines. They went and bought MTU. But even so, there are problems. They are kind of stagnated. They have not moved at the rate at which they could have or should have.
Absolutely. No, I think I'll just end it here. No, there's no time now for any more questions. I have to rush away to the airport. Therefore, I'm going to cut this out right now. The issue is, I think, just to answer a larger question, I think we are at a point where it has to leapfrog, as Marshal Bharti said. We have to look at systems which have to be faster. They are in tune with what is needed today. Not just the government, not the policies alone, but the budget, the industry, the private industry. And I can tell you, because I watch this space as a day-to-day business, that's my day-to-day job. And I can say this, that things have changed, are changing faster than before. There are enough people who are interested in investing in technology, in R&D, and also production of world-class quality as far as Indian defense industry is concerned. It was fledgling. It has now come to a stage where it can walk by itself and maybe start running in the next 5 to 10 years, given all the incentives there. And it's an old adage, but overused. And but I still will say this: The only constant is the change that is coming in. From we used to hear network-centric warfare. Now I hear data-centric warfare. Maybe I'll hear something else, quantum-centric warfare in the coming 5 years. So I don't know. We'll have to see how. But we have to be nimble and quick enough to absorb and adopt and adapt technologies going forward. I think I'll end here. Thank you very much for the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so
sorry
much.
I had to cut this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we move on to the next session, I would request Shri Nitin Gokhaleji to please felicitate all the panelists here. And now I request Air Marshal Bharti to please felicitate Shri Nitin Gokhaleji. Thank you so much, Shri Nitin Gokhaleji, and our distinguished panelist. Operation Sindoor proved that when India designs, develops, and deploys its own system, we don't just succeed, we dominate. And that spirit, that Atmanirbhar spirit, will guide every conversation at this summit. We now move to a session that charts the roadmap ahead. India's defense modernization roadmap. For that, I would like to invite Major General RPS Badhuria up on the stage. Major General RPS Badhuria is the Additional Director General of the Center for Land Warfare Studies. During his 36-year career, he commanded a mountain division on India's northern borders and raised a mountain corps. He specializes in strategic gaming and scenario-based exercises, regularly conducting them for the National Defense College. An expert in Indo-Pacific security, he has edited Transnational Terrorism, Evolving Threats and Responses. He holds an MPhil in National Security and attended Strategic Studies in Brazil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to invite our panelist, Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva. Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva is an experienced pilot with over 7,200 flying hours. He served as the commandant of the College of Defense Management and played a foundational role in raising the Defense Cyber Agency and Defense Space Agency. He holds a PhD and is a distinguished fellow at various think tanks, including USI and CAPS. A certified project manager, he has held key appointments in intelligence, policy planning, and force structuring across the joint services. Next, we have Srimati Smita Purushottam, is a former ambassador to Switzerland, the Holy See, and Venezuela. Throughout her distinguished career in the Indian Foreign Service, she served in Berlin, London, Beijing, Brussels, and Moscow. Post-retirement, she founded Sitara, Science, Indigenous Technology, and Advanced Research Accelerator. To foster a high-tech economy in India, she also launched the High-Tech Defense Innovation Forum at IDSA. She is a published author on economic reforms and innovation ecosystem and is fluent in Russian and French. And last panelist for this session is Rear Admiral Mohit Gupta. He is a specialist specialist in naval communication and electronic warfare, and a qualified submariner with 38 years of service. He served as the first Director General of the Defense Cyber Agency, a position he held for over 5 years. His command experience includes the submarines Shankush and Shishumar, as well as the frigate Bees. Academically, he holds multiple postgraduate degrees, including an MPhil in Defense Studies. He has held senior roles at IHQ MODN and served as Assistant Chief of Naval Staff Submarines before his retirement in June 2024. Now, ladies and gentlemen, India's armed forces are undergoing the most comprehensive modernization in our history. From fighter jets to cyber warfare capabilities, from indigenous aircraft carriers to hypersonic missiles, from quantum communication to AI-driven decision system. But modernization is not just about technology. It's about policy, procurement, partnerships, and speed. To explore this roadmap, we are privileged to have 4 strategic leaders who are shaping this transformation. Panelists, the floor is yours. India's defense future awaits your insights. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to this excellent seminar. And in this particular session, we will attempt to outline a comprehensive roadmap for the modernization of India's security architecture, focusing on integration of emerging technologies, creation of sustainable industrial capacities, which are becoming far more important now. We have seen this in the Ukraine war and also what has happened in the Middle East, and also a very disciplined fiscal framework, because we don't have unlimited money to spend on. And for this, we have 3 very eminent panelists who have been already introduced to you. So what I'm going to do is I'll make very brief remarks right in the beginning, and thereafter I'll request the panelists to speak, give their opening remarks for about 8 to 10 minutes, and then after that I wish to open the house for questions or remarks from the audience, because I would like you to participate, and in case there are any remarks that you wish to make or even seek any clarification, that you could do so from the very eminent panelist here. So my first point is that defense modernization must not be seen as a procurement exercise itself. However, it must now be seen as a strategic response to the structural changes which are taking in the warfare itself. So what are the changes taking place? Warfare is now becoming multi-domain operations. So all domains are being utilized for waging a kind of a operation or war against any particular country. Right now, Indian Army in particular, because I do not see any Army panelists, so I would talk about Indian Army a little more. So Indian Army in particular is modernizing under conditions which are very demanding. So what are those conditions? The first one is that we face the continental threats on both our borders, northern borders and the western borders. Right? We have adversaries with whom we have border disputes, and it's a nuclearized environment. All the 3 countries are nuclearized. So we have to do whatever we have to do under these conditions, which are very, very important. And also, not to forget that Pakistan is waging a proxy war. Then we have persistent grey zone operations from northern borders. China is engaged in grey zone operations, which cannot be attributed to, and which are all encompassing, from economic to cyber to so many other things. Then there are rapid technological diffusions taking place. Drones have come in, so they have to be absorbed, they have to be put in your strategies and utilized. And then we have finite fiscal elasticity, right? So we have to work under a particular budget. So now first, let me highlight the fiscal and strategic baseline. Now in 26-27 defense budget, the allocation has been 7.85 lakh crores,
which is the highest ever, of course, because it takes into consideration the inflation. Now, out of this, 2.19 crores is allocated for capital expenditure. Now, what is most important is that 75%, that is about 1.39 crores, is for acquisition budget and to be done from the domestic companies. So there is a huge market now available to all the defense companies to participate in the armed forces modernization. So this is a huge budget, right? But the real challenge is not allocation of the fiscal budget, as we see in the armed forces, but translating this spending into future relevant combat power. So how do we build capacities? What kind of capacities? What are the future wars going to be looking like? So we have to build capacities for that, right? So modernization is now a strategic necessity and not a budgetary choice. The nature of warfare has shifted, like I said. So therefore, we need to keep in tune with the changing nature of war. And attrition, not maneuver, has emerged as the dominant logic of warfare. Let me explain this. We had Taiwanese delegation coming to my institute, Claus, sometime back last week, and they were saying with China, you would have read that there are a lot of activities going on across Taiwan Strait. So what they were saying is China is actually indulging into a attrition warfare. So whenever they do something, we'll have to respond to that. So we are, spending our capacity, our military budgets, military equipment, and so many things on that. So there is a very silent attrition warfare going on. And in Ukraine warfare, the scale of the material consumption has been revealing. The ammunition, the drones, the spares, they have all exceeded the peacetime production capabilities. Ammunitions, excuse me, ammunitions were being procured from everywhere. Even Pakistanis were supplying ammunition. Even Chinese have exported ammunition to Ukraine, and this is a fact, right? So for our armed forces, this means that the modernization cannot solely focus on acquiring advanced platforms. It must instead prioritize systems of systems where sensors, shooters, communications, logistics, command structures function as a single resilient combat ecosystem. So therefore, the Indian Army is now moving from platform-centric to capability-centric force design. Now in that, historically we were replacing tanks with new version of tanks and things like that. Today the Army increasingly recognizes that the platforms generate combat powers only when embedded within the integrated capacity clusters. So this shift is institutionalized in the creation of Army Design Bureau and Army's capability development frameworks. So what Army has done is that we are now giving out the operational problems. For example, survivability under ISR saturation, decision making under electronic attacks, logistics under attrition, and then design solutions that integrate technology, doctrine, training, and sustenance. So they have given out almost about 150 problem statements. Now the success of this will lie in the number of concepts which move from prototype to induction within operationally relevant timeframes. We cannot wait endlessly. They have to be inducted, like what we had with the light tanks, Zorawar light tanks. They were inducted within a time frame of 2 years or something like that, which meets our operational requirement on the northern borders. Right. So with that, I will actually stop here and not carry on further. Only thing that I wish to highlight is that our industry also has to look for surge capacities, because this has become something very, very important. You might have capacities during peacetime, but when the war starts, if you cannot have a surge capacity, the country may suffer. And this we are seeing particularly so with, say, weapons like drones, right? You can manufacture something like, say, 10,000 drones today. But in the war, when the operations take place, you may require huge numbers, much more than what you are producing now. So that kind of a capacities should also be inbuilt in whatever we are planning. So I'll stop here, and what I'm going to now do is I'll request Air Marshal Seste to dwell a little more on the DAP 2026, which has just come out. You would have heard in the previous session, a mention was made of this. However, I would like him to give out a little more details of that so that you guys understand it and then you can work accordingly. So let me now invite Air Marshal Seste.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thanks a lot. I will not go on to this rostrum, though I had a script, I had everything to talk, but then I was told that it's better that we interact with all of you. So I'm going to give you some pointers which need to be researched, and only then the industry can actually infuse with the military. We're talking about DAP 2026. Admiral Sanjay in the morning mentioned that he's yet not read it. Obviously, it's a 600, 700 page document. It takes time out of our schedule to read, but it came out last Tuesday. Today is exactly 1 week, and we have been given only 3 weeks to read it and comment on it. So if we don't do it now, we've gone. That means whatever was there in our mind as industry, as academia, or as military, and it is not passed on to those who are actually writing the DAP 2026 is gone. So please go back home, quickly open this 700 page document and go through it and find out what you understand, especially the young academicians and the startups who are building something for this nation. So that's very important. This is the 8th in the series. This DAP, earlier it was known as Defense Procurement Procedure, now it's known as Defense Acquisition Procedure. This is the 8th in the series starting from 2002. So in 24 years, we've come out with 8 episodes. 3 have come out in this particular Atmanirbhar ecosystem or environment. That is 2016, 20 and now. No DAP has lasted this long as this 2020 has lasted for about 6 years, because the draft DAP 2020 came out in March 2020. To be precise, on 20th March it was launched. I will go into the contents a little later. It came out on 20th March 2020 for all of us to put our comments on. Again, 3 weeks, 4 weeks were given, but on 25th of March 2020, the nation went into lockdown. Everybody had enough time. The recipients and those who were supposed to send comments had enough time. And I was somehow involved with this DAP 2020 because I was the district PP and FD who was supposed to be somewhere engaged with this. I mean, they say that I'm a co-author. Yes, one of the chapters was written by me, and I sat through every deliberation. We received 10,000 pages of observation. That's 20 reams of paper is what we printed on the observations, which came from the industry, stroke academician, and the military. These are the two people, because military uses the equipment which is built by the industry. So both had observation. And we narrowed down to about 300 odd observations which were real concerns. And from there we came down to about 130 which were put up to the Raksha Mantri. Now you have only 3 weeks and there is no lockdown which I can foresee coming up. 1 week is gone. So ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gone into it, please do it fast. How much has the acquisition procedure changed from 2002 to 2020? Has the industry grown in last 24 years? Has the military demand gone up in last 22 years? If yes, then how much has the defense acquisition procedure aligned itself with it? That is what is to be seen. And to this thing, because I've immediately gone through this DAP 2026, compared it to 2020, semantics have changed, but I will come up with something different for you all, because a lot of new things have been introduced. They were there as hidden earlier, now they have come out in the open. We had a document by the name LTIPP, Long-Term Integrated Perspective Plan, which was made in 2012 and it was valid for 15 years. That means even today it is valid. There were only 3 copies made of that. One which was there with the Raksha Mantri in his office. The second one was with my boss sitting right here, and I took it from him to go through this document. General Rajeshwar is there. He was my boss when I was going through this document. I found a very interesting thing in this document. It had a long-term perspective plan of the Army, long-term perspective plan of the Navy, and the long-term perspective plan of the Air Force. There were 3 LTPPs which were supposed to be integrated by the headquarter IDS. Now headquarter IDS had a 3-star as his head, and the 3 services had the 4-star as their head. So the Naval Chief, Army Chief and Air Chief obviously told the CISC, you dare not change what I have given, obviously. The requirement of Navy will be known to the Naval Chief, and the requirement of the Army will be known to the Army Chief. And those days in 2011, 10-11, when this document was written for 12 to 27, each went in a different way. And like in the morning, General Ajay was mentioning that we are going platform-centric. That document is platform-centric. I want so-and-so ship. I want so-and-so gun. I want so-and-so aircraft. I think time has come to now talk about capability. I'll give you an example. When Uri happened, I was that time in NTRO, and I was asked to move our drones to Pathankot. Same drones which were there with the Army and the Air Force to do the surveillance of that area, which was already being done by the Army and the Air Force. So why was NTRO drones brought there? Reason was the Air Force and the Army drones could fly only 200 kilometers or 250 kilometers in that kind of a terrain. However, the NTRO drones could go up to 2,000 kilometers. So I sat with the 2 concerned DG AO, DG MO, and I said, this is the map across on the western side. Tell me where all you can't see so that I can go there. So basically what I did, we identified the capability gap and worked towards it. And now the entire border was servable. Where Air Force was going, we didn't have to go. Where the Army was going, we didn't have to go. We went where the... And we found a radar which was operating in a place where Army and Air Force was not going. And we got the frequencies of the radar, handed over to the concerned people, and it was an eye-opener that even India didn't know that Pakistan was operating a radar from there. So what I want to tell you is, time has come to actually write down the threat perception, which we are doing it beautifully. Thereafter, find out what capability do we want, and then identify the capability void. Just too bad, in some form or the other, the services will have to declassify this capability void to the industry. And the industry will thereafter have to work how to bridge this gap, be it satellite, be it drone, be it aeroplane, be it human being sitting on a balloon. I don't care. I will just tell you the capability gap as military. Please fill that gap, because you are the mind which can work in any direction. Earlier we thought aeroplanes are required. You will be surprised. Do you know how we were doing border surveillance? We had a transport aircraft with the side door fully open and a human being tied to the belts with a camera on his body and clicking and making movie of the border. This is how because the requirement was surveillance of the border. That was the capability void. How it is going to be filled up with technology tomorrow is left to you. So my take today for all of you is, let's find the capability voids and work as a young generation to fill those voids with what you have in your mind. So you have to come on board by actually filling the capability voids, instead of me telling you, okay, give me a drone of that kind, that kind. Sorry, I'm a war fighter. Leave me alone. Why should I think about it? Navy, while building ships for the last 75 years, is in a different format. They have team which has actually gone into that. The rest of the Army and the Air Force haven't gone. We open up internet and try to find out what is there. I should just give you the capability void, and rest the industry should do. For that, there is a methodology which I have. We'll discuss it when we have some question answers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And now I'll turn to Ambassador Purushottam for structural reforms to defense modernization, because she's been working on this subject for a long time, and I would request ma'am to give out.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor for me to be here. And I thank USI and the organizers for inviting me. This is a subject which we've been working on since 2011, since we launched the High Tech Defense Innovation Forum. Although that forum it does not exist anymore for reasons that I don't want to go into right now, but we've reincarnated ourselves as SITARA, the Science, Indigenous Technology and Advanced Research Accelerator. This is the most opportune time to talk about, everybody's talking about modernization, but we have been focusing on modernization through indigenization. And the question I asked, this huge slew of imports that have just been announced, seems to indicate that our indigenization efforts have not reached the level that they could have. And I just want to illustrate that by taking off from what you said, Dr. Sachdev. Very interesting, because one of our members, by the way, everything I'm saying here is an expression of the collective wisdom of the group, SITARA, not my own original insight. And one of our members had gone to Galwan post the operations, because as you know, we don't have the capability apparently for monitoring, though we have the most expensive predators, we have satellite observation, we have SIGINT, and yet we rely on the shepherds to tell us when there's an intrusion in Kargil or in Galwan. And you said that you have to hang people outside your helicopters to do border surveillance. So we had actually proposed data fusion capabilities, for which we have the expertise here in India. We have companies which do this, so that all this data can be fused and then actually relate to the commander on the ground. So this is one capability which is very simple. We have the capabilities, but we don't have the integration capacity or just the conversation between different arms of the armed forces. That's just, just as a preliminary, I wanted to mention that. You see, today everybody is talking about new technologies and very, very stringent arms, weapons technology requirements. And very diverse battlegrounds. For example, the lightning strike in Venezuela, the protracted conflict in Ukraine and Gaza, and the very short duration but intense conflict in Operation Sindoor. The one thing characterizing all of them is extreme escalation of lethality due to application of new technologies, whether they're AI or operating in a data-centric, network-centric, data-rich architecture. And these are the kind of capabilities that we have to now indigenize, because, again, unless our equipment talks to each other, which our foreign imported weapons park cannot do unless they are reworked and all sorts of upgrades, very expensive upgrades are undertaken. Unless we indigenize from the ground up, we cannot do it. Now, during our experience, we've interacted with two defense ministers, Srimati Sitaraman and Dr. Mohan Parikar. We've interacted with defense secretaries, with defense production secretary, with DG acquisitions, and also, of course, with our members who comprise industry, economists, etc. And we have got some, I do believe, some granular understanding of the impediments in our system. Now, this is not to run down the wonderful work that both our armed forces, our industry, and our ministries have done. Everyone seems to be completely intent on bringing Atmanirbharta to fruition, but I think the thinking may need adjustment. So, for example, one of the things that we have noticed is that we have this defense acquisition procedure which we keep tinkering with, eight versions of it. Now, I went to a seminar abroad and I found that all the other major defense producing countries have defense production procedures which are called research, development and acquisition. So they start from R&D and then they go on to acquisitions. We start with acquisitions and therefore it's an import mindset. So I think that is one issue that we flagged to the Defense Ministry and to IDS HQ several times to have a look at. We did have some draft production procedure, but it never really took off. That's one. The second thing is the single vendor issue apparently is going to be handled. So that's very important, because in any country, a single vendor with a unique patented product should be a strategic asset for the country. In our system, it dies a complete death in the procurement process because of paralysis. Nobody wants to go out on a limb and procure from a single vendor, even though he's proven, he's got export markets, he's been, it's been quite frustrating. Then, of course, it's the risk-averse nature of the bureaucracy itself. I'm not blaming any particular bureaucrat, ministry, integrated finance, but nobody in the bureaucracy can afford to take a risk. So you can't give something as critical as defense production to a bureaucracy. So we have a solution for that. I'm coming to that. And the iterative nature of defense innovation means failure, success, failure, and several steps leading to that, including the death valley. And we don't seem to have a system capable of navigating all these bridges. So we have suggested to Defense Ministry and to IDS HQ a different kind of approach. And this approach, by the way, has been already trialed in the highway sector and in many other sectors of the Indian economy, which is to leverage government equity in a defense fund of funds. And this would then leverage a capital at several multiples of what the government has taken. Government doesn't have actually to put any money into this. The Anusandhan Research Foundation has come out also with some sort of a RDI scheme, but that requires a 50% commitment from the private sector partner. And that, by the way, I totally agree with the comments of Dr. Mahindru, who spoke before us, Vice Admiral Mahindru, who talked about, the DPSUs not innovating. I have it from a former defense secretary who told us that they do not innovate and they basically do not, we had tried to do something about that, it didn't work out. But this is absolutely true that we need to have the private sector more involved in this. And through this fund of funds, we can look at the model of InQtel, which is the strategic venture capital fund that the CIA has launched. And companies like Anduril and Palantir and Shield AI with absolutely lethal technologies have been incubated through this strategic venture capital fund. Why strategic venture capital and not just conventional venture capital? Because those are profit oriented, they see quick exits, whereas a strategic patient capital fund would be able to withstand, say, a 12-year, 20-year time horizon and nurture a company in the private sector, hopefully, and also in the public sector if it can rise up to the challenge, and then come up with a genuine defense industrial base. The CI also insists, by the way, InQtel insists on technology retention, on IPR retention, and therefore what Mrs. Chawla spoke about, the huge exodus, the brain drain, that can also be tackled once you have a fund that nurtures capabilities in India. Along with this, we also have, as per the platform and capability issue, we have actually suggested component-driven procurement, because people are talking about procurement not being the solution. It is the solution, and it's not just in China. In the United States, procurement has been used as a very powerful industrial policy tool to nurture high-tech capabilities. If you look at the history of aircraft development, of semiconductors even, it is really the American Air Force, and Defense Department, semiconductors, computers, etc. They are the ones who have invested. There's a wonderful book by Vernon Rutten, Is War Necessary for Growth? Because somebody else was talking about the relationship between war and the economy, which could be looked at in this regard. A lot of it is because of the American defense procurement system. So it's not just a communist country, it's also free market economies which use procurement as a tool, and this is a very useful thing for us to emulate in terms of the structure of the InQtel. So we've gone for, we've also suggested component level indigenization, because what's happening really when you give tender to for a platform to a DPSU or anyone, they still continue to white label their imported components. So that means that your import bill stays very high. There's very little indigenization going on. It's basically screwdriver technology. So what we need to do is go at the, somebody mentioned sensors. We need to have, a greater production of sensors, of drones, and such capabilities. I mean, I think Russia and Ukraine are expending 10,000 drones in one day. So the surge capability also could be taken care of. So component level, we've also suggested that we should have a legal architecture. Again, this is not a communist thing. This is America. America has a very robust legal architecture to promote Atmanirbharta in the United States. So we have suggested that we should also erect this. A few directives here and there on Make in India are not cutting it, because mostly ministries are ignoring it. Tender specifications are created with a cut and paste job from major vendors, and so Atmanirbharta goes on the back foot. So we would posit that the recent flood of imports has been occasioned because we are not looking creatively enough to restructure our defense innovation ecosystem, which is what Sitara is devoted to. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Let me to Admiral Gupta for his initial comments, and then we'll open the house for questions.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm acutely aware that the session stands between you and your lunch, so we shall be brief. Since the session theme is India's defense modernization roadmap, I will just flag certain issues. We have heard very eminent personalities who have given their views as to what is right, what is wrong, but predominantly it comes to fore that we have a lot of money, we have a lot of institutions, we have a lot of capabilities, but still something is amiss. Now when you see an orchestra which has got very good individual players who are good violinists, who play good guitar, who may be playing a good cello or something, but if they are not being conducted by one central guy, the conductor, and they are syncing together, obviously you will not have the symphony which is good. So I think that is the point where we are missing out. So I would say that the defense forces know very well that we have to provide a range of capabilities to our political masters at a future date. And they have made plans for that this is the platform they want or this is the capability they want. But unfortunately, the revolution in military affairs, which we think of will bring warfighting capabilities to us, is not the solution for winning a conflict. You cannot win a conflict in today's context in India unless you have a revolution in bureaucratic affairs. And when I say revolution in bureaucratic affairs, everyone is mentioning about the fact that we need to get the procedures right. And that is where that man with the conductor of the orchestra comes in. So unless you are able to sync the industry, the academia, the think tanks and the users, you cannot have that. It was brought out by Admiral Mahindru that defense procurement is not like buying irons or buying soaps or something. Unfortunately, we are treating defense procurement like that. We want a product which is already ready-made. We want to do tendering for a range of products. And as Mrs. Purushottam brought about that, we have that L1 syndrome, and if you land up into a single vendor situation, no one wants to touch it. The fact is that cutting edge technology for which you have to fight a war sometime later is not available. There is no ready-made product which is of cutting edge technology. Second, when you develop a technology, for every 10 failures, there is going to be one success. And I think it was amply brought out by the panelists in the morning that the system or the procedure should have a way of accepting that fact that there will be failures in development, and you have to live with that. Thirdly, when you have a set of SQRs for large platforms which have development and build periods, for example, a naval ship, from the time it is conceptualized to the time of the first delivery can take about 10 to 12 years. How can you write a SQR today, which is complete, which is frozen, do the tendering for that, and you are getting a capability which is 12 years hence? It's just not prudent to do that. So there has to be a system which accepts all these necessities and then carries on with the things. It was brought out today that, like I think Mrs. Purushottam was concerned that if we had achieved so much of indigenization, how is it we are buying that huge amount of things like Rafale still? Because the moment the Rafale comes in India, we are looking at it for next 50 years, right? So the fact is that are you getting the source code? From what we understand in the open media is that possibly the API level integration code is coming, but not the full source code. So you cannot be fighting a winning war with weapons sourced from abroad. You have to have your own indigenous systems. And I'm proud that at least one service had the vision. So in the Indian Navy, we invested in it a long time back. More than 55 years back, we invested in the Naval Design Bureau, And today, the Indian Navy is one of the unique institutions which has a complete design capability from the most advanced nuclear submarines to aircraft carriers. We design in India. We make our own, we designed our, of course, with the help of industry partners, academia and DRDO, we've developed a capability where the entire hull materials are being made in India. And now we are moving to the third phase where we are trying to indigenize propulsion systems, right? So this is the capability you require, and this is how you have to proceed to sort of get to a point where you can do anything. VESI was being spoken about, a unique naval institution which has developed very unique capabilities, not only for the Navy, but for many institutions in the country. Now, I'll give you one success story of VESI. We started making, the heart of a naval platform is the combat management system, right? Where all the inputs from the sensors and all the commands to the shooters and all decision making takes place. And today all external inputs from cooperating units also come. Now, there was a time when we started making some very basic combat management systems. But today, VESI has evolved to a point where they have Lego block technologies, right? So you have a chart server, you have a timing server, you have a navigation server. So all these capabilities, depending on the platform, from the biggest ship to the smallest boat, depending on the application, now a new ship comes in, it just gets integrated very, very fast. Because there has been a core R&D which has been done. There is an IPR which is there with you. You have the source code with you. And anything comes, you can just tweak it. Any new sensor comes, any new weapon comes, as long as the interfaces are known, there is no problem in interfacing it. So this is the capability which we require. Otherwise, we will just keep on repeating the loop that you go from one platform acquisition and say that, no, this is the last one, and after 20 years we repeat it. Second thing which I think all wars have taught, probably we forgot the lessons from Second World War, and now we are learning from the Ukraine conflict, is the industrial capability which should be sustained in the country. It was talked that we should have, first of all, capabilities, secondly, a surge capacity. Now, for any defense analyst, if you see the rate of consumption of ammunition, which is there in the Ukraine conflict, the entire West's supply chain is overwhelmed. They are not able to supply shells to Ukraine, right? Whereas Russia somehow, with not much of support, is able to cope up. Because one is that they kept on going their defense productions at a slow rate. Like in a peacetime, you cannot see, if you, for example, if you have a warship building program, now you give 4 ships to order, it will be there for 10 years. Now, after that, maybe that kind of ship Navy will procure after 20 years. So what happens to that capacity which is lying, which has been created and which is lying idle for next 20 years? So you have to have slow rate production going on so that it can be surged. Secondly, you have to look for exports. And exports will come to you only on 2 counts. One is that your own products are being used by your own defense forces, and they have been demonstrated that they have been successful. And thank God Operation Sindoor happened, and we have demonstrated that our own production, our own indigenous systems have been successful. That's why we are getting orders from all over the world. And the second thing is that we don't have to treat businesses as something bad. In fact, it is courtesy the private businesses that we have been able to come to this great nation, not entirely because of the public sector. So the private industry has to be considered as a Navratna more than our own DPSUs, which has been brought out. I think once these issues are sorted out, and that revolution in bureaucratic affairs typically it truly happens rather than piecemeal tinkering of procedures which adds one more layer rather than removing the layers. We will achieve force modernization, and that too by indigenous means.
So thank you very much. I will turn to Air Marshal Sachdev for just one question, since the DAP 26 has just come out and he has analyzed it. That to what extent, because implementation is something what we are lacking. everyone is talking about, we all know what is to be done. We all know the needs of armed forces, but we are not somehow able to implement things. So I would just turn to him and ask him, to what extent has this DAP 26 able to overcome these problems which we have been talking about for so many years?
That's what everybody will be looking forward to from the military and the industry. What I could read between the lines in the DAP 26 is that they have reduced the timelines in most of the cases where something which is already in use, be it with us, be it somewhere else, for that the timelines have been actually shrunk, because there is no point picking up that equipment which is already being used by some other agency or being used by us to go through the whole process again. So like the repeat orders, the time has been reduced. But integrating the startups and the MSME and the new items which are coming up, the route is the IDEX. And the challenges which the services are putting up, like the Deputy Chief in the morning mentioned that 150 such innovative ideas are already moving around. And in this DAP, you're going to handhold the particular industry which has been picked up by the Air Force, let's say, for next 5 years. That means he's going to get an assured order for 5 years if he's picked up. Secondly, they've done the IT and the software. Because you can't, IT and the software, like what Mohit was mentioning, changes every 2 to 3 years, 4 years. It's outdated. So you have to not waste time there. So they've shortened the timelines there and actually said, okay, if you're working with somebody for an IT thing, pick him up, 4 years, and the whole thing is out and the new product is coming in. So this DAP has brought in a lot of such things which are going to reduce the timelines. But still the timelines are huge. 66 weeks from the time you throw an RFI out to the AONs. That's a huge timeline, 1.5 to 2 years. And exactly what Mohit was mentioning, by that you can't think 12 years ahead. You're thinking of something 3 to 4 years from now. And 3 to 4 years again you have to move on. But a lot of such things have been brought in this DAP. But I'm yet to actually add up all the timelines to see how much time it's going to take. Because it used to take 300 weeks earlier. Now if it's reduced to 100 weeks, that means we've done something. But is that good enough for the services? I am suggesting something in the other forum on a portal. Let's say there is a child or a student in an IIT or in an institution, he's thought of something that I can do this. How about bringing it to me right away? That means the military knows what you're thinking, what an MSME is developing, what the product is, and it's available on a portal. I've just sent a paper to ma'am on the WhatsApp also that there is, you have a portal, whoever is thinking of something can be captured there. I've given a format how to capture that particular thing. Now, I'm the Vice Chief of the Army Staff, Air Staff and the Navy, who is supposed to be the war fighter. He knows the entire capability requirement against a particular threat, and he also knows his capability gaps. He opens this portal and sees that this gap is being filled up by the following who are already there on the portal. Maybe something is not developed, but he's got something in his mind. Let's click to him, go down to him and see what is he doing. Is it worth for the military to fill up this? For that, I'll have to keep the DAP away. That means the Vice Chief is allowed to interact with these people. This DAP permits that you can interact with the subject matter expert. You can interact before coming to the DAP with all these people and actually then handhold him for next 5 years to develop a product for you, or maybe 2 years, 3 years, whenever you want that. Because every threat is got a date to manifest. If so-and-so adversary is doing this, this particular action of his could happen 2 years, 3 years from now. And I have a gap there. This is known to the military. Who in the environment is filling up that gap? That particular connect if happens, instead of we going out and telling people, mujhe kuch bana ke to aap kya bana rahe, how do we fill, exactly what both of them were mentioning. Here, the entire list is available to the Vice Chief and he sees how he can fill up those gaps. I think that's one of the solutions which I'm giving, and the DAP is actually moving towards that. If a company is built in, if an industry is in India, if a company is in India, he's giving the business to India, he's giving taxes in India, the company is actually giving jobs to Indian. It owns an IPR. How did he get that IPR? How am I concerned? As long as it is registered under the Indians Company Act and the IPR is owned by him, that's it. I'm happy with it. Usne chori kara, kya kara, that's his bloody problem. But he's put it on the Indian Company Act and said, this is my IPR, I own it today. That's it today. Indigenization content. Who is an expert to find out whether 50%, 60% has it happened or not happened? I'm a war fighter. Why am I being put into that? This particular thing, owning an IPR, has come in the DAP 26. That means things are moving towards that. But we need to really go fast because the industry, very few startups out of the lakhs of startups are coming towards defense because he doesn't know what is his future. This DAP is doing something towards that. I hope it actually, like you're saying, sir, execution will be seen in the next 3 to 4 years, whether this DAP, because DPP 16 was done by Mr. Manohar Parrikar by going across the country, because 2014-15 we announced that we'll be Atmanirbhar or self-sufficiency or Make in India project. 2016 he went around the whole country and found out and then sat and wrote that DPP. It was a changed DPP from the previous ones. Now within 45 months that DPP went through 45 amendments. Not because that DPP was written poorly, sorry, the DPP was very good. But the industry was moving so fast and the adversaries were moving so fast that we had to bring changes to that DPP. That is when we went into DAP 2020, which is 6 years old. So let's see how this DAP unfolds.
Thank you very much. Anything, ma'am, or Mohit, you want to add? Right. So anyone who wishes to ask a question or any remark or anything? I can see a hand here. So, okay, you, and then after that you, right. Yeah, please identify yourself and then you can ask.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Namadita. I am from Center for Joint Warfare Studies.
Just put your mic up.
So, as the esteemed panelists talking about enhancing the capability of Indian defense system. So, my question is, with the increasing role of artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, and cyber capabilities in warfare, how is India integrating emerging technologies into its modernization roadmap? Thank you.
One more question I'll take from there, and then I'll throw it open to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Raju Upalapati. One thing that I wanted to add a little bit with what Smita madam added, especially the brain gain from other countries. I'd like to add a little bit more. All the people that are going from IITs and everything to US or anywhere, I think things are changing a little bit there, especially with all the strict things going on and everything. Maybe something that would be helpful just for the people coming in from outside who will be able to bring in a lot more the latest technologies that would be a lot more helpful. So that's what I wanted to add. Maybe that may be recommended in the next DVP or something like that.
Okay, thank you. So ma'am, would you, or anyone would like to answer this thing?
As far as integration of future technologies in our conventional warfighting is concerned, that probably was your question. That how are we integrating future technologies like cyber, space and all. So you are, I think, acutely aware that India has been thinking of it for a long time. Today we have a defense cyber agency, a defense space agency, we have high power computing mission of the armed forces. These things have come out in the public domain. So we are acutely engaged with that, and what you saw as a trailer in Operation Sindoor was orchestrated and could be orchestrated, because all these future warfare technologies, not only within the defense forces, but from many agencies in the country were brought together synergetically to deliver the punch. So it's happening, and as you see in the future, it's going to happen more and more.
Right. Thank you. I'll just take one or two more questions. There was somebody there. Yeah, please. Yeah, no, he was remarking. He just made a remark.
Good afternoon, respected panel. My name is Chirag. We manufacture shock mitigating seats for Vande Bharat, Amrit Bharat projects. We've been looking to foray into the defense manufacturing. So I had a question for you, as ma'am rightly pointed out, is that it's a problem that I face as a subsystem manufacturer. The platform integrators are being left to decide component sourcing, and they are importing instead of indigenizing. We make driver seats for Vande Bharat and Amrit Bharat. We want to make it for the Navy, for the Army, but there's no structured pathway for us to enter. Does the DAP 2026 actually solve this, or does it leave component manufacturers dependent on whether a prime contractor chooses to call us or not?
A very good concern of yours, because when the Air Force, Navy, Army is giving orders, sit. We are looking into a platform. Now, a platform, a big weapon system will have a lot of sub-assemblies and tier 2, tier 3 vendors and so on who will be manufacturing things. We are not dictating that term, the DAP doesn't dictate that. However, the DRDO is doing it. If DRDO has actually designed particular thing which is not at their level, so they hand over to the tier 2, tier 3 vendor. The only thing the armed forces with General Rajeshwar here, we fought and told the DRDO, don't charge you anything for this IPR. For 1 rupee that IPR was coming to you. I remember we did it about 5-6 years ago. That because DRDO has got money for R&D. They've got the money for R&D. They've done something. Now they don't want to go into manufacturing of that. They hand over the IPR to you. They hand over the design to you for 1 rupee, and thereafter you go ahead and thereafter you invest into it. A big opportunity for you today is, everybody is talking about Rafales coming. We just heard that. Why are we buying it from outside? 3 lakh crore worth of order for Rafales gone, and they have promised 30% of the components of the Rafales will be made in India. That is 1 lakh crore worth of components are going to be made in India. Go into that, see what components they're going to share and make it in India, and then get into that firm. I think that's the smartest route for a young entrepreneur like you or a young industries like you to go in, because the Dasu company which is making Rafales is 97 years they've spent in building aeroplanes. Now, we can't suddenly say, okay, India will build aeroplanes today. We're not even 75 years old. So 97 years they have been building aeroplanes, sold it to 90 countries, 10,000 platforms. We are far away from that. So we will have to go into technology which is there. In the meantime, parallelly we do this. But for you who've already given to Vande Bharat and you want to get into it, these are the platforms. Go into the net, keep looking for them, and you will find something which will give you a breakthrough.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, I'm actually going to refer to what you said. He said that there's a 2-week window for you to give suggestions. So you could quickly give your suggestions, to the concerned authorities. And one thing we did in the telecom sector, we created a list, of criteria for measuring local content. I mean, that company had to certify that they had fulfilled all these criteria to qualify for the 50% local content. So maybe I can share that with you, and you can at least give your own suggestions. Obviously, this is just a sort of guidance.
Thank you. With that, I'll close this session. And I'll thank the panelists for their excellent remarks and interacting with the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. But before you step down off the stage, I would like to request Major General R.P.S. Badhuria to please felicitate all the panelists here. And you guys, I hope you are still awake. You still have the energy. Can you please put your hands together so that I can also understand whether you are energetic? Oh, thank you so much. That brings energy to me also. Thank you so much, Major General. Check. Now I request Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva to please felicitate our moderator. And thank you so much, distinguished panelists, for this enlightening roadmap. Modernization is no longer a choice, it is a survival imperative. And India is not just catching up, we are leaping ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch. Please proceed to the dining hall where a curated menu awaits you. Networking continues, conversation deepens, partnerships begin. We reconvene here at 2 p.m. sharp for our next session on the future of unmanned warfare. Enjoy your meal, enjoy the conversations, and we will see you back here at 2 p.m. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch and we are all set for the afternoon sessions. So in a while we are about to begin this after lunch sessions. So I request everyone to please settle down and please put your phones on silent mode or vibration mode. Thank you so much. Welcome back, delegates. I trust you have had enriching conversation over lunch because the afternoon sessions dive even deeper into the technologies redefining modern combat. And nothing is redefining warfare faster than unmanned system. Drones, autonomous vehicles, robotic soldiers, swarming technologies, AI-driven combat decisions. India is no longer a spectator in this domain. We are becoming a global force. To discuss the future of unmanned warfare, we have a powerful powerhouse panel. For that, I would like to invite the moderator of this session, Lieutenant General Devendra Pratap Pandey. Served the Indian Army for over 42 years, notably as the Corps Commander of the Chinar Corps in Kashmir. He completed 7 combat tours in Kashmir and commanded units in Siachen and Eastern Ladakh. A TEDx speaker and prolific strategic analyst, he has appeared on over 180 podcasts and authored reflections on strategy. He holds a master's from the National Defense University, USA, and retired as a commandant of the Army War College. He is currently a council member of USI. He is a recipient of Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Uttam Yuddha Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, and Vishisht Seva Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Lieutenant General Devendra Pratap Pandey. Thank you so much. Next, I was about to say this. Next, we have Shri Yashwant Reddy, who is the CEO of Unmanned. Shri Yashwant Reddy is the co-founder and CEO of Unmanned, a defense tech startup focusing on intelligent drones for contested environments. He previously co-founded Aereo, India's first commercial drone startup, and F-Drones in Singapore, which pioneered autonomous aerial deliveries for the maritime sector. He holds a master's degree in aerospace engineering from IIT Bombay. His expertise lies in scaling drone technology across mapping, logistics, and defense sector globally. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Yashwant Reddy. Next, we have Rear Admiral Girish Kumar Garg, specialized in gunnery and missiles during his 37 years career in the Indian Navy. He was the primary architect of the Navy's Maritime Capabilities Perspective Plan, MCPP, and the MOD's Tri-Service Technology Roadmap. His command experience includes guided missiles, destroyers, and the oversight of Greenfield Naval Base project valued at over $7 billion US. A recipient of the Vishisht Seva Medal, he holds multiple MPhil degrees and is an expert in defense acquisitions. Ladies and gentlemen, Rear Admiral Girish Kumar Garg. Next, we have Air Marshal G.S. Bedi, is a former fighter pilot with over 3,700 accident-free flying hours. He was awarded the Vayu Sena Medal for gallantry during the Kargil conflict. His senior appointments included Air Advisor in London, AOC Jammu and Kashmir, and Director General Inspection and Safety at Air HQ. He is an alumnus of the National Defense College and commanded a frontline Mirage 2000 base. He is a recipient of the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal and Vishisht Seva Medal for his distinguished service. Ladies and gentlemen, Air Marshal G.S. Bedi. And last but not the least, we have Air Vice Marshal Ashish Singh, was commissioned into the Indian Air Force's fighter stream in 1991 with over 4,000 flying hours on aircraft including the MiG-21, Mirage 2000 and Searcher remotely piloted aircraft. He is a highly experienced pilot commanding a fighter squadron, a forward base and a wing alongside various key staff appointments. Currently he serves as the Assistant Chief of the Air Staff Operations Remote at Air Headquarters. Academically, he holds a BSc from Delhi University and MSc in Defense Studies from Madras University and a PhD in Military Strategy from the School of Advanced Air and Space Studies, Montgomery. He is the recipient of Vishisht Seva Medal and Vayu Sena Medal. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the panelists, the battlefield is yours. Show us the future.
Good afternoon. I hope you don't deep dive into your seats after a great lunch. As I had less time, so I couldn't have enough lunch, and therefore I'll be quite awake. And I wish I could have given space to an unmanned system to speak about today's unmanned talk, and that would be possibly a future. Maybe I'll be lounging in somewhere beach and an unmanned system will be giving this talk to an unmanned audience. I'm a very interesting selection for a moderator, you know, because I'm an army man. I'm also from infantry. So today, on future of unmanned system, a manned system is going to be talking about. And that's a huge contradiction and a threat for future of people like us. But it's laughable, but extremely serious future for which we need to actually prepare and start looking hard now onwards. From massed armies, which were about not more than about 100 years back, to precision, small, smart, agile forces, to unmanned systems, and a future of unmanned system wherein very little intervention of humans will be required, is something good but equally dangerous. And we need to look at it because the trust from man to machine is shifting very rapidly. A few broad constructs for today's talk will be the transition is today uncontrollable. So a lot of people will talk about ethical guidelines. They will say we need not do this. We must have principles. We heard today in the opening remarks as well. But the challenge is that when you start weighing with your principles, the cultural, civilizational ethos, and then you look at the bad world, you'll always find the bad world is going to win and subsume. And therefore, while we need that balance, this uncontrollable pace of transition towards unmanned system needs to be harnessed, and we need to be participatory in full-fledged. We need to actually plunge into this stuff. It is today not human-led, it is tech-led. And with AI intervention which is happening, virtually human control in evolution of technology and the way it is going to emerge. If you just take the mind-shaping system of cognitive warfare, which is the recent addition as a sixth domain of warfare, you realize that it is the AI which is going to drive. So therefore, tech is going to drive the evolution of the future tech, and humans may not be able to retain control. And therefore, as you look at future, we need to balance this out. We have no choice but to compete. We are quite a couple of decades behind, but with the speed and the pace which the first quarter of the century, of 21st century has shown, the inflection point is gone. And therefore, somewhere we need to find a way to actually leapfrog and be part of this evolution of the future of unmanned system so that we can actually keep pace with the rest. More importantly, the first and second powers of the world. Is possible. We need to possibly work hard, but I think it's doable. AI, robotics, advanced sensors, secure communications, they continue to mature and they are transitioning from remotely controlled towards tools to increasingly autonomous decision-making platforms. The future of unmanned systems is not only saving myself from doing household chores like dusting, brooming, and maybe cleaning the floors while I can deploy the robotics after my retirement, but it also requires a structural transformational change and shift for our organizations to actually use the legal frameworks which are required. We have the governance challenges which ensure that, which are halting us from progressing the way we need to progress. These issues require to be addressed very, very proactively. While the responsibility rests on the military, on the industry, I think one element which is missing in our picture is the academia. Somewhere the industry and the military has to step forward and find the governmental support to get the academia involved deeply into looking at unmanned systems, because that is where our future is going to be vested in, and we must invest in them so that they can look at our future for tomorrow. I must also share that while as a soldier and as a human, we have been at the pain point of the enemy's effect of technology, right? And therefore, we must, and at least I am quite aware today that unlike 20, 25 years back, wherein horizontally one could hide from the enemy, you can also hide behind some cover from the vertical side. Today, humans and soldiers are naked from 360 degrees. You may like to get into subsurface, you may like to get inside the water, you may try and find the most thickest of concrete, but there are systems which are evolving, they will be able to find you, and it may not be a physical presence of a human being or a soldier to find. There are systems which are available in the world which will ensure that no place is there to hide. Ukrainians and Russians are finding hard to hide themselves, and everything which is being done is through unmanned systems. We need to focus on that. And therefore, due to the benefits of protecting human lives, exploiting civil dual-use technology, using these unmanned systems which can actually benefit maybe agriculture, maybe space exploration, maybe so many other places, but we need to use it also to military so that we can scale up, we can profit in the future by exploiting the technologies which are emerging, the cutting-edge technology that has become imperative. What I'll do is, as on my panel, we have people from Air Force and Navy, the least important today's environment, and we heard the speech today, where Air Force has taken the lead in Operation Sindoor. Indian Army used to be always the most talked about this thing, and therefore on the panel I'm the only guy who's available to talk about infantry. I'll just speak a little about the roles in which the land domain is going to be working on. I just want to talk of that we need to ensure that soldier exposure in high risk urban, jungle, and any other terrain is reduced. We can use today very ably autonomous supply, resupply operations. We can have robotic breaching and obstacle clearing systems, which we are already developing, and they are in some stages of progress. We can always develop semi-autonomous defense system. I was deployed in Kashmir, and there were places where we had deployed security systems in the live fences where you could monitor actually sitting in a room what is happening onto the fence. But we need to go beyond all that in especially in the armed forces. And that is wherein a future lies for unmanned system. And I am looking for a machine-only tactical assault systems, which may have ethical implications, but there is no getting away from it. And I just want you to think about wherein an autonomous system can actually identify targets via AI. They can select engagement parameters. They can coordinate a swarm kind of a behavior. And they can carry out strikes with very minimal human interface. I just want to draw your attention towards Operation Spiderweb, which was launched by the Ukrainians about a year back, deep into Russia. Very little human interface. They destroyed virtually 30% of the strategic lift capability of nuclear assets of the Russians in just few hours of letting go of kamikaze drones. And they were all managed from certain degree of distance. And that is the power of the future of unmanned system. One is also looking, there's a future in maneuver warfare being conducted by ground-based unmanned system wherein they can carry out identification of enemy, they can carry out large-scale maneuver of unmanned systems to breach defenses, and thereafter, possibly in some time, to continue to surveil an environment, to continue to dominate by putting certain unmanned soldiers onto the ground and secure the land space, after which, when it's completely sealed, put in human assets if required at all to capture territory, occupied territory, or even secure areas of mines, something like, when you go to looking at the Arctic or Greenland, capture of Greenland by the US, they actually don't need to use too much of manpower to actually dominate, look after that area. They just require unmanned systems. And that's the future even for land domain. I will cede the space to my eminent panelist. Almost everybody has been talked of by our speaker before me. And I'll first invite Shikanzi to come and please talk to us about what has been your challenges about Aishuntam. Come. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. What an honor to be part of this panel. The distinguished panel members here bring a lot of first-hand operational insights from real battlefields. I don't have those many insights, but my perspective is generally shaped by, from a technology point of view, seeing what some of the world's best defense tech companies are working towards, where serious capital is flowing towards which technology, and from there projecting what might happen 5 years or 10 years down the line, thereby, of course, charting my own roadmap as a young startup to begin with. But to talk about, before we dwell into the future of unmanned warfare, I think it's only right to quickly revisit how, at the end of the day, how have we arrived at this place, right? So, there's no better place to start than the Russia-Ukraine conflict that we have all been talking about. The last few years, to think about it, right? So it's just been 3 to 4 years. But it is feeling like it's an eternity, right? So 2022 is when this conflict started, and the last 3-4 years, the kind of transformation that we've seen in the whole of defense and security landscape, unprecedented. We've not seen something like that since World War II, right? So if you think of, if I can, bring you back to the first few days of that conflict, it was extremely conventional. You have traditional tanks, artillery, mostly trench warfare and all of these things dominating, the first few days. In fact, you would recall some of the images where you would see armored columns from Russia stretching about 30 kilometers in wide open fields, right? So now here we are in 2026. That's all gone. The battlefield does not look anything close to that particular scene, because drones have simply turned the battlefield into a very, very transparent front. I mean, like Sir said, mostly soldiers are feeling naked nowadays. So that's quite a lot of transformation to happen within within just 2-3 years, right? 3 to 4 years time. And just to give you a glimpse of the enormity of this transformation, so I mean, drones have definitely far surpassed conventional arms as battlefield's most lethal weaponry. I mean, 70% of all casualties in Russia-Ukraine war, that's on the account of drones today. I mean, just to give you another perspective, what artillery has all been through the World War II, through all these conflicts, that is what drones are today, probably even more. But having said that, if I can take this conflict as a baseline, say 2022, before 2022, we all used to look at unmanned systems as, let's say, especially drones, as flying cameras, or at a higher end, flying cameras with missiles, right? They were very sparse in numbers, definitely operator heavy, but most importantly, all of our defenses, or air defenses, were generally geared towards manned aircrafts, not unmanned aircrafts. But last 3 years, what has changed is we've just seen this emergence of one-way attack drones, like various sizes, various shapes. It could be small FPV drones that can carry a few hundred grams of explosive, or it could be a large drone that can travel thousands of kilometers with 50 kilograms of warhead. So all of this spectrum, right? So this emergence of one-way attack drones has been the theme of last few years, and to an extent where I keep recalling this term called as mass beats sophistication. That has been the theme for last 3 to 4 years, where simply you just because our defense strategies haven't been planned for this new reality over the past century, all of a sudden this new threat with sheer volume, you are able to hold an enemy who has an asymmetrical advantage in terms of their weaponry. I mean, I'm referring to Russia and Ukraine, because we never thought that this conflict would last this long. This should have been over in a few weeks into 2022, but Ukraine is able to hold fort only because of this asymmetric asymmetric threat that they hold in terms of drones. Now, what's happening today? I mean, this was last 3 years, this mass beats sophistication. But what's happening today from an industry perspective, how I think about it is, we are in the transition phase between mass beats sophistication and a largely AI-driven future, AI-driven autonomy as a future. We are in this transition phase. And what I see, naturally, of course, EW, basically the jamming, spoofing, interferences, all of these things have become a reality, have become a default in today's environment. But what I see as happening over the next decade, that's exactly what we are also trying to focus on, is largely collaborative autonomy. Collaborative autonomy across various types of unmanned systems across multiple domains. All these systems being able to talk to each other in a very harmonious way and be able to tackle the adversary. And we'll be able to very soon come to a situation where we will definitely have drones fighting drones, certain zones managed completely by AI without even any human human involvement in probably a bit of decision making, but mostly a lot of collaborative autonomy coming to the front. But in order to build this technical superiority within our country, there's a need for a large number of startups to come together and work on very tough problems long term. So nothing can be built over 6 months, 1 year. That's what I'm able to see. That's what's happening in the industry. Everyone has a very, very short view. Okay, hey, next emergency procurement 8 will come up. What is it that they need? How can I put together a system that I can just go there and get a contract about? But hard problems or technical superiority over the next decade cannot be built like that. It has to be built when large number of people are persistently solving certain long-term critical technologies dedicatedly. So I think that's what I can say about my thoughts about what's happening today and what's the right way to go about for the next decade. Thank you.
So thank you, Yashwant. Thanks for this. Three very critical points which come out is the emergence of one-way drones. I think absolutely right. Mass beats sophistication. I think it's very relevant because if you don't have mass, you may have sophistication. You are out of the league. But most importantly, I think which is talked about is the harmonious relationship of unmanned systems. I think cross-domain linkages is important, wherein air, sea, space, land-based systems need to talk, including from recce drones to surveillance drones to the strike drones. All these things need to be harmonized and they should work. And I hope it should happen before our integrated theater commands come about. So while we are looking at theater commands to come about, we may have theaterization of drones happening before that. Girish, can I request you to join, please make a brief comment?
First class. Thank you. Esteemed co-panelists on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, honor and pleasure to be here. Since we are talking about future of unmanned warfare, it's natural for a naval officer who spent 40 years in the white uniform to speak about the future of unmanned warfare in maritime domain. But that happens to be my domain of expertise also. The scope in which I will cover my presentation is as flashed on the screen. But before we delve into the maritime domain, we need to know what are we getting into. And I must confess that I have very senior, I see in the audience a lot of officers in white uniform and very senior naval colleagues. For them, of course, this is all very, very basic. But I have pitched it not for the naval officers or the officers from the Coast Guard here, but for the academy. I see a lot of youngsters here from academia, and for think tanks, and for people from the industry, and of course, colleagues in the Army and the Air Force, to enlighten them who are looking at the maritime domain, to enlighten them as to what they are getting into. That's very important, that before you jump into the swimming pool, you know what is the depth. So it's just my endeavor to enlighten people. First is designing a shipborne drone is quite complicated compared to a land-based drones for two reasons. Firstly, the maritime environment is very harsh and very unforgiving. And secondly, a ship-based drone has a lot of operational and maintenance challenges. These two realities make a shipborne drone a completely different ballgame from a land-based drone. Now, I'll first come to the challenges of environment. Why marine environment we say is unforgiving, and why it's a challenge for drone manufacturers to design ship-based marine drones. Firstly, the marine environment is very harsh. You know, saltwater corrosion, we all know. You go for a dip into the sea, and you come back, you're all covered with salt, and you have to take a freshwater bath. You can't go to sleep after taking a dip into the sea. So salt water is very, very corrosive. You know, salt spray plus humidity combined, it damages electronics, motors, connectors, name it, it all gets damaged. So you require marine grade coatings, that is sealed enclosures, IP67, IP68. You need special corrosion resistant alloys. So it makes your life a little difficult. Wind and spray. At sea, the wind is very erratic. Unlike the land, there's a certain wind pattern. You know, wind and spray, I'm talking about the salt sea spray. It makes life a little complicated for a designer. There are strong gusts of wind on deck for takeoff and landing. So generally, the friends in the Navy would know when we pass a weather report at sea, we don't say wind speed X naught. We say wind speed X naught, gusting to Y naught. Let's say wind speed 10 knots, gusting to 25 knots. Because gusting of wind is a very regular pattern at sea, unlike on land. So when you take off and land, you have to cater for a wind speed and you have to cater for gusts of wind speed, which makes a drone design a little challenging. Water droplets interfere with sensors and cameras. Simple analogy, you go out in rain, you wear specs, little bit of drops come on your spectacles, you can't see anything. You drive your car, there are a splash of rain on your windscreen, you can't see anything outside. You need wipers. Same challenge at sea, there's a spray, there is general mist in the air, it causes challenges. Temperature extremes. Deck, ship is made of steel, iron. Decks get very hot in sun and become cold at night. Desert phenomena, sand gets very hot in the day, extremely cold at night. Now this temperature variation causes condensation, normal phenomena, science, basic science. And this thermal cycling, hot, cold, it affects battery life and of course the life of the sensors. One of the biggest challenges is the platform is moving. On land, you launch a UAV, the airfield doesn't move. It doesn't move by a millimeter. It stays where it is. So UAV knows where it is to come back. At sea, you launch a ship-based drone, the ship moves. So what happens? When a ship is at sea, there's something in Navy called rolling. Rolling is this motion. It left to right. It's along the x-axis. Ship is never steady. Even you must have seen when the boat is standing tight alongside harbor, you will see, oh, hilta rehta hai. It keeps moving up and down. So rolling is this motion, X. So ship at sea keeps rolling. Pitching is this motion, up and down, along the y-axis. And then there is yaw. Yaw is this along z-axis. So a ship is moving in X, Y and Z direction constantly. Now in that you have to land your UAV. So for a manned helicopter pilot, when he lands on deck, he strains. What he does, he hovers over the deck. And then he watches the motion of the ship. Aise ja raha hai. And then he watches and he sees, after some time he judges when is the ship stable and he just touches down. And then quickly you go and lash on the helicopter. But what happens for UAV? Who will do that? Pilot job. So that's a big challenge to launch, to take off and land from a moving platform which is moving in 3 axes. And the worst of all, the takeoff and landing locations differ. A UAV takes off from one position, he launches after 1 hour, the ship has moved by miles. It's not there. It's moved somewhere else. So the UAV has to keep track कि जाना किधर है, वापस किधर जाना है. In land it's no problem. जहाँ से गए थे वहीं वापस जाना है. No problem. यहाँ equation is different. So the UAV has to know कि तुम हो कहाँ पर. Otherwise you'll go and ditch into the sea. That's a huge challenge to keep track of. In the vast ocean, there are no navigational marks. In land there is a mountain, building, ye, wo. You can have reference and then you can land. At sea is all white, so it's a huge challenge. As I said, ship motion synchronization, that X, Y, Z ship is rolling, pitching, yawing. You have to synchronize and make sure if you touch, when the ship is like this, you'll go into the sea. You touch, you land, when the ship is like this, you'll go into the water. So you have to ensure you land when it's like this. It's a challenge, it's not very easy. So you require real-time motion sensors, which senses motions. What the pilot is doing, the sensors have to do the job. And then you need high-speed control algorithms to guide you. Then there are space constraints on the ship. There's a small deck. It's not you don't have a freedom of a runway that you can take it's a very small, restricted space. And if you're not precise, you'll go and crash into the ship structure because there's an obstruction fine. It's not like a airfield, thoda aage piche bhi ho gaya to chalega. You don't land here, you land thoda aage, thoda piche, left, right. Yahan nahi hai. Yahan thoda sa bhi aage piche gaya, you'll go and crash into the ship structure. So that you have to be really, really precise. Precise landing is difficult because there's wind, there is gust of wind, rolling, pitching, yawing, ship is moving, everything is happening, and in between you have to land safely on that small deck. Storage is limited, hangar space is limited, so the drone has to be small, compact, foldable. It can't be, size is not your luxury. And of course, with the compactness in size, there are challenges of weights. Then there are maintenance challenges, huge challenge. At sea, you don't have workshops. There's no spare part. You just carry whatever little bit you carry with you. This is the spare you have. Beyond that, there is no what we call shore support available. You are in the middle of the sea, something packs up. If you can't sort it out then and there, just too bad, pack up and then you have to abort the mission and go back to harbor. No technicians, whatever little 2-3 people you carry with you, they are the technicians available. If you require beyond that, just too bad. So no external support. In land, you can call, people can fly down, people can drive down and sort out your problem. At sea, there is no way. There is a problem, you can't sort it out, just too bad. So therefore, drones must be rugged, they should be modular, they should have easy field repair. I should be able to repair it right down to the bare component on field. And of course, best is that they should be low maintenance. Navigation challenges, GPS has multipath effect on water because water reflects. So you find challenges in GPS navigation. Ship's hull is a huge hull, thousands of tons of metal. It has its own magnetic field. We have degaussing system, something naval officers would know. There is a degaussing system which nullifies the magnetic effect of the vast hull, but still there will be some challenges in magnetic interference. Then there is radar clutter from waves. In naval terminology, it's called dead range. That means because of the clutter from the sea, a certain range you cannot see. It's called dead range. You are blind there because of the clutter from the sea. So that for a drone, that is a challenge. Over land, drones use terrain mapping and visual cues for navigation. But at sea, there is there is very poor visual reference. You have only water, white. It's a sea of white. There is no landmark there. So visual reference is not there. So navigation at sea becomes a challenge. Then there is RF interference. Warships have dense radar and communication emissions. I'll show you another picture to see how much of RF emitters are there in that small area of 50 to 100 meters, not even 50 or 60 meters around the helicopter deck or helo deck, what we call. I'll show you how it's a dense RF environment. VHF, HF, UHF, Kilo band radar, India band radar, Sierra band radar, Kilo Alpha, all kind of radars, entire band, all VHF, they're all transmitting within that small range of 50 meters from the way you're launching. So you see the RF interference. Of course, it has its own electromagnetic interference which affects, all this affects your GPS and control links. I'll show you a photograph. You see this photograph. I'll just show you. This is the place. This is not for my naval friend. They laugh at it. This is basic. This is a helo deck where the helicopter or the UAV land. You see this. You see, this is a radar, 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 this is a radar. All these dandas that you see are all VHF, UHF antennas, this is antenna. You see the dense electromagnetic environment that is there when this UAV lands here or takes off here. So he has to cater for all these. They are all emitting. In a combat situation, all of them will be emitting. Radars, communication equipment, they will all be emitting. And this gentleman has to land without getting interfered by all these parameters. It's not easy. Oversea, there are no distinct landmarks I brought out. Repetitive visual patterns. Even trained pilots get nightmares when they think that they have to fly over the sea, because you lose your orientation very quickly at sea. You look left, right, upper, niche, wherever you see, there's only sea. You turn around, I close your eyes and I turn around 360 degrees, you will not know where to go now. There is no visual reference. Reflective glare, sunbeams, they have a reflective glare. It affects optical sensors. Radar sea clutter complicates tracking, I brought out. If you're tracking a target, you find you get ghost eco images, ghost images. When all of us who have tracked radars, targets at sea, there are a lot of false ecos because they generate from the clutter of the sea. So this affects autonomous navigation, target identification, and collision avoidance. Because you get ghost ecos, you don't know who's real and who's ghost image. And then you have to have that intelligence to decipher this image or this eco is real and this is a ghost. Both move at the same speed, both move in the same direction. Now you have to be intelligent enough to decipher that I have logged on to a false target and I have not logged on to a ghost eco. These are all real life challenges that. So why it's so hard? To sum up all this, what I have said, if I have to, somebody ask me, oh, kya problem hai? So you see, a ship-based drone must have aircraft level autonomy. You should be able to fly by wire on your own, autonomous. helicopter level landing precision. That means you should do what a pilot is doing. He's trained for years to land on the deck. Your UAV should be able to do that precision. It should have marine level environment durability. It should have military grade communication security. But ये सब तो हो जाएगा. Problem क्या है? Challenge is all within tight size and weight limitation. That is where the challenge is. If I give you a ship of 1,000 meter by 1,000 meter, you may be able to do all these. It will make a huge UAV. But the problem is I showed you the deck size. That is where you have to take off and land and do all these things. So now core challenge in one line, achieving reliable autonomous landing on a dynamically moving deck in adverse weather under electromagnetic interference. If you can solve this problem, you will be able to negotiate the challenges of designing a maritime UAV. Now, so now that we understood the challenges that we get into it, so now I just like to brief you about the transformative technologies in unmanned vessels in the maritime domain, what we are seeing as of now. Now, integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We are seeing AI, ML in every field, you know, so the maritime world is not far away from that. There are systems which are having fully autonomous navigation. That means, I'll just take 2 minutes. And real-time decision making, obstacle avoidance, adaptive mission planning, this is self-explanatory. Sensor fusion is happening, all the various sensors are getting fused, so it enables better object recognition and behavior prediction. Algorithms are allowing drones to learn from experience and improve effectiveness over time. And AI-driven autonomous submarine hunting. Submarine hunting is one of the biggest challenges that we have in the Navy. There's a deep, dark world down below. We don't know what's happening. Our underwater temperature and pressure profiling is very different. It's a huge, huge challenge to detect a submarine underwater, especially in our waters. And AI-driven autonomous submarine hunting is a huge boost in this direction in anti-submarine warfare. So, you know, it is reducing operator burden and enabling complex operations, even in contested environments where communications are not available. Other is swarming. You know, swarms of unmanned aerial vehicles, surface vehicles, and underwater vehicles are acting in concert with each other. Swarm tactics, somebody discussed the swarm tactics in Ukraine war. We have seen that. That's what is the future in the maritime domain also. And the cross-domain linkages. That means our UAV share data with USB, USB shares with the UAV, UAV shares with the satellite, and then there's a whole network ecosystem which is working. This is exactly what I wanted to say here, that this will lead to a truly networked warfare at sea, where all three air, sea, and air surface and subsurface are combined. We are seeing extended endurances at sea, various propulsion systems. So longer endurance, of course, will allow longer persistence over the naval task force. Weaponized drones. Now that's the future. They are weaponized drones. And you have seen the Ukraine war, the Sea Baby drone. It's underwater. It went and struck deep inside Ukrainian Russian harbor and destroyed low-class submarine. It navigated the complex environment of a harbor and navigated successfully and went and destroyed a submarine which was berthed alongside. So that's the future. So big picture, in the next decade, unmanned maritime platforms will evolve from adjunct tools to central elements of naval strategy, capable of autonomous decision making, extended missions, high survivability, and coordinated cross-domain engagements. I see very soon the Navy will have a seabed warfare doctrine. We don't have a seabed warfare doctrine because we don't know how to fight in the seabed domain. But with this underwater unmanned vessels coming, I see very soon there will be a seabed warfare doctrine, and you will hear about it in the years to come. Use of unmanned surface vehicles and unmanned underwater vehicle for sea denial. There is a concept of sea denial and sea control. It's a concept of warfare. I see now, you know, these USV and UAV being used extensively for sea denial role. And the unmanned systems force like Ukraine, General Pandey mentioned that we need to now have a dedicated command, like we are having Tri-Services Command, a dedicated command where we just concentrate on undersea warfare. Ukraine has taken the lead with this USF. I think we also need to progress in that direction because that's where the future is. Now just one slide on Atmanirbhar Bharat, because that's what it says, that we need to have a roadmap. The first thing in Atmanirbhar Bharat for ship-based drones is to design autonomous ship landing and takeoff. As you have seen, without that, there is no way forward on ship-based drones. So the first start point is to design autonomous, the word is autonomous, ship landing and takeoff. Every startup that I mentor, I tell him, he says, sir, मैं marine drone बनाना है. I tell him, सबसे पहले autonomous takeoff or landing बनाने का सीखो. Then you come to me, I'll tell you what to do next. So that's the first step. Then of course, develop ruggedized marine UAVs, develop unmanned underwater vehicles. Again, I mentioned unmanned underwater vehicles are very, very crucial. That's one area where our strength is weak, and we need to do both armed and unarmed. Maritime multi-drone domain integration, which I mentioned. And of course, there are a lot of initiatives like IDEX, Swavalamban, Meher Baba competition by the Air Force, Technology Development Fund by DRDO, ADB by Army. These all need to be strengthened, and I'm sure as we progress further, we'll see more of this. I finished. Sorry, I was rushing up because I was running against time. General Pandey reminded me twice that I have run out of time. So I just rushed. Whatever questions you have, I'm sure we'll be able to answer in the question answer sessions. Thank you.
So Girish happens to be my NDC course mate. So he got twice the time which I was allotted to him. But essentially, he's in the end, he's given a roadmap to Shri Yashwant Reddy ji, that what he actually aspires for the Navy from his unmanned group of industry which they must produce. But I'll just summarize key issues. I think he highlighted very secondly the peculiarities of the maritime domain, in which harsh marine effect environment which is there, which is extremely challenging and difficult for unmanned systems for not only designing but also for maintenance. The next, he's talked of the moving launch and recovery platform challenges. And I'm sure that AI systems, when taught well enough, with enough data, may be able to manage over a period of time. But I think the summary which he made, that there should be, the ship-based drone must have aircraft levels, autonomy, helicopter level of landing precision, and marine level of maintenance. I think he's asking for all the bouquets, a bouquet which has got all type of elements which are available. Thank you so much, Girish. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, before we proceed, again, rasm adaigi hai hamari ek choti si. So for that, I would request Air Marshal G.S. Bedi sir to please felicitate all the panelists. Yeah? Yes, we did. Of course you will. And now I request Lieutenant General Devendra Pratap Pandey ji to please felicitate Air Marshal G.S. Bedi. Shall we continue the business now? All right. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, can I request Air Marshal Bedi?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you that you didn't ask me a specific question, because in any case, irrespective of the question, I would have said what I want to say. And what I learned from, Admiral Garg is that if you wish to keep yourself safe from UAVs, you must go to sea and fight. It's very difficult for UAVs to get there and do something. But now, we are talking of future of warfare in unmanned domain, or future of unmanned warfare. A lot, this August audience knows what happened in Russia, Ukraine, or various other conflicts. So just to kind of wrap it up, my endeavor will be that how are we going to look at this domain or unmanned warfare in the future in our context. That means India has its neighborhood. And if India has to get into conflict, then how does it come on top? Given the environment, the ecosystem, the advancements, and the strategies that we have. So now, we all heard it is, they are cheap and expendable drone systems, creating persistent ISR, and continuous threat presence than episodic engagements. Okay, then what they do, they increase not only the horizontal depth. It's not that you see thousands of drones, swarms horizontally. They create vertical depth as well. You can have a drone almost at every level. And they create the type of depth as well. You look at fighter aircraft, there is a limited depth. I mean, from smaller aircraft to larger. I mean, in today's inventory, if you see India, from Tejas to Rafale to tomorrow MK, there is a depth. But in case of drones, from mosquito size to predator, I mean, you can have drone of every size, of every capability, of a very vast depth they create in all three domains. Then your, Mumti or CATS kind of systems, what have they done? They have formalized the division of labor. They say that, okay, who will do what, while the man controls the judgment making and they undertake the high depth penetration. A single, a system can do your ISR, CAD, DAD, strike, EW across a wide footprint. So the warfare has become more of, platform rather than platform centric. It has become network and rhythmic centric. You can do dynamic retasking, rerouting around threats, cooperative engagement, etc., etc. And what happens is that humans from, trigger facilitators have become managers. A very wide area of judgment they will control. And what happens is it's from human in the loop, it has become human on the loop. So this is the wide game of, what I call the capability they bring. Now coming to the crux of the matter. So how does India play its game? It's fair enough that yes, you will be seen, there will be transparency, you can't hide yourself. But the point is when just to draw a simple analogy, you play hockey game or football game, all players are watching all other players. You still play a game. You play games by the rules, by the strategy, by the skills. So even if tomorrow's battlefront, all of us can see everybody, it's not that you will stop playing. You will play, but you will play differently than you're used to playing. So game is to learn that form of playing well in advance. What are the two unique capabilities that drones bring? We are talking of drones. After all, this whole gathering is sitting here to listen to this. There are two unique characteristics that drones bring with themselves. One is depth of magazine, implying that numbers, you can generate large numbers of them. And today also, whenever we talk of drones, invariably it is the number which shadow the discussion. That 10,000 drones in 1 month, millions of drones launched, billions are being produced, etc. what they can do, the lethality part is talked about, but a little bit in the shadow of the numbers. Even the Ukraine, that spider web, if we talk of, it's not only the drone capability. I mean, single drone couldn't have achieved what it achieved by total ecosystem. After all, they were, carried to the destination, to a place, hoodwinking, everything else. That is a complete ecosystem. But the drones, if they are available in large numbers, they are cheap, then that is the USP. And point number 2 is, the second characteristics is adverse exchange ratio to the enemy. Means that you have to employ a very, very large defense system to counter a cheap drone. Now, question is not, you can't compare the cost of your anti-UAV system with the UAV, because it's not how much that UAV costs, but it is what damage can that UAV do. Whether it is a simple knife, it can come and kill me, then it's my value which is at stake, not the value of the knife. So the defense that I employ in the form of a revolver or a gun, etc., is not as compared to the cost of the knife. It is as compared to the cost of me, that how valuable I am to defend myself against that knife. So that is the system I need to employ. But the fact is, you're forced to employ this system. So if India has to play its game well, what does it need to do? Any country for that matter. But we will just, scan this scenario. We have to see our neighborhood, we have to see China, we have to Pakistan. We have been seeing, two-front war. We have been talking of that, okay, what if two-front war is imposed on India, implying that both China and Pakistan open their front. Now, which has become a reality in a single-front war, because we saw in Op Sindoor that we were practically fighting China in Pakistan. So it's not that China has to open its front at the border. It can very well exercise its air power or whatever power through Pakistan in a limited area conflict, just with a front of 50 or 100 kilometers. So now, you've heard of concept A to AD, which has access and denial, 2 elements. So what do you need to do in that, credible A to AD concept? You have to deny access to the enemy, and you have to, refuse access to the enemy, and if he gets access, you have to deny your VAVP to him. At the same time, ensuring that you have this available. That means you are denying, whatever you're denying the enemy, you have availability of that. So what happens in terms of drones? In drones, it becomes that you must have large numbers available for yourself. Large number, how will large number become available? Yes, you can tell industry that, okay, make more and more, drones, but your ecosystem has to cater for it. Will they be able to sell all those drones which, 100 or 500 startups make to the Indian Defense Forces alone? Or do we need to tweak the, procurement systems or whatever you call? Do we need to go collaborative? Is it worth to tell every startup that you make full drone and give it to me? Or you tell startups that, okay, one guy makes only propellers, one guy makes only ECS, one guy makes only autopilots. And now somebody will assemble it anyway. I mean, there is no problem in assembling, but the scale will go up. One guy is making too many of them. And when you're able to make large number of drones, your logistics, your supply chain, has to remain effective. Because if tomorrow war breaks out and you need large number of supply, then you need to, continuously be able to manufacture drones in the large numbers, because otherwise one day you will launch large number of drones and the second they're not available to you, then the game is lost. And what happens to the adverse exchange ratio? You have to develop systems which can take down drones, easily. We are coming to counter drone systems. Now, while we are, talking in great detail about manufacturing drones or etc., not so much emphasis given to counter drone system. You go to any Aero India show, last one, every stall will have a drone system displayed, but very few will talk of anti-drone systems, And now, if we are talking of that even enemy is going to have drones in large numbers, and we do not have anti-drone systems, because it's not your drone fighting drone. Unlike aircraft, which 2 aircraft can get into dogfight, that scenario is not yet there for the drones. You need credible anti-drone systems. And what kind of anti-drone system? Not only RF jammer, not only DW, not only GPS spoofers. You need kind of airborne interceptor. Your drone, enemy can hide drones behind the building. Your ground radars will not see them. You need to get your radar up in the air. like any fighter aircraft today, will it be worth it if it did not carry an airborne intercept radar? In spite of having AWACS, in spite of having number of ground-based radars, but still you will not launch an any aircraft up if it does not carry an air defense radar or airborne intercept radar. So your counter UAV system, you have to enable it that it can get airborne and look at, be autonomous. That is what autonomy is, all about. So if you don't have these capabilities developed, you are probably not future ready. And now coming to China, two comparisons I will make. We are talking of MUMTI. It comes the question of now creating ecosystem, secure communication. What happens in MUMTI or combat air teaming system? You have a manned fighter, probably LCA based or, any aircraft that comes up tomorrow, and a number of loyal wingmen or, unmanned systems. Now, if I have a fighter aircraft and 10 unmanned systems which I am controlling, how am I communicating with them? It's through communication, it's through data link. And if your data link is not secured, you have lost the battle. I mean, you can put a guy up with demonstrative purposes that yes, over a Pokhran range I can demonstrate that one manned aircraft controlling 10, but in the battlefield, if I do not have the secure RT, if I do not have a mature SDR system, then if that communication is, not taken care of, then you have lost the battle, okay? Now our system, CAT system, I feel where when I compare it to China, mothership system, China has a concept of, Jioshan or jet tank, I think, aircraft. It's a, huge aircraft which will get airborne, launch multiple swarms or multiple drones. Its same is, to influence area far, flung areas, project drone power into far area, whereas our system, which is, MUMTI or, what we call man-unmanned teaming, essentially operates on dynamic, tasking with human in the loop. That means there is a bit of edge computing in terms of human being available in the system. And if the availability of this human being in the system makes it a much more potent force than just an unmanned system launching drones and, guiding elsewhere. But yes, we need to accelerate. Their program is far ahead than our MUMTI or, CATS system. But if India, can combine mass-produced offensive and defensive devices, a hardened and AI-enabled command control network, rapid MUMTI and CATS induction, and deep doctrinal or joint reforms, it can turn its geography and growing tech base into a decisive advantage in any of the future drone-dominated conflict in the region. We have a great geographical advantage in terms of depth vis-a-vis our immediate western neighbor. So no drones probably, unless you do Ukraine kind of operation, can affect your deep down areas. So your drone manufacturing facilities, your mass scale production facilities can relatively be safe against drone attacks. Yes, they will be susceptible to missile attacks, but then you have to work harder on that. And the industry needs to work more on software driven advancements, not only generational changes. Like it's not Gen 4, Gen 4.5, Gen 5. It's the same, system which with software driven, you need incremental changes so that, the game changes. Your same machine is a new machine just because you have tweaked the software slightly. I will stop here and happy to take on any questions further. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Air Marshal Bedi. I think a few things which you highlighted very clearly, the feature of unmanned warfare is the Indian environment with the active borders wherein the vertical depth and horizontal depth both matter, and the sizes which you are identified about from mosquito size to predator size drones are now getting more impetus. So there's one facet. I think the second which you have talked about, the two uniqueness in the system which is required to learn to fight is the depth of magazine. That means the numbers of drones matter is something very important. The reverse exchange ratio is something very new articulation which you have explained for everybody to understand that. It should become more expensive for the enemy to actually protect from the drone. That should be your intention. So therefore India must have scale. It should have distributed system of production and must look at reverse exchange ratio through develop and also manage its anti-drone systems well. very clearly articulated the multi-systems of the Chinese and Indian. I think we need to find a fair balance of incorporating both. Thank you so much. Can I request now Air Vice Marshal Ashish to please come forward.
Good afternoon to everyone, and I'm deeply conscious of that it's slumber time for some people, so I hope not to wake too many up, but I might with some of the statements I would make, I think. Right, I head the unmanned operations vertical at Air Headquarters, so this is my core business. I will initially talk about concepts which are more important to me, which also I believe for you. For if you understand concepts, then the solutions are easier. In the end, I plan, if time is there, to talk about the technology solutions that I think are going to work. If time is not there, I'll compress that part. That's not so important. Right. When I got this topic, to me, the future of unmanned warfare is the topic. So when I broke it down, what I'm being asked is to talk about what is the role of a certain type of machine in warfare. Many people have tackled this bigger question. What is the role of machines in warfare? Right? These are just one type of machines. Some machines in history have proved more decisive than other machines. But by themselves, machines have not won wars. They haven't done it earlier. They're not doing it now. It's a combination of a lot of factors. The doctrine by which they are employed, the doctrine by which they are organized, and all of it differs. Examples, machine gun, World War I, against a doctrine of offense, it caused a carnage, static fronts, a lot of bloodbath. World War II, we saw tanks emerge and we saw aircraft emerge as dominant machines, which changed warfare substantially and results substantially. At the end of World War II, you suddenly had navies had transformed their entire doctrine from ships projecting power to aircraft-based navies projecting power. Aviation had come into its own. And thereafter, it's been a continuous spell of aviation effects, especially from 1991 onwards, the Gulf War I onwards. What we are seeing is a continuation. What I am trying to say is this big ticket statement, which I believe in. Aviation is the real revolution that is happening right now over the last 100 years. Unmanned aerial systems are just one more manifestation of this bigger revolution or a paradigm shift that we are living through right now. People who live through revolutions don't recognize it. They are always recognized in hindsight. People living in the French, when Napoleon did his revolution of organization, people didn't think they were living in a revolution. It is only later that people talk about RMA that happened at that time. We are living in a revolution. This is a very fundamental statement because this informs what follows. Unmanned aerial systems are aircraft. Fundamentally, they are aircraft. They have wings, they have engines, they fly. This is again an important statement flowing from the first one, because they work as per they work best as per air doctrine, right? A lot of this, the technology, it makes things easier, at least for me to foresee or anticipate. They're also best organized the way aerial systems are organized. There was a reason why air forces were born air forces were born very fast after aviation was born, if you see it. Right, Wright brothers, 1903, and by 1918 you had your first Air Force. It's not happened with any other technology. So see it in that paradigm, and let's see what effect these machines will now have on warfare. Right. For warfare, they will do everything that manned aircraft to do, every single thing. They're flying machines, and a bit more, and some things a bit differently. But essentially, they will perform every single role and mission that flying machines currently perform. And they're already starting to do it. This is very important to realize, because that is why I was using the word doctrine. So the doctrines of various air forces give names and labels to these roles, whether it is strike or ISR or electronic attack, or there are various air forces might differ in how they label them, but all of this is what these machines will do. How then do I differentiate or exploit the unique power of these machines? By understanding the complementarities between manned and unmanned aviation, right? We've done that in the Air Force, so we've got kind of 5 lenses through which we look at, okay, what should go unmanned first, or where should I put my energy to make something unmanned. If it's dull, if it does something that is dull, that is dirty, that is dangerous, which means reduces risk, does something that is impossible currently for manned aviation to do, or does it more efficiently, right? So it's a kind of acronym. There are boxes, there are lenses through which we evaluate the roles that aviation is currently doing. If it ticks 1 box, good. If it ticks 5 boxes, excellent. Make it unmanned straight away, right? But fundamentally, it must do the job that it is supposed to be doing. So I'll stop here, because then in each role you can go and explain what I'm talking about. So therefore, in the current context of another thing that is there is that this technology currently, if you see the historical pattern of how it's evolving, it is evolving much like manned aviation evolved from its early years. It's following similar patterns. Manned aviation first role was ISR. When that started to become very effective on the battlefield, they started to shoot down these manned aircraft, and that's how air defense was born. What's been the current maximum use of unmanned aviation? ISR. What's happening now, GSA also talked about it, shoot this down. Bombing followed. Special roles in manned aviation like electronic warfare followed. All of that has been done by unmanned. If you see Becca Valley, 1982, unmanned has done electronic warfare. What's happening now is a event called technological congruence. It's just one fancy term people use. Some technologies are converging to make some things happen. One of the biggest possibilities that unmanned gives is the fact that by taking the man out of the machine, it allows reduction of size. Right? It's a very fundamental statement. They're all flying machines, big ones, small ones. So therefore, it is those niche capabilities that these small machines do is where current leverage lies for unmanned. They're cheaper, they're simpler, they are weak against the current range of defenses which are optimized for larger machines. The moment you start making these machines larger, you start losing this advantage, and at big size, you will reach place where the cost and the complication exceeds and the efficiency exceeds manned aviation currently, right? Understand this as a reality and understand its technological implications and your development implications, right? So we've in line with our doctrine, we know it will do everything, but we are focusing very hard on where it will enable and complement manned aviation. Enable means, for example, if it is going to destroy enemy air defense and create the conditions of air superiority which manned aviation requires, then I can send the bulk of my massive combat power in. That's enabling operations. Complementing operations are, I'm sending, again, the bulk of my combat power lies in manned aviation. So if I'm sending it across, within it, I can have instantaneous ISR, I can have battle damage assessment, or things which can be done at lower risk. There are so many other missions where it will complement. So again, we are clear, we have our internal thought process and we are clear on this. Why I would like you to think about this is because then you can make niche machines which make this happen, niche technologies which make this happen if you are clearer rather than have to go with whatever the West might be inventing today. I'll give you an example. Again, I go back to history. Offense defense follows a curve for all forms of warfare, even for air warfare. So if you take manned aviation, sometimes offense is strong, sometimes defense is strong. To explain, World War I, offense was strong, you couldn't shoot those aircraft down, they couldn't do too much, but you couldn't shoot them down. World War II, defense started to rise up through flak and through air-to-air combat, and they kind of started to balance. Thereafter, offense became stronger and stronger and stronger. Somewhere in if you remember the Becca Valley, or you remember the Yom Kippur War, at that time, Russians invented, or Soviets invented air defense, ground-based air defense. For a second, for a little time, it stopped offense. The Israelis were shaken very badly by what the Egyptians did to them. That was the era where defense started to go up. By the Gulf War I, manned offense had reached a stage where the Americans destroyed that same Qari network of the Iraqis that was based on the Soviet network, or the French network, sorry. Right? Offense was strong again. Thereafter, you look at the Russian development of S-400, S-500. Defense is strong right now in manned aviation. Defense is stronger than offense. This will also break as stealth technologies multiply for manned offense. I hope you can see the pattern I'm drawing. Offense, defense, right? Now, if you look at unmanned, as brought out earlier, offense is very strong. you can go even in conditions where you don't have air superiority and go and strike the enemy. He can't do anything. Defense is very weak. This is the complementarity I am talking about. So I can use the fact that defense against unmanned is weak to exploit operationally, however I may want to do it, and exploit technologically to invest in these kind of machines. I hope I'm not losing you by sounding a little obtuse, but this is how I see it. All right. Current strengths that this vertical gets to our table, like I just covered, it allows offense even in the absence of air superiority. One of the fundamental preconditions for manned aviation to operate, right? But it allows very low volume offense. So I'll differ in that it doesn't really give you mass. The amount of explosive today that can be delivered and the ranges to which it can be delivered is much lower by unmanned than it is by manned. When you want explosive, huge combat power, manned is king. Unmanned can do the job, but do it, it's like chota pataka. It doesn't give you those big bombs, right? Understand this. There is limits to what it can do, and there are strengths to what it can do. In fact, what it allows today, again because of the small size, is all manned missions become survivable in contested environments to a degree, primarily because defense is oriented towards the bigger machines, simply because of that, right? And that is also transient, but that is what it allows right now. So whether it is ISR, whether it is stand-in jamming, there are so many other missions that it does which man cannot do, primarily because of this size asymmetry and the current relative status of technologies, right? Or for example, in MUMTI, it makes sense to send an unmanned aircraft in front of a fighter because it will absorb the longer range missile of the enemy, right, at low cost to you. Or if it is small enough and can't be seen by enemy radar, get you a kill. All of these are related aspects. It's how you use this is where doctrine matters and how you organize it. So where do we want these technologies to go? So how much time would I? 4 minutes? Right. My first, and GSR also covered this, because defensive technology is weak, I would urge the industry to focus on defensive technologies. If you make breakthroughs, it will, that is where you are going to sell. Everyone's doing offense. There's plenty of offense out there, right? And everyone's aping more and more offense because there is no defense to it. But whoever makes a breakthrough for defense is going to be king. And there are multiple technologies here. And GSR again covered this part. If you follow the pattern of manned aviation, just like there was ground-based air defense, which the Germans, for example, kind of pioneered in World War II, there was aerial combat kind of air defense, which the Brits did again in World War II in the Battle of Britain. Similar patterns will play out. Today's unmanned machines are simple single-role machines, but they will grow more complicated, complex, just like manned aviation machines. And they will reach a place of diminishing returns where the investment is not worth it. So right now, defensive technology, if you can make a breakthrough, great. Offense, there is lots happening, but there is enough out there. Already covered, networking is most important. Air forces have believed in this. We've been at networks for a long time. All our machines. So again, a fundamental belief, we do not separate manned from unmanned. To us, they are the same machines. It's just a matter of detail, the person is not there. Therefore, the networks that we operate in, there are ground networks like the ISCCS, like which rides the AFNet, there are airborne networks. These unmanned machines too have to join these networks. And it is a granted thing for us that there will be manned unmanned networks and there will be unmanned networks. It has to happen, and we will actively push towards this. This will require supporting technologies, common protocols of communication, where one manufacturer's bird can talk to another manufacturer's bird. Data frugality will also be required. These machines are hugely, there are many negatives to unmanned systems. They suck data, both in transmission of what they see, for example, and in terms of controls. It's like an umbilical cord. It's a big weakness. So this, if you work on less data, more output, it's going to work better for you. Secure communications has already been mentioned. Long distance communication is a weakness. people have to rely on SATCOMs. So if you have a solution, it would be great. I don't see one right now. Satellite communication will itself become a center of gravity for long unmanned systems. And this is why the next 3 technologies which are linked are going to be crucial. Already mentioned before me, autonomy, swarming, and artificial intelligence, and then swarming. All 3 are related. Autonomy is a given. Whether it is a manned-unmanned teaming or I don't have enough workload in the fighter cockpit to do my flying and the unmanned guys flying. I will have to give mission subsets to that unmanned aircraft. So autonomy will be required there. Swarming will require autonomy. Autonomy by itself will require intelligence. That intelligence will come from AI. So these are linked. I would love it if somebody invented a pilot who is autonomous. This is something that again will happen in the future. There are some companies in the West that are working on it. There's nobody working on it here. What worries me more is that nobody is working also on, everyone seems to be working on unmanned aerial machines and nobody is working on unmanned ground machines becoming, or robots becoming autonomous, or even ships. There is less work happening there. Everybody is kind of homed on to, or maybe it's to support my point that it's the unmanned, it's the aviation revolution, so everyone wants that technology, right? This one-way attack UAS is fundamentally wasteful. Why should I waste an engine and an airframe when I could use it 10 times to deliver weapons? So this will also happen. There are very few companies working on delivering precision weapons. It makes more sense to me to use a UAS for 10 missions rather than lose it in one. That's where again, if you make something, it will sell. I mean, we would buy it. Runway independence and mobile systems are what we are looking at. It allows it. We don't want to be dependent on runways anymore. And I'll re-emphasize the fact that if you focus on small size in your design factors as a very conscious effort, it will pay more dividends than if you are wasteful on, it's okay, let's fit all this in, even if it goes big, it doesn't matter. No, it matters. If it goes big, it runs up against the air defenses which are made for those big things. And then it will no longer be cheap, it will no longer be survivable, and it will no longer sell. Right. So with that, I'll end with a few fancy terms. In the evolution of technology, there are some people who study this. There are fancy terms called technological determinism, social, which means all technology, it will go that way. Social constructivism, that means we construct technology. And there is one school which talks about technological momentum, that in the initial years of a technology, it is socially constructed, and in the later years, it gathers its own momentum, which I kind of makes more sense to me. What we are doing here is social constructivism. What most people, so we are in the formative years. These fundamental concepts matter, both uniform people and industry and academia. We need not follow the West if we are able to think on our own of what these basic, there is no right way. But if we are able to think our way through, we will get good products. Thank you very much.
So thank you, EVM Ashish. I think if somebody was listening very, very carefully to him, he's actually articulated what is required. He's also given the direction. He's also given the doctrinal precepts. I'll just very quickly wrap it up for this thing, because the fuel, if time is fuel, the fuel of this unmanned system of panel is run out long time back. We're just gliding down. Very profound statements. I think many in Air Force will totally disagree with him when he makes a statement, just a machine in war fighting, but what he says that every role that a manned aircraft can perform, unmanned systems can perform, and a little bit more. And it's a very profound statement, and thank you for so much for this. The second thing which he said is about that unmanned system will also follow the path of the evolution of air forces which have taken place over the past many decades. And in the last, which he's talked of, is giving out the doctrinal precepts, is that focus on defense. I think very few are working on defense, and that is where you need to break through. Follow the pattern of evolution of manned system, and if you can give him a pilot-proof system, I think he'll be very happy. Thank you so much, Ashish. Time is over. I just we'll leave it at that. We'll wrap up the session without asking any question, because we have to be edged out from here. It remains for me to thank my panelists, very articulate and very in brief time. They have summarized essential aspect of their respective subjects. And also I need to thank the Bharat Defense Tech Show and USI for this opportunity to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Exceptional panel on unmanned warfare. The future is autonomous, the future is intelligent, and increasingly the future is made in India. Now, ladies and gentlemen, India's defense manufacturing ecosystem is built on strong state partnership, and few states have embraced this vision with as much enthusiasm as Maharashtra. From aerospace hubs in Pune to electronics clusters in Nagpur, Maharashtra is becoming a powerhouse of defense production. We now invite the government of Maharashtra delegation to share their vision, policies, and opportunities for defense investors and manufacturers. Please welcome our state partner session. And for the session, we have Shri Ajit Kumbhar, a 2015 batch IAS officer, currently serves as the Joint Chief Executive Officer at the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, MIDC. He previously held significant administrative roles, including District Collector of Akola, CEO of Zilla Parishad Beed, and Joint Commissioner of BMC. In his tenure at MIDC, he oversees industrial development and investment facilitation for the Vidarbha and Nashik regions, covering major urban centers like Nagpur and Nashik. He has been instrumental in securing major investments, notably during the 2026 World Economic Forum in Davos. Mr. Kumbhar actively leads initiatives for infrastructure development and economic growth, contributing significantly to ease of doing business and Magnetic Maharashtra program. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Ajit Kumbhar.
Thank you so much for this brief introduction of mine. Can we run? Good afternoon, everybody. It's my honor and privilege to be here at this Bharat Defense Tech Expo. On behalf of Government of Maharashtra, I'm addressing this session. So since morning, all of us have gone through a lot of defense terminologies where we have seen the defense modernization, self-reliance, Atmanirbharta in terms of realizing the defense procurement and defense production. But for all this to realize, we need maximum number of defense factories, maximum number of defense startups, maximum number of MSMEs, which will be contributing to the growth of indigenous production of the defense equipments. So here comes the state's role, which is very important, and Maharashtra being the pioneer of industrial development in country, Maharashtra acts as a powerhouse of Indian economy, and we are testament to the Indian growth story since last so many years. So how we are going to contribute for this self-reliance, Atmanirbhar Bharat in terms of defense technology, that I will be running through these slides. My presentation will be covering mainly 2 points. One is a general point where Maharashtra stands as the leader in economic growth and how we are providing different kinds of infrastructure for n number of industries and what we are doing for the defense sector. So as you can see that at present Maharashtra's economy is almost $530 billion, which is nearly 16% of India's GDP, and Maharashtra ranks as the first state. And as per the Honorable Prime Minister's vision to realize that 2000 till 2047 we will be the developed nation, Maharashtra has also set some goals for the Maharashtra economy. So by 2029 we are aiming to achieve the $1 trillion economy, and Maharashtra will be the first state in India to achieve this growth story. We are the largest contributor for the foreign direct investment in India. 30% of the FDI is coming to Maharashtra. Maharashtra's population, if you see, 70% of the population is employable. Nearly 7 lakh graduates are coming out of the colleges and the various educational institutions. 15% of the India's export is shared by the Maharashtra, 64% of the services and 24% of GCC. So you name it, Maharashtra is the leader. We have 30,000 plus startups, and lot of defense sector startups are also from the Maharashtra. So what is the vision for the Viksit Maharashtra? So by 2047 we have to achieve the goal of developed nation. So for that Maharashtra is also aiming to double the economy in next 5 years. For that we have articulated some roadmap for our industries. So ease of doing business is one of the thing where we have given a lot of opportunities at a single platform, single window system clearance. Cost of doing business in Maharashtra is one of the lowest. You compare it with other states, be it land premium, electricity rate, water rate, all rates, those are the minimum if you compare to other developed states in India. Industrialization contributes 12% of the gross value added products in Maharashtra's economy. And if you can see the growth story of the Maharashtra, mainly construction, auto, metals and fabrication, electronics and telecommunication, and contributing to the Maharashtra's growth story. And in terms of all these areas, Maharashtra's compound annual growth rate is more than what we can see of India. So what is Maharashtra's strength? Maharashtra's strength is infrastructure. So our infrastructure is spread across all of these districts of Maharashtra from Mumbai to Nagpur. So from all these areas, we are covering 300 plus Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation estates, where we are providing dedicated industrial and manufacturing ecosystem for the companies, for the industrialists, for the factories, so they can run in a very safe and smooth manner without any hassle. So balanced industrialization is our aim. Traditional industries are also there. So we have identified some thrust sectors such as aerospace and defense, IT and ITES. Traditional sectors are like metals and chemicals are also there. Apart from this, emerging sectors such as EV, green energy, these are also our focused areas. So Maharashtra's MIDC, which is basically Industrial Development Corporation, is having more than 250,000 acres of land at our disposal, so that it can be allotted to different companies who are coming to us. So as I was discussing that since morning, we are pushing for some new technology, indigenous production of defense equipments. For all these factories, we need land. For all these factories, we need water, sustainable supply of electricity at a cheaper rate, skilled manpower, MSME ecosystem. All, if you compare all these parameters, Maharashtra will emerge as the #1 state.
We have dedicated wine parks, floriculture parks. We have dedicated parks for the investment from the different countries such as Japan, Sweden. So Maharashtra's growth is infrastructure-led growth. We have the 6,200 plus kilometers of railway network, 18 national highways we have. Apart from these 2 major ports we are having and 53 minor ports, 4 international and 7 domestic airports in Maharashtra. So all these areas cater to Maharashtra's need in terms of the supply, logistics and everything. Recently, Honorable Prime Minister also inaugurated New Mumbai International Airport, and in next 3 years there will be another port which will be handling the largest container traffic in India, that is Vadhavan port. So all these ecosystem is needed for the defense manufacturing units. So Maharashtra is already on the way to establish all this ecosystem. These are our industrial growth areas where you can see, apart from Mumbai, Pune, Nashik, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Nagpur, these are the areas where we are focusing on the industrial development, and we have conceptualized 3 industrial corridors where dedicated defense corridors will be established in next 2 to 3 years. Apart from this, major advantage of Maharashtra is coastal infrastructure, where we can see that 720 kilometers of coastline is there, and we handle 40% of India's cargo. So if you compare this with other states, Maharashtra is distantly ahead compared to other states. So if we come to the defense and aerospace, what we are offering. At present, India's defense sector output is around 2.3 lakh crore, out of which nearly 40% is from the Maharashtra state. Defense production is around 1.27 lakh crore. India ranks 3rd in terms of market size of aviation and 4th in terms of global military expenditure. But at this moment, India is the 2nd largest importer of defense equipments. So if we want to be self-reliable, if we want to be Atmanirbhar, then we have to augment the defense ecosystem where we will be supporting to our MSMEs, to our factories where they are into production and the research and development of the defense sector. So Maharashtra's defense and aerospace capabilities, if we see, then in year 2024, around 60.6 lakh crore industrial output was from the Maharashtra only, and it contributes to the 1.7% of Maharashtra's value addition to the GSDP. We have 10 ordnance factories and 21% share of India's aircraft, mainly because of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. And in terms of skilled manpower, we have n number of institutions which are working in the field of aerospace and defense, such as 4 institutions in the field of Air Force, Defense and Research, such as College of Military Engineering. Investment announced in 2025, if you look at the figures of the Davos 2025, then out of 20 lakh crore rupees MOU signed by the Maharashtra state, nearly 70,000 crore rupees MOUs were from the defense and the aerospace sector, mainly solar defense, Paras defense, L&T defense. All these companies, they have committed for the to set up good quality manufacturing sites in Maharashtra. If you compare with the other states, if you see the 2024 gross state domestic product, Maharashtra is 26% and second is Tamil Nadu, which is 17%. These are the existing value chains which are operating from the state of Maharashtra. So we have already good number of anchor units, and we have the policy to promote the anchor units. We are giving some sort of concession in land premium, water rates, electricity rates, and the capital subsidy, just to incentivize the new startups and the MSME as well. We have companies like Bharat Electronics, HAL, BrahMos, Boeing, Tata Advanced Systems. These are the companies which are operating from the Maharashtra. There are 10 number of ordnance factories spread across Maharashtra. This is the proposed Raksha corridor. So, what is the need of dedicated Raksha corridor? So, as per the Honorable Prime Minister's vision to establish a self-reliant and Atmanirbhar Bharat in terms of defense manufacturing, we have to have a system where we will be promoting the new age technology, new age innovation in defense and aerospace. For that, we are creating these Raksha corridors mainly at Mumbai, Pune, Nashik, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and third one will be at Nagpur. So based on the categorization, we offer land premiums concession up to 50%, then 50% capital subsidy, R&D capital subsidy. Based on all these packages, we offer some package scheme of incentives where a company which will be coming to Nagpur will be having advantage over the company which is coming to the Pune. So we want to establish a uniformity in a regional spread and the economic growth as well. So our target for 2030 is a defense production to achieve 60,000 crore rupees and aerospace production to 20,000 crore rupees. So for this, we have already existing ecosystem. Our Honorable Chief Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister, with their support, Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, Industry Department has devised the existing defense and aerospace policy, and we are into revision of this policy which will be launched in 2026. So Maharashtra will be the first state to launch a separate defense and aerospace policy where we will be promoting the startups in defense and aerospace innovation, and those anchor units which will be coming to Maharashtra, they will be getting good benefits. So I welcome all of you, those who are coming from the industry background, those who are coming from the defense background. Maharashtra is always there to support the Honorable Prime Minister's dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, India's rise as a defense power is from our strategic partnership. But let's move on. But before we move on, we have Mohit sir with us to felicitate the government of Maharashtra. Guys, you can put your hands together. Yeah, this energy, I mean, it has to keep on flowing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, India's rise as a defense power is inseparable from our strategic partnership. From joint exercises to technology transfers, from co-development to co-production, India is no longer seeking handouts. We are offering partnerships of equal. And few voices understand this transformation better than our next speaker. He served as the chief coordinator for India's G20 presidency in 2023 and was ambassador to the USA, Bangladesh and Thailand. He played a critical role in Operation Vande Bharat and Operation Ganga, repatriating citizens during global crisis. An alumnus of St. Stephen's College and Columbia University, he is the founder of Darjeeling Welfare Society and has received numerous awards, including the Lifetime Achievement Award from Jaipur Fort. A distinguished diplomat, a strategic thinker, a member of parliament who has represented India on the world stage with grace and authority. Ladies and gentlemen, Please join me in welcoming Shri Harshvardhan Shringla, Honorable Member of Parliament and former Foreign Secretary of India.
Distinguished invitees, dear friends, Namaskar and good evening. Let me begin by saying what a pleasure it is to be part of the Bharat Defence Tech Show 2026. I want to congratulate the organizers, especially Mayank Harlanka ji, for single-handedly putting the show together. General Dhingra, of course, very experienced member of our armed forces who has served as a defense attaché in Washington DC, and with whom I've had the pleasure of interacting during my service as well. Let me begin by saying that we all have a certain, goal which is very important for our country, which is a Viksit Bharat 2047. And we would like to see India as a developed and secure country within this frame of time. We have a stated ambition to be a third pole in the global order, which demands a state-of-art armed forces capable of ensuring absolute strategic autonomy in safeguarding our national interests. And when we look at that, I think it is important to understand where we stand in geopolitical terms. This session that we are part of is called, the subject is a defense dialogue, diplomatic dialogue, building defense partnerships. And I'm sure we have some very eminent panelists who are part of this session. I see my esteemed colleague, Master Debnath Shaw, who has been a Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Defense. He's been our ambassador to several countries. Brings a great amount of experience in defense diplomacy to this forum that we are part of. And I think between some of our panelists, myself, we'll try and share our perspectives on this very important subject. To understand the subject, of course, all of us must look at the current geopolitical dynamics. We are all following the news, so we can all safely assume that geopolitically the world is in a state of flux. As someone said, the only certainty is uncertainty. You have a situation where the global order that we are familiar with, which is really based on the institutions which were established post Second World War, like the United Nations, the Bretton Woods institutions, the WTO, are today all in many senses anachronistic, not able to carry their weight to meet the challenges of the 21st century. And most of the efforts to maintain international peace and security are really today handled at a unilateral, bilateral, but not multilateral level. And in that sense, I think the entire concept of a rules-based international order today is called into question. And in that scenario, we have to examine our own defense preparedness, our defense requirements, and how we can meet the challenges that will approach us in the next decade or two. And I think this is where we want to perhaps have some level of introspection. I can share with you that when I first joined Parliament at the monsoon session last year, there was this debate on Op Sindoor, and I was fielded for that debate. And in that time, I did point out to our parliamentarians. I said that the real credit has to go to the members of our armed forces at all levels, who have within 3 to 4 days of the conflict with Pakistan has brought them to their knees and really brought them to a situation where they've had to sue for a ceasefire. And that is, I think, the important outcome of Ops Sindoor. I also pointed out at that time that it was our indigenous weaponry, the Make in India model, whether it is the Akash or the BrahMos, that had been most successful, that it did most of the heavy lifting in this Ops Sindoor conflict that we had. And this is also a testimony to the success of an Atmanirbhar policy in the defense sector, and something that we will continue to speak on as we go along. Now, of course, defense diplomacy is a key instrument in any efforts that we have to secure advantages for our armed forces in the years to come. And how do we secure that? We do that through several levels of engagement, whether it is military to military contacts of that nature that was practiced by General Dhingra when he was military attaché in Washington, D.C., or it is joint exercises, it's training exercises, it's arms cooperation, strategic dialogues, or it is through interoperability, as we call it, through which we advance our security cooperation with other nations. And India's approach to defense diplomacy has always been proactive and policy driven. And of course, we have neighborhood first, we have Act East, we have mechanisms like the Quad, all of whom are designed to provide us with certain levels of partnerships and advantages that are important. From my point of view, I think what is very, very critical is that how can we use our trusted partnerships, the synergies that we establish with countries that we can, I think, rely upon to get the best that we need in terms of technology, equipment, know-how, also intelligence, whether it is satellite, whether it is other forms of intelligence, any possible advantage that we could garner from the external scenario is something that is important. But at the end of the day, what does the changing geopolitical scenario teach us is that we can only rely on one, and that is ourselves. I mean, we have to be clear that in today's situation where friend and foe are not very clear, as we understood it in traditional terms, we have to really go back to being self-sufficient, being Atmanirbhar, and developing capacities that enable us to ensure that our armed forces have the best equipment which we can use through our own indigenous technologies, through our own production bases. And that should be our objective as we move along to, as I said, our goal of 2047. And I think this is what is important, is that we envisage an India that is secure at home, a net security provider abroad, embedded in the network of like-minded partners. And this is integral to the vision of a developed, confident India at 100. In practical terms, our roadmap entails a few key thrusts: developing an indigenous defense industrial base, transitioning from a buyer-seller relationship to co-innovation and co-production partnerships, using defense cooperation to access advanced technologies, and building, as I said, interoperability and trust through training and exercises. Each of these elements reinforces our autonomy while contributing to global peace and stability. Let me come down to the concept of co-innovation and co-production. So for far too long, our defense imports were characterized by straightforward procurements. We were a buyer of arms, a largely transactional relationship with foreign suppliers. While that addressed immediate needs, it often left us very dependent on external sources. There are so many examples in our recent past where we have had to face supply constraints, where countries have been able to leverage supply chains to twist us into agreeing to certain, I would say, compromises which we shouldn't have. I think there are enough instances where we have had to compromise on military objectives, on, let's say, settlements that have been post-military conflicts, which should have gone our way. Let me take the example of 1971, where our armed forces inflicted a decisive, absolutely decisive defeat on Pakistan. 93,000 Pakistani prisoners of war were in India. Yet, in the Simla Accord, we got nothing in return. We gave away territory that we had conquered, or we had captured. We handed over 93,000 prisoners of war from Pakistan, many of whom were wanted for egregious war crimes and human rights violations. And I think in that sense, we have let our side down. But some of this, needless to say, is because of arm twisting that have taken place, because we were dependent on others. What it boils down to today is dependency should be minimal. We must develop our own capabilities and capacities that enable us to take on the challenges that we face. It does not mean that we don't have partnerships. I think partnerships, as I said right at the beginning, are very important. Alliances, multiple alignments, as we call it, with a series of important and trusted partners is important. But I think at the end of the day, we have to be self-dependent and develop our own capacities to the extent that we can. Under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, we have resolved to change this current model fundamentally. Government has launched policies to promote indigenous manufacturing and insisted on technology transfer and local production in many of our large contracts. In a recent, not the one that I made for Op Sindoor, but subsequently on a discussion on the privatization of our nuclear energy sector, the opposition was very, very vociferous on this issue of private sector participation. And I said, look, the defense industry is a prime example where private sector participation has made the vital difference in the way we handle things. In 2014, when Prime Minister Modi came to office, we were reliant on imports of our defense equipment for 75% of our requirements. Today, 65% of our defense requirements are produced indigenously, and it is a Make in India effort. And that, I think, is a significant achievement and contribution to our, let's say, defense capabilities and our independence of policy and actions that this fosters for us. And I hope you're understanding the link I'm making between, our capacity to develop our indigenous production and equipment, and at the same time, the outcomes that we seek in any conflict that we enter into or any situation that arises as a result of that. I think this is very important linkage between the two. And of course, to illustrate that point, I would say that in our latest budget 26-27, which is still under discussion in Parliament, 75% of our defense capital procurement budget has been earmarked for domestic industry, encouraging foreign OEMs to partner with Indian firms and set up production here. Our intent is clear. We seek partners, not just vendors. Indeed, many past defense collaborations were also limited to licensed production of basic technology, but now we want to change. The concept of co-development and co-partnership or co-production came up, and it actually caught my attention when I looked at the joint statement that was issued after the Prime Minister's visit to the United States in February last year, where soon after President Trump took over for his second term of office. And at that time, I saw that many of the items that were listed in the joint statement for the defense industry were based on co-production and co-development. In other words, we develop the product together, we produce it together. And these included advanced UAVs, included Stryker vehicles, included underwater sonar equipment. As someone who has been in the United States, this is something that we have been pursuing for a long time. For the first time, I see that not only the United States is willing to offer this to us, but offer this to us at a significant co-development and co-production basis. They have also offered the F-35 aircraft, which is a fifth generation aircraft. It is another thing whether, as to what aircraft we finally go in for in terms of fifth generation. We are developing our own capacities. But the fact is that the United States has for the first time offered a state-of-art equipment to us on a co-production, co-development basis. And this is the importance of co-production and co-development. Of course, this term is not new to us, because if you look at our other partnerships, look at the case of Russia, we have been co-developing and co-producing Russian equipment for a long time. Whether it is tanks, artillery, whether it is aircraft, we have been working with the Russians for a long period of time, and even today about 60% of our platforms come from Russian equipment, which is being produced in India or being purchased, in part or whole from Russia. And a good example of that is the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, which is a joint development, an Indo-Russian venture that was started in 1988 and has yielded a world-class weaponry system, which, as I said, has been pivotal in ensuring that we had a decisive advantage over Pakistan in the recent Op Sindoor conflict. And not only that, I think this is something that is today sought after across the world. We have been able to sign a $375 million deal with the Philippines to purchase the BrahMos. There are many other countries who are interested in this BrahMos platform, but this hypersonic missile is something that I think is very unique and will certainly, find a lot of interest from our partners, not in terms of offering us something, but in terms of getting from us this important piece of equipment. France is another important partner, a critical partner, offering extensive technology sharing. We had just approved the acquisition of 114 Rafale fighter jets from France, and notably, most of these will be manufactured in India. Alongside Rafale, India's proposed $10 billion deal with Germany for the acquisition of new submarines under a unique strategic partnership model is also very important. Rather than a simple off-the-shelf purchase, we are looking at joint work that builds domestic manufacturing capacity and reduces long-term dependencies. And of course, we have other partners like Israel that provide us with very, very important components, but increasingly, as I said, we are looking at a model which is different, a model that enables us to manufacture, I would say, state-of-the-art equipment within India. And a good example of that also is the medium-range transport aircraft that we're looking for the defense industry. There are already a range of buyers, a range of partners from the United States to Brazil to the European Union who are offering this platform, which in many senses are based on a complete shifting of assembly lines into India. India will manufacture the product, India will use it indigenously, but will also export that model to countries across the world. So this is the change that we see, and of course the fruits of this approach are already visible in our growing defense exports. So this is also very important. As I said, our exports, as a result of Make in India, have been very, very significant. And a decade ago, our exports were negligible, around 686 crores if you look at 2013-14. But thanks to policy impetus and partnership-driven production, exports have risen nearly 30-fold, and exceeding 23,000 crores in 2025. So this is very, very significant. Indian-made systems from radars and patrol vessels to artillery and missiles are now finding markets in Asia, Africa, and even developed countries. Government has set an ambitious target of reaching $55 billion in defense exports by 2029, just 3 years from now, and ultimately joining the ranks of the top exporters of defense equipment in the world. So, just to conclude, because I know that our panelists are very, very experienced, they have a lot to say. We clearly have a lot to gain from their experience. I just want to make one point, is that I did mention in the beginning that our armed forces, especially our Navy, has now been seen in our region as the first responders and net security providers in the region. So if there is, a sort of a natural calamity in Banda Aceh in Indonesia, or there is a crisis in Mozambique, our armed forces are the first to go there, not in any combat role, but on a humanitarian mission to provide support and assistance. I recall that during the COVID period, when many countries in the Indian Ocean region did not have the capacity to deal with the crisis, our armed forces spent rapid response teams to countries like Kuwait. When I was in Kuwait with the parliamentary delegation after Op Sindoor, and there was this big meeting with very, very influential people in Kuwait, many people recalled that when we needed help most, India was there. Your doctors, your nurses from the armed forces were there to help us develop systems that could to enable us to combat the challenge of the COVID pandemic. Similarly, under Operation Sagar, Our naval ships went to Mozambique, Seychelles, Madagascar, Mauritius, countries across the Western Indian Ocean offering assistance. So when we talk about the Quad and we talk about the Indo-Pacific, it was General Mattis, a good friend of mine, who said that defined the Indo-Pacific as ranging from Hollywood to Bollywood. But I think we take it one step further. We look at it as extending from the west coast of the United States to the east coast littoral of Africa. Africa is an important point in the Indo-Pacific from our perspective. And our efforts to provide support to countries within this Indo-Pacific region, I think, has held us in good stead. We have been seen across the global south as a country that is supportive in the times that is most needed, whether it's in COVID, whether it's in debt crisis as in Sri Lanka, whether it is a crisis where the ship catches fire, you run out of water like in the Maldives. Indian assistance is always around the corner. And that cannot be possible without the proactive presence and willingness of the armed forces to do what it takes. When our people had to be evacuated from Afghanistan, we ran this Operation Durga Shakti out of Tajikistan. The Air Force was there to provide that support constantly, ferrying people and ferrying goods from between Kabul and any Air Force base in Tajikistan. And I think these are examples where our armed forces have been at the forefront of bolstering our image as the voice of the global south, as a country that is dependable in times good and bad. So friends, our message is clear. As we strive for a Viksit Bharat 2047, we see defense diplomacy and global partnerships as indispensable pillars of our journey. We are moving from being reactive buyers in the international market to becoming an active collaborator and co-creator of security solutions. This transition supports our strategic autonomy, fuels our domestic development, and contributes to global stability. In closing, let us remember that the ultimate aim of our defense endeavors is peace and security for our people. India remains committed to a rules-based international order where differences are resolved through dialogue. Our defense diplomacy is fundamentally in support of that order, deterring conflict, building confidence, and forging valuable ties. I am confident that through diplomatic dialogue and global defense partnerships, we will pave the way not only to a Viksit Bharat 2047, but also a safer and more cooperative world in 2047 and beyond. Once again, our heartiest congratulations to the Bharat Defense Tech Show 2026, Mayank ji, General Dhingra, everybody who's here, who's contributed to the show, and thank you for this opportunity. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Now I request Major General Ashok Dhingra ji to please come forward and felicitate respected sir. Thank you so much, Sri Shringla ji, for that masterful articulation of India's global defense strategy. And now we bring this vision to life through direct dialogue with the defense leaders from our partner nations. This is not just a discussion, this is a diplomacy in action. Chairing this session is Major General Dr. Pawan Anand, Director of the United Service Institution of India. Major General Dr. Pawan Anand is a highly decorated officer from the Corps of Engineers and a recipient of the President's Gold Medal. He currently serves as the Director of the USI Center for Emerging Technologies for Atmanirbhar Bharat. With the PhD focused on indigenous India's defense industry, he is a recognized expert in PhD in cybersecurity and geostrategy. He has held senior international procurement roles and is a PhD guide at the University of Madras. He is the recipient of Ati Vishishta Seva Medal for his dedicated services for the forces. Thank you so much, sir. Please. And joining him on this prestigious panel are Shri Matthias Emil Bankston, in 2024 First Secretary, Trade Policy and Economic Affairs, Embassy of Denmark in India. He is the first Secretary in 2024 Special Advisor, Critical Technology, Office for Economic Security, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, Copenhagen. In 2022, Special Advisor, AI and Quantum Technologies at Invest in Denmark, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, Copenhagen. Please. 2020, Head of Health, Maritime and Defense, Embassy of Denmark in Indonesia. 2019, Political and Economic Corridor, Embassy of Denmark in India. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Matthias Emil Bankston. And now we have Major General Ashok Kumar Dhingra. Is a veteran with 36 years of services, noted for establishing the Tri-Services Special Forces Division. He commanded an infantry division on the Indochina border and served as the defense and military attaché to the USA from 2013 to 2016, where he focused on technology transfer and security cooperation. A former commander of the Parachute Brigade, he has extensive counter-insurgency experience and served as a UN military observer in Liberia. He holds an executive MBA and a PG in defense studies, offering deep insights into international partnerships and modern military strategy. And last but not the least, we have Shri Debnath Shaw, IFS, former High Commissioner to Tanzania. Shri Debnath Shaw joined the Indian Foreign Services in 1984, embarking on a distinguished career with diplomatic mission in Hong Kong, Beijing, Bonn, and Dhaka. A former visiting fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C. He served as Joint Secretary in both the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of External Affairs. His ambassadorial tenure includes serving as the Ambassador of India to Azerbaijan and the High Commissioner to Tanzania until his retirement in 2015. Post-retirement, he contributed as a consultant for the India-Africa Forum Summit, IAFS 3, and served as an advisor to WAPCOS Limited under the Ministry of Jal Shakti for 4 years. Currently, he is an author on diplomatic and security issues and a strategic consultant helping SMEs expand their international presence. Ladies and gentlemen, panel is all yours. Guys, let's put your hands together for the gentlemen who are present here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have such an interesting panel with me. And after listening to what Shri Harsh Shringla had to say, I think this panel on a follow-up hopefully will add value to whatever we've been wanting to bring into when we talk about building global defense partnerships. For a long time, much in line with what Shri Shringla just said, the story of our defense industrial partnerships has been the language of transactions itself. It's all about buyers and sellers, it's all about contracts and deliveries. But defense usually is not only today about buying and selling. And if I may say so, India is no more now a customer, nor does it even seek to make others a mere customer. I think India seeks to have stakeholders together with it. India seeks that we should have a shared future with those who are like-minded partners with us. And for this, we are entering now from the old model of technology transfer to a new model of co-innovation, co-development, and co-production. For this, we should not differentiate between what we do with America, Europe, Russia, or Africa, or for that matter, any other country in the world, as long as the national interests are met and our partnerships are deep. Let us just say that our vision should be to create resilient supply chains, and these should be resilient by design. It is already visible in our partnerships now as we are creating these free trade agreements and deals with the European nations. We already have maritime surveillance networks. With Africans, we already have the peacekeeping missions, and also setting up our factories in African soil. You may have heard about how TASL has recently set up a factory for rolling out the wheeled armored platforms from Morocco. Indeed, we are now looking at India as a global distributed factory in the field of defense production. Another example for us is a landmark agreement that we have had with GE Aerospace and HAL, where we expect to have the 4 F404, 414 aircraft engines to be manufactured in India, notwithstanding the geopolitical standoffs that have taken place between us, and that despite signing contracts with the United States. We are also looking at European sensors through Saab's Giraffe radars. We are looking from Europe at naval systems, the Indo-French Scorpion class submarine upgrades, and we are looking at cyber resilience with the India-EU Trade and Technology Council, so that we have joint standards in 5G and 6G security and quantum computing to protect our critical infrastructure. The Indo-French roadmap is also envisioning co-designing heavy lift helicopters and advanced underwater drones. A number of these issues have been brought out during the course of the day today, but how closely are we going to take it forward with various countries is the moot question. Definitely, the war in Ukraine has also brought Europe's renewed focus onto defense, and the rearmament Europe program is taking place in a big way. Just to quote a figure, by 2030, Europe hopes to spend 860 billion euros on rearming itself. And herein lies a huge opportunity, not only for Europe, but also for partners like India, who would actually be probably looking at each other with common interest. We have with us the First Secretary from the Danish Embassy here, and I would like to bring out a few things that we also do with Denmark. In fact, Denmark stands out as a specialized partner for India. Our green strategic partnership has been a benchmark in sustainability, and we are also now expanding into defense and security on the same terms. The Danish company Terma AS provides radar and command and control systems for our naval vessels, and future collaboration for autonomous underwater vehicles, improving India's shipbuilding capabilities, should be on the cards. As the Arctic theater hots up, we would also look towards the Danes when it comes to ice-class vessel design and polar communication systems, which will help Indian naval architects as well. And we could talk about this as the panel goes on. When it comes to counter-terrorism and green defense, we already have an exploratory exercise going on with Denmark. In fact, I would say that the niche technologies and expertise in high-tech subsystems which come from Denmark would go very well with India's scalable defense production capabilities. And the two would make an absolute perfect marriage to bring together capabilities across the globe. When it comes to the United States, we have a 10-year framework agreement that was just signed, a major defense partnership, and the follow-up Compact 2025, which was announced in Washington. So let us hope the jet engines begin to fructify cybersecurity comes up and advanced aerospace systems also get developed or co-developed as we thought. I think that exactly is the collaborative spirit of the Bharat Defence Tech Show that we are doing today. I would say it's the heartbeat of all our discussions that has taken place today. So it would suffice for me to say that by 2029, we are looking at defense production going up to 3 lakh crores and doubling our export, as was mentioned in the morning by the Vice Chief of Air Staff, from 23,500 crores to 50,000 crores over the next 5 years, 3 to 4 years, in fact, not even 5 years. I would say ultimately the Viksit Bharat dream of 2047 would envision a self-reliant manufacturing hub in India, but also India being a pioneer of critical niche technologies. So I look forward to the remarks and the discussion that we are going to have with the extremely experienced panelists along with me. So I will then ask each of the panelists now to give up their opening remarks, and then I would ask them a couple of questions. Once we are through with that, we would throw questions open to the House, and all of this we hope to complete in about 40 minutes or so from now. So I am now going to request the First Secretary from the Danish Embassy, Mr. Bengtson, to come out with his opening remarks. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. I don't per se have like remarks, but I think there's a few things I would like to highlight from I would say a Danish perspective, but also as a representative from the European Union in a sense. So I think this year has already been very important in the EU-India relations, and of course, I mean, as you all followed, we had our the whole leadership of the EU here recently. We signed a big FTA with India, which in itself is, of course, a significant and very important event. But I do think it also is important to mention this security and defense partnership that India and the EU also announced in the same summit. Because I think this really symbolizes also how the EU and India's relation is moving to an even closer and a more trusted direction. Because I think as also the previous, speaker was mentioning, of course, I mean, you had a traditionally maybe more other defense partners, and of course more focus on procuring maybe final technologies and products. While I think also in the EU's approach to this defense partnership, there is a lot of focus on industrial cooperation and how we also can support India's ambitions in terms of local production and technology transfer and so forth. So I think it's very important to remember this part of the EU-India partnership. And I think it's also very important that I think India has started to look at EU also as sort of a important player in itself, and not just as a lot of countries where you have bilateral relationships with. So I think that's something we're very welcoming from a Danish side. I mean, Denmark is not one of the big defense industry nations, of course. As mentioned, of course, we have companies like Therma that's very strong in radars. I think in general, you would say that Denmark in defense industry is more on the high-tech and niche technologies. So it could be like radars, drones, some of these like, you mentioned also quantum technologies. Many of these maybe dual-use areas is where we are really strong. And I think that also where you can find some interesting sort of innovation, collaboration, and technology partnerships with Denmark. We're never going to be the ones who are going to build big submarines together with India, of course, or some of the other things you mentioned that our neighboring countries are very strong in. But I think there are some niche areas where we really have the potential to explore further. And that's also why we think that this industrial defense industry partnership will be an important part of our relationship with India going forward. As was mentioned, we have a Green Strategic Partnership. And now we are looking into upgrading that to a comprehensive Green Strategic Partnership, where we will also exactly look into working together in more trust-based areas such as critical technologies and defense and security. So I think that is something that is very important for bringing our relationship to the next level. As you all know, of course, when you are really becoming close, that's when you start working on these more sensitive areas and these more trusted areas. So I think that's something we are looking forward to. I think Denmark being a very strong maritime nation, one of the areas that's also very interesting to look into is the naval side. As you probably know, I mean, Denmark is famous for being like a shipping nation. We have Maersk, one of the biggest container shipping lines in the world, and a lot of maritime technology providers who are, of course, delivering or offering their technologies to the commercial shipping sector, but there's also many of them who are actually supplying to naval vessels as well, also here in India. Many of those companies that are here. So I think that's an area where we could see even more stronger collaboration, and many of these companies are already making in India. So I would say in general, I think most of the Danish companies are very committed to joint ventures and to supporting Make in India. I mean, Therma, as you mentioned, is also having local partners here and increasing localization. So that is definitely a focus area. I think on the political side, of course, you also have maritime security as an important focus. We are establishing a maritime security dialogue also with India, because, of course, as two nations where you know, freedom of navigation and sort of the protection of a rule-based order at sea is very important. This is also something where we see a potential for strong collaboration. I think maybe I will stop here now, and then we can always discuss further later. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Bengtson. I'll change tack a little bit. I'll ask you a question right away so that you've got your mind working and you've got mine working too. So I don't want to drop the G word with you, but let me put it this way. Just 2 days back, or was it a day back, Mr. Mark Rubio was there in the Munich Security Conference, and he started a form of a charm offensive with Europe, talking about historical ties and how the US is a child of Europe, so to say, and that remark went very well with everybody there in the room, and he got an ovation for it. But looking at it the other way, I mean, the pressure that has come on to Denmark from the United States was actually highlighted by both PM Fredrickson as well as the PM of Greenland, when they said that the last threat that we thought that would come to Greenland, that it would come from an ally and not from someone else, right? So I think that factor of trust perhaps will take some time to come back, to put it mildly. But my question is, today the US would be wanting to sell the F-35 aircrafts, let's say, to the European Union or even to India. How far do you think that rearmament Europe, as it goes forward, would like to be completely independent in the way it goes forward with its defense production? And what are the other partners that Europe would be looking for?
Hello? Okay, good, it's working, yes. Oh, okay, yeah, that's of course a little bit of a sensitive area you're touching on. I mean, the US, of course, is still our main security partner. I mean, the F-35 program, we have Danish suppliers who are part of this as well. It's been one of the driving forces also behind companies like Therma growing. So, of course, we are still procuring things from the US. I think recently we just signed a rather large deal again with a US arms manufacturer. So I mean, that is not changing, but you are right that, of course, this whole rearming Europe has a strong focus on buying European as well. And I think that's also in general, when you mention, of course, India has, of course, the same focus. We're all looking for more strategic autonomy. We are looking to sort of strengthen our own industrial base, both because, of course, it can create manufacturing jobs and all that, but also for security reasons. So I think the general message, of course, is that when possible, we are trying to buy more European. But I mean, we are also in a very existential situation in the sense that we have Russia basically having a full-scale invasion in the European continent. So speed is also important in that sense. So we cannot rely fully on European defense production, I would say. But of course it is an ambition, and it's also something the European Commission has highlighted many times.
Yeah, so definitely there would be you would be looking out, Europe would be looking out for diversified partners. And we're just in the same question I had asked you, what are the kind of partners that you would be looking for?
So, of course, I would say I'm not an expert, of course, in when it comes to the different technologies that we need, since I don't have a defense background, first of all. So I'm more on the, of course, economic and trade side, and also like technology, I would say more emerging technologies and so forth. But of course, I mean, as I mentioned, if this new signaling between EU and India is maybe the first step to a closer relationship in this regard as well. And I mean, again, the main priority is to buy European, but I mean, I think I've heard other also ambassadors from neighboring countries and highlight that, of course, when there's something that we can't make ourselves right now, and you have a country like India that has the scale and the speed to sometimes provide certain things, and also thinking longer terms in terms of the partnerships we are creating between the big defense companies from Europe who are setting up joint ventures here, of course, it would be quite natural to imagine at some point that would become a more important potential base for also procuring things. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that of course right now it's still very much focused on Europe, and there's of course also this issue of compatibility and legacy around defense equipment that I'm no expert in, but I know that's of course also something that plays in. Yeah, but I don't see in the principle anything that would prevent Europe from looking a bit more to India for procuring certain things. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was a fair enough answer, and we will take it forward again after that. We'll let you off the hook at the moment with those sensitive questions. Yeah, I'm going to request Ambassador Devnath Shaw for his opening remarks, please.
Opportunity, and thank you organizers of the Bharat Defense Tech Show 2026 for inviting me to this panel. I have had some experience in the topic today of building defense partnerships during my tenure with the Ministry of Defense, but that was way back in 2005, 6, 7. But from my experience there, I think to build these defense partnerships, the first thing is to build trust, because this is a sensitive issue. The trust on both sides. I mean, even then we had some countries coming to us saying, will you sell us the BrahMos missile? But that was something that was off the table then. And so I think this was an era, or at least for the last decades, we've been trying to build trust and greater number of partnerships. First of all, the idea was to consolidate and strengthen the legacy partnerships, whether with the United States, UK, France, Italy, Germany, Israel, South Africa maybe. And then we had the next series of developing partnerships with countries which were developing rapidly, especially in the defense sector. One example I can think of was South Korea. And the third category then I would say was countries previously not very trustful of India, especially in the defense sector, mostly countries in the Middle East. But this was the era when they were stepping out and approaching us to at least start a dialogue, start something, start a defense partnership. And today, of course, the scenario has changed, and many of these countries are very vibrant partners with India, particularly in the Middle East. Coming to the present situation, I would say that we should make, while we, of course, maintain and strengthen our legacy partnerships, with the countries concerned, the developing partnerships with other countries like in Asia and elsewhere, maybe even in South America, partnerships with countries which have gained our trust, which now look to India as also not just as a provider of security, but as somebody they can also hedge against, or not be reliant only on one particular partner. So they want other partners. I think at this stage, what I would recommend is that as a member and a leading member of the Global South, India should make greater efforts towards developing defense partnerships with countries in the Global South, particularly in Africa, Asia, Central Asia, and even in the far corners of the earth in South America and Latin America, because defense partnership, defense diplomacy is an important area for India. It not only provides us access to markets, but also we have geostrategic concerns, we have security concerns. Particularly, I know from my experience with Africa and Central Asia that here are countries where we need to have greater dialogue with them. We need to have institutional dialogue so that we can exchange intelligence or information, as some person said. We use our strengths, particularly in training and counterterrorism and other such areas, peacekeeping, to build these partnerships, which also help to bring about greater security for us, especially in our neighborhood and in the Indian Ocean region. And therefore, I think this is an area where, as we move forward, we should make more effort, particularly developing the defense partnerships with countries of the Global South. Coming to our defense technology, which of course we are gaining in strength to strength by, first of all, tying up with the legacy partners, encouraging them to not just sell platforms to us, but also to take on us as a partner, both in, as one mentioned by my esteemed colleague, the Honourable Member of Parliament, in co-development, co-production. First of a good example of which was BrahMos, which was just coming into focus in those days. But also to build trust among the countries in the Global South who are looking for such partnerships, who are looking to procure defense equipment, security equipment. There, I think, particularly given the African situation, we are a little behind many countries, including China, Russia, US, and European countries. And I think here we can make some specific effort. One is to be more visible, not just invite them to our air shows or defense tech shows, but also to go and participate in events that take place in those regions. We should be a little bit more flexible because finance is an important issue. I know we've started with defense lines of credit, but maybe we can ramp that up. And also countries, again from my experience in Africa, they want not that you sell them the complete just the platform itself, but also involve them in at least part of the manufacturing or service project, whether you assemble the platform as the Tatars are doing or going to do in Morocco, or you set up an MRO base there, so to provide the servicing of the equipment. So some way to involve the local population so that they also feel that they're part of the partnership. So I think with these few suggestions, I will stop at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think you really came up with some very interesting points, but just to continue with the same line of thought, and most importantly, I think you started off with saying that the whole thing in defense partnerships is about building trust. And when it comes to building trust, I think it just doesn't happen by dialogues only or by military exercises only. I think trust gets built up by many other factors which come in, and common interests have to be identified and pursued. In our case, I would say also, as you took it forward to say that when we go with the Africans, we could look at MROs and manufacturing hubs with them. My understanding would be that we need to have interdependencies between the two partners to create trust, because trust will come once there is a material benefit for both sides, or there is a material loss for both sides. When one wins, the other also wins. When one loses, the other also loses, if I may put it that way. So, what are the kind of interdependencies that we can create? Of course, you spoke about MROs and manufacturing hubs, but what are those interdependencies that we can create with those whom we want to export, or with those whom we want to partner to bring in better technologies into India?
Yes, I think, I don't know, is this, yeah. I don't know whether we can really build trust just on defense sector alone, because this is a whole game. So, but when the partner is trustful of India's intentions, of the partner's intentions, and then you involve the partner in further ways. For example, one thing I find missing between African countries and India is the dialogue between think tanks, between intellectuals who have done a lot of work. But I know we sponsor a few, IDSA does try to do some, but it's rather at a low level. This is something we can start building on, having a greater defense and security dialogue with our global South partners. Of course, to the extent we can have increased training offers that we give, the joint exercises that we do. Again, if you have a naval exercise, it may not be possible for all the partners to bring in their assets to your thing. So maybe we go out more there to show that we want to do exercises, and since they can't come, we go there. Sometimes I know partners who said that I don't have eyes in the sky. Can you supply me radar, a whole radar system? And well, we try to do our best. Somebody who needed a thing, so we respond to their thing. We ask, let them tell us what they need. That is one way. And of course, these partners they are not very strong in their manufacturing, so they are acquiring defense equipment, technology, or special equipment from all sorts of sources all across the world. And here, I think we need to make a greater effort. And one of the ways, of course, our quality has to be guaranteed. Then the price has to be reasonable. But I think most important is that they have to be sure that yes, they will get regular supplies, that service will not be an issue, and financing is something also we need to arrange with these sort of partnerships. And I think that will go a long way in slowly building up our constituency in these countries.
Yeah, I see your point, because over the years, I think our security dialogue with the Middle East has certainly gone up, and those interdependencies have not been purely defense. Actually, it would have started off with economic security, and now it has gone towards a defense, pact with the UAE. So food security on one side and defense security on the other side. I think these two go hand in hand, and maybe many more things. So the dependencies don't need to be in one particular field, and that's my takeaway on that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm now going to request General Dhingra to come up with his opening remarks, and with the experience that he has had not only in the Special Forces but also having been the defense attaché in the United States.
Chair, fellow panelists, Ambassador Shringla sir, General Gaur, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege and an honor, and thank you so much for this opportunity to be a part of this panel. Since the morning, we have witnessed that largely the theme has been self-reliance, Atmanirbharta. And most of the speakers and panelists have emphasized the reasons are very clear to us why we need to be self-reliant. Our topic of developing global partnerships actually runs contrary to that very theme. But there is a take to it that no man is an island, not everything can be done by you on your own self. You need partners, you need friends, you need others to help you out in this journey of defense modernization. So to that an extent, I will put across 3 to 4 points which, while still progressing on the theme of self-reliance, will emphasize that the global partnerships is perhaps one of the good ways to move forward in our quest for defense modernization, especially after our experiences, recent experiences of Sindoor, and prior to that, in addition to what is happening around us in the world. The technologies have all been enumerated. I mean, we know what kind of forward-looking enhancements are required, whether it is in those various fields, robotics and AI and machine learning, unmanned warfare, the UAVs, space and surveillance. I mean, these have all been actually part of our sessions. They are major focus areas where we need to move forward. So to that an extent, self-reliance, like I said, it is not, not to be seen in isolation. We can actually collaborate and, get together. Of course, like it's been said, that trust will be, the basic foundation of any such mechanism. But with that, we can, because, not everyone can do everything. I mean, the way these technologies are progressing, the way they are expanding, the kind of reach that they are taking, I mean, there is not a sole provider. No one nation has it all. I mean, there are critical materials, there are critical technologies, and the interdependence just comes in. So self-reliance through interdependence is also perhaps, one of the modes that has to be progressed alongside, our other means of modernization. And the global defense partnership is a good way to move ahead in that direction. Again, we come to, armaments and procurements of that, and, kind of restrict ourselves to global partnerships in that sphere. But again, that is not the case, because I remember, like in the US, when I was there initially for the first year or two, there were no major procurements at all. And I mean, we as attaches had very little in terms of, because otherwise, any bulk procurements take maximum of your time. But we were doing phenomenal work in terms of, joint training, developing interoperability together, huge exercises, and, those cross connects And as the doors opened towards, very meaningful procurements down the line, I mean, it all fell into place. So, in addition to procurements, of course, India as a trusted partner, as Ambassador Shringla brought out, especially as a net security provider for Indo-Pacific, and a good partner among friends. Obviously, we need to be interoperable with our friends, and this global partnership helps us in that direction. So, while we innovate, while we integrate among each other, we also need to look at our friends abroad who can help us in this particular phase when we are trying to modernize, and when especially the cycles are long and we want to reduce the time drastically, we can actually get into some kind of arrangements with them. And like it has been brought out, we are no longer a buyer's market. We are now more into co-development and co-production. And the moment you get into co-development, obviously you also have equal share of the technology and the IPRs, whatever are being researched on. And that is where, you are also able to build trust among each other. So I'll close with this a thought that, let not self-reliance be just like building walls all around us. It is more of, especially the global partnerships actually dictate to us that it is the bridges that we have to build across, and with trusted and willing partners. Thank you.
So thank you, thank you, Ashok. If I may call you that. Ladies and gentlemen, he's an old batchmate, an old friend. What you probably don't know about him is something remarkable in him. During the Sri Lanka operations, he got shot in his right arm. He has a beautiful handwriting, and he started writing with his left hand. And his handwriting was just as beautiful with the left hand. So remarkable resilience with this gentleman here. But I have a question for you, which I'm going to actually throw a challenge to what you just said. So, the Indian dependence on Russian arms had gone up to 68 to 70%. I mean, I personally have operated on from T-55s to T-72s to T-90s. And today, we are at a stage where we're down to almost 38, 39%. So we've actually brought our dependence down on the Russians. And the premise was that we would make a lot of it ourselves, and we would get a lot of help from the West to bring it up. And that perhaps has not really happened the way we hoped that it would, if I may say so. So we did have the DTTI with the US. It didn't really work, and we spoke about it. There's hardly any technology transfer that took place from the US. Then later on, we had something called the ISET. All of you would be aware of it. Nothing has come out of the ISET. Today, we talk about something called TRUST. Also matches with the word called trust, as you said, sir. But I don't see anything coming out of the trust initiative as well. We signed contracts for the GE F404 engines. We're yet to get the third or fourth engine. Forget about the entire bunch that we contracted for. So the point I'm coming to is, today we are going back to having a trustworthy relationship once again with the US, based on certain geopolitical disruptions, and then those disruptions being kind of ironed out once again. Do you think that we will be able to take forward what we had hoped to take forward with them in DTTI, ISET, and now Trust?
Yes, it has been a long timeline in terms of, these very agreements that we have reached with them. And I mean, frustrations on both the sides in terms of nothing really tangible that has come about after, so much of efforts and so much of trials in terms of, getting somewhere after identifying realistic technologies which perhaps we could co-develop or, then move on to the next stages. I think that has got more to do with the bureaucracy on both the sides, because somehow it takes very long to understand each other's system, and perhaps that itself took undue delays. And thereafter, of course, these are things which are very flexible, and things keep changing, in terms of by the time our side would identify and actually want a particular technology, the other side would have moved on and would have perhaps, for want of not adequate response or, time, would perhaps, not be willing to part with it or not to, move forward on it, and would suggest something else. And then you would start, back on the slate and, back on the drawing board again and start all over again. And it's highly bureaucratic, so it does take a lot of time.
Oh, I totally agree with you. I have personally done 3 appointments on procurements, and one of them was international procurements. And I was dealing with 17 countries. The US was one of them in 2014. The foreign military sales procedure is 2 thick tomes which you have to go through to get anything to be bought from there. Every single indent goes all the way to the US Congress to be cleared. So it's a very lengthy procedure, and the bureaucracy is on both sides. It's as much on our side perhaps. But I think hopefully we'll be heading for something better. But you see, today we have procured from the US over the time that we are talking over the last decade and a half. We have procured maritime surveillance aircraft. We have procured Predator drones. We have procured transport aircraft from them. So there has been, we initially got the ANTPQ radars. I was struggling to get spares for them from the US. And at the same time, we bought the 777 RT guns from them, M777s. Now, with all this having happened, it was still a buyer-seller relationship. Do you think it's going to change, and will there be any technologies that will get exchanged on either side, or is it just going to remain a buyer-seller with them?
No, actually, again, the DPP that was prevailing upon at that time, this was mainly by decision. Though it was government-to-government contract, but all the same, we ended up buying, and it has been emphasized, the kind of offsets that we had, we really didn't get the meat out of, those offsets, whatever percentages. So that, to that an extent, this has been clean buy, and so obviously there's hardly been, worth transfer of technology. But going forward, and now with the, the procurement procedures themselves undergoing that kind of a change, I suppose any fresh, deals that are being signed, it has to be make in India and, co-develop and co-produce. Hopefully we will see that, things will get better.
Yeah, I think we should always think that it's going to get better, and there is an indication that things would improve, hopefully. Ambassador, coming back to you, and with your experience in Africa, and especially, I think, Tanzania, what do you think our scope would be to develop defense diplomacy and specifically defense industrial relationships beyond a certain point? We look at them as a market. We also look at them perhaps as production partners, as Tata's has done with Morocco, and probably through Morocco start selling into Africa itself. I'm also personally aware that a number of governments are looking for outright purchases from India but are unable to find a way through to India. How can we make, and you did speak about our visibility over there, how can we make ourselves more available to them so that they're able to approach us easily and buy from us? Many of them want to, and I could name a few countries. People have spoken with me at times just because of, being in the talking circuits. So you would have also experienced it, and I would like to know, how do you think that can be taken forward and made use of by us?
Yeah, you're exactly right that defense diplomacy needs to be ramped up really with countries in Africa and other developing countries, which frankly again is a market for us because these are countries which don't produce much of their own, and the capabilities will take a long time, including the scale also. So they are dependent, they are buying from other countries, they are, but to ramp up our, let us say, partnership and sales to such countries, we need to, one is of course be more visible, invite more of them to our shows, bring our, or take our platforms and technologies to them to show that it is no less or than what they are currently procuring, that there is a on a price there is some sort of stability on supplies, on servicing, on because these platforms need to be serviced for maybe 20-30 years. So this would, I think, but I think what mostly stops buyers is finance, and there is that something we would have to look really seriously, because there are countries, including our big neighbor, who are quite free with the financing such procurements, and we really need to take a good look at that.
Yeah, thank you. Just a last question to First Secretary Bengtson. The India-Europe partnership is now hopefully on the cards, and we have the EU FTA, which is yet to be operationalized, but should be getting operationalized very soon. How do you think the innovation aspects, and you said, Denmark is a small country, but you have a very high innovation index, perhaps. Similarly, Switzerland has a very high innovation index. How can the innovation aspects be brought together between our two countries? Denmark, maybe even Switzerland, maybe other smaller countries. For example, Belgium has got ASML. I mean, and that's really the Netherlands has got ASML, which is a remarkable technology for chip making. So where do you think our interests and commonality would bring us together on these things? How can we do this?
Thank you so much. So of course, I think this is a key area for sure, where we need to work more. I think for now, of course, we've seen that a lot of the companies in general from Europe are starting to have more and more R&D in India. I can see that with our own companies, with all the global capability centers and all that. Of course, that's mostly civilian. But that being said, I think, again, coming back to this issue of trust, but the positive direction of trust creation. Of course, it's no secret that, I think there has been some concern in the past in terms of how critical things we could sort of do with India in terms of innovation and technology in the defense area. But I'm seeing more and more that this is becoming less of a concern, and I think because it has to do with this trust building and then taking the next step. You just had this discussion about US as well, of course, that they might want to sell certain things to India, but they might not want to actually do any technology transfer. And of course, that is always a difficult topic. But I think we're seeing more and more commitments to this. And of course, I would also say, just being very frank, that with the dependency on Russia going down, it also is helping this discussion from our side, I would say. That's very clear. As a diplomat, it's to say it like this. Of course, you know that has always been a concern, but at the same time, I also understand the dilemma that, of course, you want to replace that relation with another sort of co-development relation, right? So it's, but anyway, I think in innovation, India has a lot of talent, also a lot of skills, and we will be needing this, and I think at this stage there's no way around, I think, doing more innovation partnerships with India where we are going ahead now. Yeah.
Is Denmark planning to set up some GCCs here?
We have a lot already. So because some of the biggest companies like Maersk, Novo Nordisk, Vestas, those kind of companies that are quite sizable companies, they all have quite big GCCs with thousands of people here, and I know many of them are doing AI solutions and stuff here. So it's not just the classic, like maybe when they set up 15 years ago when it was more sort of an outsourcing exercise, but a lot of them are doing a lot of their really advanced stuff here. And I also know we have on the consultancy side, like Covi, Ramble, these kind of companies, basically anything that most of what they are, for instance, bridges and so forth, that they are making in Europe and US are being sort of modeled here by their engineers. So, it's definitely, I think, in terms of technology level, it's getting more and more intense. So I think that's already a really positive sign. But of course, again, from there to the defense side, it's always a bit trickier, I think. But I think
dual use would perhaps be the way forward.
yeah, exactly. It will be already moving there a bit, but it's and I think that will happen. But of course, it always again one step at a time, and then the more trust. And with this new partnership between India and EU, I think is paving maybe the way for further engagements. So I'm hoping at least.
Yeah. So we are almost out of time. If there are any questions, we can we'll go in for questions. In case there are any. Okay, I think we've. Oh, there is a
there's
question.
this lady.
All right, the lady there, please.
Sorry. Thank you. So I really appreciate the points that you have made regarding the innovations and collaborations between both the aspects. I would also like to know, more curious to know how the startups of the countries can, have a scope in collaborating with these initiatives.
So do you want to throw the question to the First Secretary?
Yes.
Okay.
Or, it's open to anyone.
Open to anybody, but we'll start with him.
Yes, I think definitely. India is quite famous now for the massive startup ecosystem in general. We already see some collaborations, I think, also with startups from Denmark. And in terms of from a defense angle, I think that's another thing that without being an expert, but at least I know a bit more thing about emerging technologies than actually classic defense. What you're seeing now, I think a lot of these technologies will be more dominant in the defense field again. So I also think that maybe it could make it easier also for India's more of tech ecosystem to leapfrog in terms of defense, because you see, I can also see in our startups or smaller companies in Denmark, you have all these drone companies and others that are suddenly becoming very relevant in a defense context, also for being affordable and easy, and you can make them quick, and that might be more necessary now than the most advanced of the advanced system. You see that a lot on the battlefield in Ukraine, right? So I think that also is an opportunity, of course, for India's defense. And you see in Silicon Valley, of course, the amount of money suddenly going into defense tech and all that compared to before the war in Ukraine. And so, I think
are you from a startup? Are you from a startup?
No, but I work with a couple of startups. So.
All right. So I think what we're probably looking at is how can startups approach the European industrial community to find their way in and cooperate with them, and maybe I'm sure the embassies would be looking forward to such trade kind of exchanges.
Yeah, in general, I think most European embassies are having innovation centers in India, and they do partner startups. Ours is based in Bangalore, but always welcome to reach out and if you have in contact with startups who are looking for collaborations. Yeah.
All right. In the interest of time, I think we'll have to close this panel, and all is left for me is to request all of you to give a good applause to our panelists who've given us their thoughts here.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And Major General Dr. Anand, thank you for this extraordinary dialogue. But before we move on to the next session, I would request Major General Dr. Pawan Anand to please felicitate all the panels. now I request Major General Dhingra to please felicitate our moderator. Thank you so much. What we witnessed here was not just conversation, it was a blueprint for collaboration, a foundation for trust, a commitment to shared security. India doesn't stand alone, and neither does any nation facing 21st century threats. Together, we are stronger. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the final session of day one, let us turn our attention to the heart of this summit, innovation. Because wars are no longer won by the largest armies. They are won by the smartest system. AI predicting enemy movements, cyber weapons disabling infrastructure, space assets providing battlefield intelligence, quantum encryption securing communications. This is modern warfare, and India is at the forefront. Please welcome our distinguished panel. First, I would like to invite Rear Admiral Sanjay Mishra. He is a defense technologist known for promoting innovation and indigenous development. He is one of the few officers to have served as an instructor at both the Defense Services Staff College and the College of Defense Management. His expertise spans the entire defense industrial spectrum, including R&D with DRDO and quality assurance for the three services. He is recognized for his leadership in building task-oriented teams for high-end technology mission. And he is also a recipient of Vishisht Seva Medal for his dedicated service. And for the panel, I would like to invite Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit. Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit is the Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, taking command in May 2025, an experimental test pilot and qualified flying instructor. He has over 3,300 flying hours on aircraft ranging from the Mirage 2000 and to the Jaguar. He has held pivotal roles as Deputy Chief of Air Staff and AOC in Central Air Command. His 38-year career includes active participation in Operation Safed Sagar and Rakshak. He is a recipient of the Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vayu Sena Medal and Vishisht Seva Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit. Next we have Lieutenant General Vineet Gaur. Lieutenant General Vineet Gaur is the Director General Capability Development for the Indian Army, an EME officer of the 1987 batch. He holds an M.Tech from IIT Mumbai and was a maintenance officer for the UNIFIL mission in Lebanon. He has held key staff appointments in Northern Command and served as an instructor at MCEME and CDM. For his professional excellence, he has been awarded the PVSM and AVSM, along with multiple commendation cards from the COAS. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General Vineet Gaur. And last but not the least, we have Shri Rohan Gala. He is the co-founder and CEO of Sanlan Technologies, a defense electronics firm specializing in radar, electronic warfare and mission critical avionics. With an MBA from IIM Calcutta and a background in chemical engineering, He has over a decade of experience in scaling B2B and B2C businesses. Under his leadership, Sanlian focuses on indigenous technological development supported by Indian venture capital to create scalable defense solutions. So, panelists, let's show us how innovation becomes operational superiority. Over to you.
Hello, check. Is this on? Good evening. I was just told this is the last session. And I think in this last session I'm the least qualified, although I'm supposed to be the moderator. Innovation in modern times, or in modern warfare. Now, any warfare would have primarily 3 stages. One is before the actual war starts. That's when you're building your capability. Then, when the war is on, and we've seen the Russia-Ukraine war often discussed by many. And then, obviously, once the war ends, and you need to rebuild on your capacities. Now where does innovation come in all of this? Surprisingly, what I've seen is that in this so-called tsunami of Namkaran, I'm sure all of us understand what Namkaran is, where a lot of terminologies are invented just to keep oneself current in the intellectual sphere. But innovation is a rather simple word. It just means that you think a bit differently, basing your developments on what you actually have. But what normally happens is innovation in one's sublime or in one's semi-conscious state, we start confusing it with invention. And that's where the problem comes in. When you're looking at innovation, I would say that it would primarily be how best you can make use of what you have in different ways. For example, that famous attack in the hinterland of Russia. The drones were available, nothing new. Trucks were available, nothing new. But getting people to operate and getting drones out of those trucks and hitting Russians where they never expected is what actually changed the scenario. So, when you're looking at a pre-war scenario, we are looking at innovations towards capability building. When you're looking at warfare or the war when it's actually on, you're looking at building things in numbers, building things which are cost effective. And probably once you get to the end of war, you're looking at how best you can recoup and restart your building capacity. So innovations coming to it are primarily of 2 types. One is product innovation and other is process innovation. Rest all kinds of innovations are derivatives which have been developed over a period of time, more or less, trying to confine to a particular one of either product or process. Now, with me, I have a very distinguished panel. First, I would like Air Marshal Dixit to kindly illuminate us on how you feel about how innovation is going to change the modern warfare.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I thank the organizers for calling me here for this event. Now, the nature of conflict is changing because of new technology which has come in, new thought process which has come in, and the gray zone which we have entered. So because of which innovation in modern warfare, innovation has been very nicely defined by our moderator. It is no longer a strategic aspiration, it has become the oxygen of national survival. You see, we are having great number of new tools which are every day coming out, like software defined radios, networks, algorithm driven enterprises. Now how to use that, how to make them work for you. So all this is under the ambit of innovation. Today, the side which can process the information faster, adapt technology quickly, secure networks more resiliently, and innovate under the relentless pressure of fire, like the way people have been doing in Ukraine or maybe in some other places. So those are the people who are going to maybe win the next war. Now the battle space right in front of our eyes is changing, and it is now encompassing cyberspace, outer space, electromagnetic spectrum, cognitive domain, where perception and belief themselves are getting weaponized, and the complex tapestry of information environment which is all around us. So all this gives us a very fertile ground to put our minds at work and innovate, find new ways of doing business, find better ways of doing business. So that is the theme, and that is what we have to achieve. The first thing is that like you have, when you're coming here, you must have seen a lot of posters for AI summit. So this AI has become a very important buzzword, and we have to learn to use it, and we have to make it function as a force multiplier and not as a force replacement, along with meaningful human control. So this is one thing which we are really looking at. When we move to cognitive domain, uncrewed multi-domain systems and attritable warfare. So how to use this technology, this various drones, put them in swarms or put them in some kind of thing. This is what will lead us to much better utilization of this resource which is available now in abundance in winning our war. So this concept, this drone concept is fundamentally changing our force design. How to design a force away from the historical emphasis on fewer, more exquisite and expensive platform. We should be going towards balanced fleets that integrate high-end assets with large number of intelligent and expendable systems. For India, successfully navigating this landscape demands foresight, like he has covered, and industrial capability. Scalable indigenous production is required, and various kind of swarm coordination technologies, robust counter unmanned aerial system, all this will be required. Now, the next domain which I talked of was electronic or electromagnetic spectrum. Now, you may have heard of GPS denials to cripple navigation, radar and communication jamming, which disrupt sensor networks and command structures, that the increasingly sophisticated threat of neutralizing unmanned systems through electronic attack. So this is another area which we have to adapt, so that the systems should be able to change their frequencies in real time. Cognitive EW system should be coming in, and we should be able to counter enemy tactics. Now, one emerging field around this which we see is resilient communication and quantum security, where multi-level communication architectures are being created with integration of terrestrial, airborne and space-based systems. And as the quantum technology matures, we will have means our cryptographic vulnerability will increase, and we have to actually start working towards that. So if you look at it, the cyber, space and information warfare are now inseparable components of modern conflict, and they are the boundaries around which we have to define the warfare. Also, along with this is the information and cognitive space, where narrative dominance, ability to counter disinformation campaigns, and the maintenance of digital legitimacy, they are also now very critical operational variables which we have to take into account. And at headquarter ideas, we have already opened a new agency called DSA, Defense Communication Agency. So with this, we are trying to we are learning right now how to create narratives and fight with the narratives. Now, while all this is happening, organizational agility and human capital, which is going to use this, which is the bedrock of actually any nation or any technological integration. This technology which we are innovating, without the right doctrine, training and culture, is going to be completely ineffective. The next pillar which is there is the industrial ecosystem, for which so many people are here, and startups and MSMEs, and we have to have academia, industry, military collaboration. We are very weak in semiconductor and electronic supply chain, which can be very easily poisoned. So this is the place we have to look very carefully and ensure that the components which we are getting, those components are correct components and they will not fail when the need arises. So I will offer 3 thoughts that must guide our approach. First, innovation in modern warfare is not about acquiring the latest technology for its own sake. It is about cultivating a culture that rewards adaptation, experimentation and the courage to learn from failure. A culture that recognizes that the battlefield is an evolving school of hard knocks. The second is, the wars of future will not be decided solely by raw firepower or sheer numbers. They will be decided by data superiority, who controls the most relevant and accurate information, network resilience, who maintains the most robust and adaptive information architecture, and innovation velocity, who can translate ideas into effective actions the fastest. So this is the core of the new competitive advantage. And for thirdly, India innovation must be indigenous. We cannot rely on anybody outside to come and feed us. And it should be ethically anchored and strategically aligned. So this is actually the essence of modern warfare which I am talking of. It is not about who has the most advanced tool, but who can leverage innovation most effectively to outmaneuver and outthink the adversaries. So to truly innovate, there are 2 sides. Policy makers are there, military is there, and of course industry people are there, academia are there. So from the policy side, we are currently looking at the defense acquisition procedure, and there are certain very far thinking provisions which are coming in. So that DAP is already online available. I will request you to go through it, and any new idea which you are able to put and submit. So up to first week of March time is available. Anybody can submit this idea. We would also like to increase the defense spending in R&D. That is also another thing which we are looking at, so that we can create clear technology accelerators for defense. Funding also needs to be streamlined, for which also we are working. For the armed forces and for us, basically, we have to embed the innovation in training and structure. We have to reward officers who develop new tactics, systems, procedures, process, simplify rules for field trials, and rotate tech-savvy personnel into research roles. Joint defense exercises with academia and startups also we are thinking of, and above all insist on iterative learning, probe which ideas succeed or fail and then adapt. Ultimately, innovation must permeate all thought and action. So you must have heard this quote from Gita, Yoga Karmashu Kaushalam. So in the same manner, we must learn to do things differently with purpose. And the spirit of this Gita quote, Yoga Karmasa Kaushalam, every project should be treated as an art of work and it should be taken to perfection, skillfully and creatively pursued. Only by relentlessly innovating can India build the robust, future-ready defense forces needed for a Viksit Bharat 2047. So these are my thoughts. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Air Marshal Dixit, for a very, very lucid talk. As they say in Staff College, my question is in 4 parts. The first one is, which I really liked, is when you said that assets, there will be some key assets, that's force multipliers, with a large number of expendable systems. Now, we've always been saying that there is a force multiplier and then there is a basic force element. So, we're looking at basic force elements which are large and probably expendable. That means we will have to generate capacities to be able to build them in large volumes with a sufficiently high velocity. That means rate of production. So, what in your view should we be doing as part of a production ecosystem wherein force multipliers could be at the side for a while, but how do we get into these relatively not very niche, but niche enough expendable systems which can be made in large numbers? The other one is when you spoke of GPS denial. Now, one way of countering GPS denial is going for AI on edge. That's one way. And this is where probably the young brains, the MSMEs and the startups can play a major role, because these are fertile brains bubbling with new ideas. But then what happens is that most of these guys, after an enthusiasm period of say 6 months to 9 months to a year, then they start worrying about how do they give paychecks to their staff. So what kind of because now you have the seat which makes all the difference. What is it that we should be doing to support these startups and MSMEs? They may be able to deliver, they may not be able to deliver. But so long they have made the the endeavor has been honest, we need to handhold these sort of guys. That's the second question. The third one is very, very important, which my salutations to you, is about the culture aspect of it. We keep talking about it, but none of us are actually looking at the culture which needs to be changed to be able to adapt to innovation. You know, coming from an acceptance authority, I know how laborious it is to get any product into service. But if you look at the present Ukraine war, straight from prototype stage, they are going into actual war and they being tested around. Now, it's not only being fielded, it's also about you getting expertise on how to exploit them more effectively. So what in your view should be the training methodology or the ecosystem which should be able to take care of transforming this culture wherein we are diffident about trying anything new? As General Gore would say, he was my fellow officer in CDM, most of us operate from a fear of failure psychosis. Now, how do we get to hope of success instead of operating out of a fear of failure framework? And my last point is how much of an emphasis is actually being given to cyber physical security? Because when you're looking at data, when you're looking at OT security, are we agile to this, and where do we foresee the MSMEs and startups again playing a part insofar as CPS is concerned?
Hello. So I'll tell you about the cyber physical security. So all MSMEs and all DPSUs, all industry, they have to perforce become part of cyber security framework which Ministry of Defense has installed, and they have to. So this is one part, and I am not authorized to talk much about cyber physical security, but suffice to say, during Operation Sindoor, every day more than 1.5 million cyber attacks are happening, and none of us saw any effect. There were one or two websites were defaced, but we are very serious about this subject. That is all I can say. Regarding this GPS denial, okay, that was example you gave for AI or how the startups are coming up. Now this startup product, the thought to product into the field. So when you reach TRL level 5 and 6, that is the value of death. That is there you have to support them. And this support can come from only policy change. There is no other method by which you can pump a resource into a startup or a MSME. So now at highest level, this issue has been realized. And I can only say adequate policy measures are in the process of being debated and maybe institutionalized. So there is one new threats platform. Last 2 years it has been tried out. So maybe that will come up and MSMEs will get some support. But this issue is live, very, very live. But I think Vineet will give more input on this. Culture aspect, we have to change the culture. Now there are two issues in culture, two major issues in culture. You see, till the time you are in the field and you are performing the task of defending the nation, there I need professional excellence. I will not accept failure. So that is about till about 18, 19, 20 years service. So after that, this acceptance of failure or trying to learn, so that is where it can happen. So there are two distinct areas which we have to look at, and courses, restructuring of courses is one thing. How we are doing PME, professional military education, that is what we need to understand and implement. We are trying to do that. So rest, I think he will cover in his presentation. If anything else is left, then I can take on later.
Certainly. General Vineet, all yours.
This is the first slide. Can I change it from there? Yeah, I can change it from there. Yeah. Can I make it full screen? Yeah. Thank you. Permission to start, sir? Air Marshal Dikshit, Chief of Integrated Defence Staff, Admiral Sanjay Mishra, Mr. Rohan Gala, CEO of Sun Lion, esteemed veterans here, officers in uniform, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my thanks to the Bharat Defence Tech Show for inviting me here. As a practitioner of capital acquisition for the Indian Army for the past 3 years and a few tenures before, I find this topic extremely relevant and extremely interesting. and particularly seeing the way the last few years the conflicts have changed. And I think that's the reason this topic, innovation and warfare and modern warfare, is extremely, extremely important. Now, in the Indian context and otherwise also, the character of the conflicts has constantly changed, and right now what you see perhaps is that the India used to have this episodic conflicts like the Op Vijay or a near conflict like an Op Parakram, where you had almost a conventional kind of a conflict. But even in the case of India and otherwise in the world, I think what has changed is that instead of a full-scale conflict, you are possibly seeing now a persistent, tech-enabled, and competition which is below the threshold of a full-scale war. And our adversaries and we both are possibly looking at this, gray zone warfare and the no war, no peace scenario, where we are combining cyber operations, we are combining IW, psychological manipulations, proxy actors, EW, precision surveillance, all of it, I think, from both sides. And the technology sits somewhere in between, where you find that as the technology is changing, these lines are getting blurred. What used to be part of a full-scale conflict is slowly shifting into what could be in a gray zone today. And I think that's interesting, and that's how technology becomes important, that's how innovation becomes more important. Now, today, the theme, the organizers, and whosoever has done it, my compliments to them, they have made two pillars to today's discussion. The first pillar is the technological drivers across the conflict spectrum. Now, since we are discussing innovation in modern warfare, where technological ambition is meeting the strategic necessity, as pointed out by Air Marshal Dixit, the first technological pillar is actually talking about a triad. So I'll talk about three technologies here, which is what has been given in the concept paper. First, I'll talk about agentic AI. Then I'll talk about unmanned, MDS, the multi-domain systems. Then I will talk about quantum technologies, and I will talk each of these triads both in the gray zone and in the active hostility. So that's the format I will follow as far as the first pillar is concerned. In the second pillar, which is an important pillar, is also to see that today it's become very important, and which we have seen, that you may not be having all systems which are new with you, and particularly a country like us where 30, 40, 30 is more actually is in the domain of 30s, which are actually the legacy systems are more in number. So you find that the ability to smartize and repurpose some of your legacy systems becomes extremely, extremely important. So the second pillar, which is going to be the pillar of repurposing the legacy system for asymmetric advantage, also understanding some of the technical and the tactical adaptations which have happened right on the edge, the forward edge, where the conflicts are taking place. These lessons are going to be the second pillar that I'm going to talk about. So let's start from the first pillar, first driver. Three drivers, agentic AI. Second is going to be the UMDS, and third is going to be the quantum. So let's start with agentic AI. So what is agentic AI? Simply put, it is that type of AI which can act and which can decide and take decisions without human intervention. If you put it little more, difficult definition of agentic AI, then it's a class of autonomous systems capable of reasoning, planning, and execution complex multi-step tasks to achieve high level of goal with minimum human intervention. So that's the change the agentic AI is bringing, which is different to the conventional AI, as also the AI that we call as a generative AI. So I'll try and also give you some differences as we go ahead. Okay, so as regards agentic AI, the first thing that you have to do is give a goal and thereafter sit. That means an agentic AI system will have a goal, and thereafter the entire goal will be taken on by the system without you coming in. That means from human in the loop to human on the loop. So what does it do? So the planning and the reasoning is done using the LLMs. And while it is doing the planning, it is making the entire goal into sub-goals or sub-tasks in multiple steps. And then deciding which tool to use and how to use and when to use. And these tools are what? These tools are APIs, or this could be some softwares, or this could be some databases with which it interacts with the external world. But the most important thing is, after that, when it takes an action, and suppose the action does not go the way it was going, it takes adaptive action or corrective action on real time. So self-correction becomes an important part of it, and refines this entire thing to still get the goal. And I think a very simple example is, suppose I give today a swarm of loitering munitions, a task of going into the enemy area, defined enemy area, and be able to take down all radar emitters in that particular area. That's the goal given. So the first thing an agentic AI will do will first detect all emitters there, thereafter possibly also track them and give these tasks to various members of the swarm, and you choose that route which has minimum AD, choose that route which has got minimum EW interference, and in case some of these swarms get shot down, will redesign, reprioritize and reassign these tasks and still do the task without you coming into it. That's a very simple example of an agentic AI. And this is what is going to happen in all decision support systems here and after, where man will sit on the loop, he will not be in the loop, which means the things will happen much faster and much better than a human intervention. Generative AI, again say what is generative AI and how is it different from agentic AI? Is that generative AI can generate text, it can generate pictures, it can generate a scenario, it can generate a signal, it can generate a code, but it cannot take actions autonomously. It has to, so it's a prompt driven. You give a prompt, it gives you a reply, but it does not take any action. And that's the difference between a class of generative AI systems which are used only for wargame simulations, making a brief, an int brief, or things of that sort, but it cannot take decisions autonomously like an agentic AI system takes. So going forward, let's look at the AAI in active hostilities. I told you that each of these technologies I'll see in the active hostilities, then take them to the gray zone. In the active hostilities, the best thing that the agentic AI will do, it will accelerate your OODA cycle. So it will simulate 10,000 battles in 48 seconds, which you as humanly cannot do, while the battle conditions are constantly changing, which means you will have the ability to use this machine to give you a recommended course of action which is going to be robust, looking at all possibilities that can come up. And I think that's the power the agentic AI brings in all kinds of decision support systems. So, so that's the acceleration of the OODA loop. You look at US, they had two programs. One was Maven and second was the Replicator. And if you look at Maven, Maven started in 2017 and the Replicator started in 2023. And Maven came as a system wherein all the feeds coming from the UAV, all video feeds coming, all images coming, it could do the AI analysis of it. So the entire AI analysis of all these systems to shorten and to have the entire ISI feed with a human out of the loop could be done by Maven. And what thereafter came was Replicator. When they understood that an F-35 program takes 8 to 10 years, a submarine programs take 10 years, and a single loss of these systems is a huge loss, while China at A2AD, is going much faster. You churn out, the mass much faster. So they came with this program called Replicator, which is giving you low-cost, autonomous, attritable drones at a speed and scale that Air Marshal Dixit was talking. So the idea of bringing mass, low-cost autonomous mass is what the Replicator program was. So they called Replicator the body and they called Maven the brain. And the brain and body tango is what they tried to utilize in Ukraine. And that is where they are going. Should we have more novel systems which are high cost, or should we have mass of autonomous systems which can overwhelm? In the gray zone, the narrative warfare. It's going to be something which AI will do. Today you have a narrative, and that narrative in all social media platforms, it will go autonomously decide what to answer, how to answer, when to answer, what not to answer, how to change the narrative if you are given the overall directions whenever it is there, which a human again cannot do. So all this automated narrative warfare will possibly go with the agentic AI, where the agent will do this job for you. Autonomous cyber hunting, from a reactive cyber response, which Air Marshal Dixit was talking about, to go into a proactive hunt. The ability to hunt a small possible attempt onto your system and be able to take corrective actions in milliseconds before it harms your systems is going to be the autonomous cyber hunting. Again, agents will do it, agentic AI will do it. And last is the predictive detection, where you can see what is happening in the economy, you can see what is happening in information domain, and you can find these subtle changes for any sort of malicious activities which is likely to come up from your adversary, and take corrective actions well in advance. In all these gray zone activities, AAI or agentic AI will play a huge role. The second driver that I want to talk about is uncrewed multi-domain systems. So the difference is that you have single domain systems, too many of them. The change in an uncrewed multi-domain system are two. One is the integration, second is the interoperability, third is a common mission or a common goal. And I think that separates a single domain system to a UMDS, where interoperability, integration, and a common mission becomes an important thing. So in hostilities, what is going to happen is first example where UMDSs can be used in active hostilities, of course, is disintegration of defenses by having swarm of low-cost drones which could go and blind the enemy air defense systems. It could also be used in man-unmanned teaming, where you don't want the concept of loyal wingmen, where you don't want to take the risk by the manned systems and first send the unmanned system. It could also be, similar things could be in the ground systems, where you can possibly send a UGV before you send your manned troops. And last, of course, is the resilient logistics. Wherever you find in the contested areas, the convoys have to go, the supplies have to go, irrespective of the operational situation, you can send a UGV. And most important part is the contraction of the kill web. So this ability of this UMDSs to change the reaction time from minutes to seconds is what is going to be the most important aspect of UMDSs in active hostilities. Your ability to respond faster is what they will do. Coming on to the gray zone, I think the most important thing which it will do is presence without escalation. So this ability of attribution shielding, because you can send drones which you can deny that you never sent. And it is possible these days to send those kind of drones, and we are seeing drone insertions happening on a constant basis. So the cost is either you ignore this threat, or you use some sort of a step which is escalatory, or you use a system which is costlier to counter them. And I think the cost is what is going to come up in case you keep using it persistently. So persistent cost imposition on your enemy is going to be in the gray zone by using all these systems. And last, of course, is the pervasive surveillance. Your eyes in the air, or eyes in the sea, or eyes on ground all the time pervasively. That is what is going to be the thing which UMDS in the gray zone will do. So now I come to quantum. As regards quantum, there are three parts of the quantum technologies which are going to be extremely important. The first one is going to be the sensing, the quantum sensing technologies, where I'll talk about the GPS denial which you were talking about. Then second is going to be extremely important, the quantum communications in terms of cryptography and the PQC. I'll talk about it a little later. And then last is the quantum computing, which is right now not matured but is likely to mature in the years to come. These three important parts of the quantum technologies will come in different proportions in both hostilities and in the gray zone. So let's go and see them one by one. Let's look at quantum in active hostilities. And I think three important use cases is, first is the GPS independent navigation. GPSs will become obsolete the moment the quantum sensors come in. Your ability to even the stealth will go for a 6, because the stealth, which is right now working, stealth submarine, even minutest hull movement or minutest displacement of water will be picked up by a quantum accelerometer or a gyroscope or a quantum gravimeter for you to give that kind of so whether it is your navigation, which is going to be GPS independent, no use of a satellite signal, no requirement of of a GPS in that sense, and the entire thing could be done when the quantum navigation comes into play. So second, of course, is also finding out underground bunkers by using quantum gravimeters. You'll be able to see the tunnels and bunkers which are inside. All these will come up as the during active hostilities. And last very important thing is the enhanced electronic warfare. Today you require a Rode-and-Schwartz receiver which starts from 30 megahertz and goes to 40 gigahertz with 2.4 terahertz per second, be able to sweep this entire band. No requirement of that anymore. A photonic receiver can address the entire band simultaneously. So today a Bell has already developed, our Bell has already developed a photonic receiver. Maybe times to come, we will not require to sweep the band. The band will be addressed constantly, continuously, all the time, the entire band. And therefore, your ability to hide a signal, whether you are hopping, not hopping, with whatever rate, whatever frequency band, is all going to be immaterial the moment the photonic sensors come into play. As far as the gray zone is concerned, I think a very important point which Air Marshal Dixit also talked about is the PQC, the post-quantum cryptography. The post-quantum cryptography is the concept of store now, decrypt later. So what the countries are doing these days, they are just storing the communication without having the ability to break them. But you are storing them. Why? Because when the quantum computers come in, you will be able to break them. Today, a 256-bit AES with two states, 0 and 1, is 2 to the power 256 possible combinations of a key. That means 2 raised to the power 256. When they are gone, the key will repeat itself. The ability of a quantum computer to break this key within minutes or within a second would be there the moment quantum computing comes in. And so you will require some communication algorithms which have to be more than the RSA encryption that we are using right now. With 16 states of quantum, and 16 raised to the power 256 will be the ability of repetition of a key. And that's the reason the entire US security agency is trying to create algorithms that when quantum computing becomes a reality, these entire systems have to change themselves from the RSA encryption to post-quantum cryptography algorithms. And that is what is possibly an important thing to look at. And of course, influence operations, analyzing massive data sets, as I said, the ability to do the entire cyberspace, entire social media space constantly, and of course the persistent covert surveillance using these gravimeters and deep bunkers for the stealth and all I already talked about. So this is what is the summary of the first pillar. If you can just take it, what is the core function? What does it do in the gray zone, and what does it do in the high intensity? Both the agentic AI, the DSS, and the quantum, you can look at what is their core function, what is the gray zone use, and what is going to be the high intensity use. So that's the summary of my first pillar. I'll quickly try and cover the second pillar. Now the second pillar, as you know, in Kargil also we did innovation. We could take guns were firing more than 60 degrees elevation, which they had never fired earlier. We used innovation even then. And what happens in Russia, you could see that all their legacy systems finally started giving you a near precision by using some sensors which could correct their fire. So this is what was done in Ukraine war, where the sensors started giving the legacy system the necessary this thing. So it's very clear, who does not do it will perish, like Nagorno-Karabakh, where you found that the Azerbaijan could actually inflict with the Bayraktar TB2, as also some of the LMs which got it from Israel. It could actually perish. It could, in 44 days, almost 200 pieces of artillery, 200 pieces of tanks, and so many AD systems were all destroyed in Nagorno-Karabakh only because they could not adopt. If you don't adopt, you will perish. But what success Russia had in Ukraine because of having some sensors to make even their armor or their artillery smarter, maybe after a while, was not done there. So it is almost a necessity if you remain a sitting duck otherwise, if you don't smartize your legacy platforms. So what is the intelligent adaptation is to have all three. That means the quality with the new platforms, the new systems, which are novel systems, which are going to be having technology intensive, and they are going to be niche in this thing. Second is going to be the mass but autonomous systems, which we are talking about, low cost drones or low-cost autonomous systems, which is going to be the mass. And third is going to be the endurance, which is the repurposed legacy. That means all your guns, all your radars, all your systems, which could be smartized, made more smart and used rather than only relying on. So unless you have the tango of all these three, you are not going to be sustaining in a long-term war. So how does the artillery goes? Today we've got 1964 technology as far as 130 guns is concerned. We've got 1974 technology as far as 105 guns are gone. Can we get rid of all these guns in one go? Answer is no. Do we have the capability of the Indian industry to replace all of these guns in one go? Answer is no. So what do you do with these? You have to smartize them by sensors, as also the digital fire control systems in terms of processing whatever you are getting from these sensors, be able to lay these automatically, be able to fire them and be able to correct the fire and give you near precision if not precision. Because today a precision round of an X caliber is 1 crore plus. So when you send a round, you are actually sending 1 crore. As far as tanks is concerned, from a mere tank, it has to convert itself into a smart combat node. How do you do that? You have swarm drones as one of the basic things which you have possibly alongside a tank, which could be used. Which could also have a tethered drone to give you the surveillance which you are possibly looking at in and around. And most importantly, today having an active protection system for your ability to actually have your tank safe from all these low-cost drones. So the ability to survive yourself and the ability to inflict the kind of damage that you wish to do. I think unless you convert these tanks and artillery pieces and AD systems from mere legacy systems to repurposed smart systems, I don't think we will make much headway as far as innovation goes. Similar is the proximity fuse. So look at L-70 and ZU-23. They did a good job during Op Sindoor. But what needs to be done is their ability to be able to lay themselves and to be able to use proximity fuses to become better counter-drone systems. And I think that is what we have to do. And similar thing we'll do with the artillery. Can you use an 81 mortar which can be smartized? Answer is yes. Who has done it? A company called Zeus Numerics. What is this company? A startup with how many boys and girls? 30, 40. And they've been able to do smartize an 81 mortar. It will not go like the gravity, it will go like this because they are able to smartize. They have to put some sort of smart devices on them. So this ability to innovate and make your legacy system smart is going to be a huge, huge opportunity and a huge, huge challenge at the same time. So the strategic payoff with a repurposed mass and a high cost novelty will have strategic outcomes. So there is nothing new to understand this. You will have these strategic outcomes if you can combine the repurposed mass with the high cost novelty. And I say that the technological enablement and employment innovation and operational integration, the interception of this is the asymmetric advantage. So you will have to firstly smartize, make them, the sensors have to be integrated, they have to be made AI enabled. You do the technology enablement part there. Then you use them not only singularly, but use them with the combined arms, use them with niche technologies, use them with the mass, and also use them with this thing, and most importantly, digitally integrate them. So your ability to have the secure links, the data transfer from one to another, the ability of one supporting the other, which is the crux of UMDSs, and all those things can happen, then only possibly we'll have the asymmetric advantage. I'll finish here. Any questions I'd like to answer? Thank you.
Thanks for a lovely presentation, General Gaur. In fact, most of us would have got really educated on how technology is galloping in contemporary times. One question and one observation. The observation is on agentic AI. Now, when we're looking at agentic AI, what's very important is to see to what extent is my AI going to be with guardrails or without guardrails. While human is going to be on the loop, but still it can go rogue. So in warfare, where all are we going to use agentic AI? Maybe a point that probably people who are entrusted with capability development are going to actually look at. So that was just an observation. The other thing is, the question is like, we must have seen recently, it's come out that the counter to Starlinks of Elon Musk, the Russians have kind of started putting up airships which are instrumented. So drawing a parallel from how you making your system smart, relating again to culture, which Air Marshal was discussing, are we looking at as an organization or as an institution, are we moving away from chasing what has been developed to thinking as to how can we counter a particular technological threat in ways which are different and which we already have, the systems that we already have, and we able to counter a so-called technology edge? Your views on that?
Thank you, sir. So, with your permission, sir, I know I have wiser people sitting here, but I'll still try and attempt. The first thing is the ethical question of AI. I think the ethical question of AI is also there with laws, So this is there. So this idea, whether you can use them without, breaking the ethical part of it, and if you know, the replicator program when it came up, replicator was using some of the libraries, the Google libraries. And the Google people after 2.5 years came to know that this entire data sets which these people are working on, is also going to be used or is being used right now for military purposes. And they actually came down very heavily and they said that we are not going to support this and you please, so Google said that okay, we will not be party to whatever you are doing, replicator. So what did replicator do? It went to Palantir. Whom did it go to? It went to Amazon. So issue is very simple. The ethics is on one side and the warfare is on the other side. If you look at it, there will be times when this boundary will become blur. And that is what warfare is, that sometimes the ethical boundaries will go. But the most important thing is that technologies can't be stopped. Technology will come. You remember a time when we were not allowed to use floppies and floppy drives and pen drives, and then somebody said no, pen drives are going to come. So the floppies went and the pen drive came. The pen drive also certain time was there. Then the Navy, they made a secure pen drive. So they said we will use the technology with a secure pen drive. Then sometime the cloud came. Then even the pen drives went into. Now we are looking at combat cloud. So the technologies can't be stopped. Irrespective of ethics or no ethics, the technologies can't.
Just one sec.
Yeah.
My issue is not that. My issue was your agentic AI going rogue.
Yeah.
I said without guardrails and with guardrails.
Yes. So I think
control.
Any operations can't be fully automatic. It can't be fully autonomous. When you say human on the loop, it sometimes is that there are steps. When there is a multi-step task in an agentic AI, there are certain steps where a prompt is required. So at that time, you can build in, I may say, not completely, a rogue or an autonomous kind of a system with certain inbuilt prompts to which a commander will. Otherwise, he can't replace a commander. It is that intellect of the commander and the ability of the commander to change course sometimes or to stop short of it, because there are many other considerations in view. I think that will remain, and I don't think any country has reached that stage where you can possibly have the entire system, this thing. Sir, you would like to add, sir? Now, second part of the question which you talked about was the Starlink. And so, yes, a Palantir used Starlink. It did not, so in the hours of the darkness, through Poland, somebody went inside and met Zelensky, and thereafter the entire system shifted into Palantir, and Palantir started using them for targeting. All that happened with the Starlink. So in our case, we'll have to have indigenous systems. We'll have to have indigenous solutions. We'll have to have indigenous data sets. We'll have to have indigenous data banks. We'll have to have indigenous links. And I think while we are looking at innovation, we are also simultaneously building capacity, whether it is through satellite, whether it's an Army satellite or Navy satellite or Air Force satellite. We are also bringing in data centers, which could be edge data centers or the normal data centers, edge data centers going in the forward areas, the other data centers being here. The transfer protocol in terms of what we can transfer, how we can transfer, all are being worked out. So this ability of cyber security, the ability of how will we communicate, how the shooter to sensor grids will work, how this thing will, I think all three services, and sir would vouch for it, they all are working towards it. And now with the theaterized, systems coming up, there is a huge, I think, attempt for us to have a common communication backbone. And once that comes up, these protocols in terms of how the information flow will happen, because there are two things you have to look at. One is the information flow, and second is the decision flow. So if you look at the systems into the information flow through sensors and through other things is happening, and the sharing is happening, and then the decision flow will come, and somewhere in the decision flow, the agentic AI will also find its place. So that's what I can possibly say. About the GPS thing which you were saying, which you had posed this question. So the answer is that today very high-end inertial navigation systems have started coming, which are giving you a drift of just about 2 meters, 3 meters, or 4 meters over 15-20 minutes of navigation. And with the VI SLAM or visual inertial SLAM and the terrain contour matching, all these and the edge, as you were talking about the edge, kind of this thing systems, all these systems with their computer vision or through visual inertial SLAM, simultaneous location and mapping, or you are talking about the TERCOM, terrain contour matching, all these systems along with high-end inertial navigation system in any case in times to come will make GPS redundant, because we know that that in the active hostilities GPS will be denied, and therefore the systems have to be GPS denied environment hardened, and also have to be EW hardened in terms of their ability to work in hugely contested EW environment. So the drones that we are buying now and the systems that we are buying now are not the systems we were buying 2 years or 3 years back. Today all systems that we are going to be procuring, whether Army, Navy or Air Force, are all looking at the EW hardening. We are also looking at their ability to work in GPS denied environment.
Thank you. Shri Rohan Galaji, eagerly looking forward to your
good evening, everyone. I think I've just witnessed a masterclass here. I was taking photos of all the slides General Gaurav was showing, and I'm glad I'm talking after all of these three people have enlightened us. But I just like to talk about the industry perspective coming from a small startup who's 3 years old, but we work very closely with MSMEs. We've acquired 2 MSMEs who've been doing this for 37 and 25 years respectively. We build small subsystems like avionics, command and control systems, military power electronics. We have products that we have indigenized or upgraded to over 25-30 different platforms. I think I don't want to talk very technical, because the esteemed panel here obviously has spoken about most of the technology and requirements, because they operate at the knife's edge. But some of the things that we think we would help the Tri-Forces with, and in general, would be being an enabler of the kind of capabilities that need to be acquired. We want to be someone who's able to plug in to existing systems, as sir you rightly mentioned, perhaps re-architect some of them, bring in those new technologies and innovate in the way they are perhaps used, innovate in the way supply chains are managed, bring in cost solutions, so that just like a modern battlefield kill chain needs to be shortened, similarly, let's say the decision process of going from paper design to actual deployment can also be shortened in that sense. And that's where I feel smaller companies like us can actually help in when it comes to integrating newer technologies into existing platforms, or even bringing new platforms to life. Some of us, we talk about how do we convert existing steel and silicon into networked operators, into ensuring that the operator's bandwidth at the edge actually is something that we help free up, or we start creating systems and products that allow what the army says scaling, ensure there's easier scaling of operators, easier scaling of new equipment that gets inducted. That's really what our focus is as a company. And I think, like it was already brought out, there's no perfect information. I think operators at the edge need to assess the situation, decide when it comes to AI. Similarly, I think I speak for most of the industry here, is that while there are a lot of procedures and there's new procedures now coming out, there is still a lot of hunger in industry to be able to support the missions and capabilities that are required by the Triforces. And I still think there's a huge gap over there. Air Marshal Sir spoke about, culture and failure. I think even if industry fails, I think if there's much more engagement where we're allowed and enabled to tackle more and more problem statements, perhaps, we might fail many of them. But the realization of some of the ones that succeed might actually be decisive when it comes to, being able to bring out real capabilities for the defense forces. So I'll keep it very short. I know we're pretty late into the evening, and most of what I had kind of thought about speaking was already covered. But I think another big area where MSMEs and startups could really help is creating that backbone of supply chains and mass manufacturing that is being spoken about. So while frontier tech is something that evolves and may need larger organizations, the DRDOs, development, capability development that is perhaps to be brought in from foreign TOTs, to be brought in from foreign OEMs. I think the Indian military industrial base comprising of startups and MSMEs can actually be the force multiplier that allows at least very resilient supply chains, can allow very resilient manufacturing, especially where attritable systems is being talked about, where perhaps AI is being talked about, where even non-defense companies and startups are investing very significantly. It's just about how those minds and how those engagements can be enabled so that there's better technology that is at your disposal. So I'll just end with that. Thank you so much.
Please. Two very interesting things that you actually brought out, which caught my fancy. One was that you said that you will be able to help with COTS solutions. Now, if you could just labor on it a bit more as to where actually you've been able to use COTS. The other one was supply chain of, maintaining supply chains. Now, we know that there are quite a few components which are picked up from the grey market. And when you look at, especially with active components, not the passive ones, all of them have a life. And it happens quite often that what we pick up, you are not able to, actually, although you get COCs and every stuff, but you are not able to trace it back actually to the original source. I mean, that's a given. People may say something, but it happens that way. So now when you're saying that you will be able to ensure supply chain, do you have connects, or how is it that you do that?
Certainly, I'll answer the second one first. So any kind of program, let's say that we are part of, Sukhoi indigenization, for example, is a live product that I can talk about, where these platforms are fairly exquisite and pretty old. But given the state of where we are in terms of the commissioned life remaining for those platforms, it becomes, for anything that we design or think about modernizing or upgrading, we have to commit to at least delivering 15 to 20 years of support. Now, some of that comes through our ability to design. So, for example, if we have redesigned a Russian system or modernized it, we have some understanding of the design itself. And so we have that capability where even if certain active components were to become obsolete because of the OEM kind of upgrading, we have the ability to hopefully manage the form, function, fit of these products and kind of take them into that life where we are looking for 20-30 years support. Secondly, for some of them where ICDs may not be available, which is actually most of the case, what we may need to do is actually stock up some of the components where we have a clear understanding of what is the MTBF or what is the MTTR, what is the probability of failure of some of these components. For example, some of the power supplies that we have designed and replaced Israeli power supplies on naval radars or even on missiles or guns. We've chosen components such that our MTBFs are 3 times better than those supplied by the original OEM. And hence you kind of reduce that risk of actually having to maintain a large inventory, which obviously is very difficult for a small player to do, because large players might be able to do that, but for smaller, large part of the industry, I would say MSME startups, it's very, very difficult to stock up on even, critical components. So I think it has to be a mix of multiple things basis, what is the understanding of that failure. And then finally, from a future technology point of view, I think creating digital twins, accelerating the work that goes into design, when you actually design a subsystem, in our case, or a system, just making sure that we completely understand the picture of what could fail, when it could fail, having the right level of preventive maintenance, so that again that overhead is reduced both from a, let's say, BRD point of view, or from a supplier point of view, or from the OEM point of view. On COTS, I think I'll make a submission. Most of the products that we've designed are to spec, are typically to replace existing OEM products that are 30-40 years old, and that's a large part of the industry that's dealing with core assets, right, which is a large part of our assets, either coming from France, Russia, etc. Where deploying COTS is actually very, very difficult. But given the topic that we're talking about and modern warfare, and how we're evolving from very large exquisite platforms to perhaps a mass of less complex, higher iteratable products, I think that's really where the COTS advantage can be played, can be actually used in design, so that we don't, the idea is to keep moving with the technology, right? As everyone has mentioned, that I think it's not going to be about just the mass of things that you have. It's not going to be just about how sophisticated systems are, whether air defense or whether air systems. I think really what we are seeing across the globe right now is that the ability to move faster than your adversary is actually creating very large outcomes and becoming a force multiplier, right? So in that sense, having the ability to choose from a variety of components, let's say, which are not ITAR, which are available with multiple countries, especially in this very complicated, macro geopolitical environment where, things are kind of fluid and you don't know where you will or will not get, let's say, SSPAs for a missile seeker. I'm just giving an example. They're being able to move towards architectures that are backed by, COTS silicon or COTS passives would actually unlock the speed and scale that is required in modern warfare.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? There are quite a few. Yeah.
Founder of the startup incubated at IIT Madras. So could you hear me? So my name is Rishabh. I come from IIT Madras. I'm a student at Aerospace Engineering Department of IIT Madras, and I'm founder of a company, of a startup incubated at IIT Madras Research Park by the name Shunya and Antam. So Colonel Shelke actually asked me to come in touch with you via different channels. So I'll just cut it short. To give the background, I was a founder of the startup earlier, through which I had taken L1. I was L1 bidder for a tender to supply more than 100 drones to Northern Command of Indian Army. So yeah, so I was the L1 bidder for the tender to supply more than 100 drones to Northern Command of Indian Army. So I'll come to the point. So we are building VIO-based GPS denial environment systems. So I just want to take information from you, like what are the channels, official channels through which I can reach out to capability development team, because we are working on MOS also, through which like military operating system equivalent to what Anduril has done, combining the capability of the latest software that they have developed. So we are in a stage of demonstrating it to the para forces, where the QRT's movement can be traced in a single ACS, that is Anantam control station that we have developed, with a zip client, that is a cloud client using agentic AI. So sir, I just wanted to take inputs from you. Maybe if we can meet in person, it will be great.
Firstly, whatever technologies you are developing in IIT Kanpur,
IIT Madras, sorry sir.
IIT Chennai, with as an incubation startup. We have firstly an Indian Army team there. We have General Hariman Iyer there. They are already working on a ramjet kind of a, the ramjet for the 155. So firstly get in touch with them, and through them, in case you have any queries, or you can also come to Army Design Bureau, and we will be able to tell you what and how you can participate in some of the technology development. And another thing which sir, you were bringing out is that sometimes the innovations will fail, and so this bandwidth and also this ability to sometimes say that should all innovations, or should all these R&Ds, which are small R&Ds, should they always be linked to procurement is a question. Right now, whether we do IDEX or we do MAKE, all our innovations are linked to a procurement, which means they have to finally convert into a procurement. And knowing by R&D in the world, the percentage R&D success for some of the niche technologies is 8%, 10%, 7%, like that. So it means that when they are developing a niche technology, 93 attempts are failure and only 7 attempts are successful. So linking all R&D to a procurement sometimes becomes a pitfall, because you do not actually allow any room for failure. And I think the IR&D grant is possibly one such area where you are allowing an industrial research and design or development project, wherein you are not linking it eminently to technology, similar to a procurement. Similarly, ATB, the Army Technology Board, and similar boards are there where the academia is working, and there also we are not linking it to procurement. So when you develop such a technology, you could also take up either a project through Army Technology Board or similar boards which are there in Navy and Air Force. I also can look at IR&D through some of our commands, the operational commands, or you can take it through even centrally through Army Design Bureau. And we'll be able to handhold any such industry which can give us these novel technologies. So looking at drone, if you have an IP on a flight controller, IP on electronic speed controller, IP on an autopilot, IP on VIO, or IP on Tercom, or IP of any sort of sensor that is there, AI, edge AI, anything that you can look at in terms of technologies which you are developing, I am sure all Army, Navy, Air Force will handhold such an attempt.
Thank you so much, sir. So there is one more question, sir. So through one of the think tanks, I was part of the...
if you don't mind, can we take another question from the gentleman in the back?
Sir, my name is Upender Vellore. I have a question to General Vineet, sir. My question is, I was going through the presentation you made, especially on the cybersecurity side, and what are your expectations from like the MSMEs and service providers? When we know that the cybersecurity framework details are coming, what is the expectation from the industry to meet those challenges? For example, like APTs. Just I want to know from you.
Fine. As far as cybersecurity, sir is more knowledgeable. I think I request him to answer.
So, cybersecurity is a very vast field, and we have multiple agencies which are working. So we are, you see what, all the components, networking components, all our software which we are using in your phone and which you are using, so everything is coming from outside. Okay, like all firmware, there is hardly any firmware which gets created in India. All the upgrades, patches, everything comes from outside. Even active components, passive components are coming from outside. So means we are looking at industry to at least have some kind of full indigenous stack. So there has been some startup, there is some initiation by Tejas and maybe one or two more companies, but still we have not been able to make a full chain, tool chain. Even if you, let's say, make firmware, your compiler, your linker, everything will be from outside. So we are in a very great dilemma here, and the amount of effort which is required from all of us to reach true strategic independence, that is what actually we are looking for in industry. Okay.
Just what Sir has already, I think, very elaborately told you. I think this ability to have supply chain, kind of a ability to have trusted supply chain is the interim solution. So what we are doing with drones and what we are doing is to look at the supply chains. Even if you are not able to do 100% yourself, can we create a framework where we can create some trusted sources, and those trusted sources can be certified by a certain certifying agency. Therefore you have some sort of idea that despite the fact that the chips are not produced in this country as of now, despite the fact that you can still have a microcontroller, which could be programmed by you, which you could still have an IP on a certain software which you have etched on a particular microcontroller or a chip. So this ability to use some of those chips and make those chips as your IP in terms of your intelligence, your firmware, and then having them trusted through a certification process, possibly we can plug some of these loopholes in the interim. Of course, the long-term mission is a semiconductor mission of the country, where possibly we'll have our own chips, we'll have our own packaging, we'll have our own manufacturing, and thereafter we can possibly reach a stage where we'll be little more assured of what we are buying in for defense and other applications, and we'll be possibly in a better space to ensure some of those concerns which we have with regard to cybersecurity.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an authentic session. So I just wanted to give you a context from a startup. Like, we are from Frigid Dynamics. We are exhibiting in the downstairs. So we are a company which is into electric skiing. Okay. So we have been approached by US Defense for patrolling in their snow skiing areas, right? So they have approached us big time. And we have been finding it hard to navigate to Indian defense. Like, maybe we were not striking the right door, but we are finding it very hard to reach out to, say, ITBP, or not even ITBP, but say the Gulmarg Warfare School and everybody, where we have taken patents, more than 7+ patents we have. This technology of electric skiing is no one globally is making. But US Defense has reached out to us, I don't know from where, and they have asked for samples from us, and unfortunately we are not able to reach out to these strike forces. So how you suggest what we are missing and what we should do? Could you repeat what is the item that you're talking about? This is electric skiing. So snow skiing, wherein this snow, the skiing, it goes by of its own. So no need, a battery takes you to a 20 kilometers range without actually using the poles. So the US defense is using this for patrolling there in Boston area and California, right? And we are not reached out to Army. How should we do? Where we are going wrong?
So what we can do is, firstly we have to identify those areas where there is a use case, right?
Yeah.
So we have some areas where there is a use case, and you know the areas which we all know. So what we can do is we can connect you with Army Design Bureau for NCNC demonstration, no cost, no commitment demonstration, with those areas and those formations which possibly may find a use case for it. So every armed forces has different use cases, and so sometimes what is selling in one may not be a use case or a very strong use case or some other thing. So it's not that that we want we want to encourage all startups which are having an IP which is being kind of used by other countries, and as countries as advanced as US will definitely like to look at it. But you send us a proposal to the Army Design Bureau, and we will try and have a look at it.
So I'll wrap up quickly. So my question is for the previous points that Ashutosh Dixit sir and Vinny sir mentioned, that there should be the channelization of the one link to the other for the complete product life cycle development of the complete chain. The challenges that our system and the current gap, what we see is most of the people, especially the startups or even from the industry people, they prefer to take it from the vendors and they assemble it. Also because they have challenges like finances, time to market, and as well as the submission deadlines, the product deployment also, because they also have to look after their profit gain margins as well. Now in this case, could there be a middle ground where our defenses, our armed forces, of course the technology one, and these startups can have a longer path of collaboration and not just the product to deployment kind of a relationship. So could that be a possibility? I know it's a little vague question, but can there be a long-term relationship? Because otherwise, how this gap will go on ahead and ahead. But even for example, I come from the electronics background. In our case also it happens for the one single testing, vendors they don't share the data. That is the main problem. To design the right PCB, very few companies they do that, as you mentioned sir correctly. Very few people are there who are designing the prototype right from the scratch and building their own prototype. But these numbers are like very less, and to motivate them, this kind of initiation, what we can do?
If you don't mind, can you identify yourself? You asked the second question in different, but still you haven't identified yourself.
So sir, let me introduce myself. I'm Ritupriya from Dassault Systems. I work with the go-to-market team and the product development and product lifecycle. So we often come across these kind of challenges that even the big industries and the small, mid-scale and small-scale industries faces, that they have to buy from the vendors because of course they want to meet their deadlines. And in order to test or verify the EMC challenges, electromagnetic compatibility challenges, they often face these. So, yeah.
So when we look at these challenges that you say, a startup with a long-term relationship with the armed forces. Now, first is the ability to identify such a startup and be able to pinpoint, okay, this is the startup which the armed forces is going to work for a longer time. So unless that startup has got certain prowess, and the way the startups are coming up these days and they are going down, so your ability to firstly prove that you should be a partner of the defense force on a particular project, that has to be proved first. How does that get proven is by the number of IPs you have. Unless a startup starts showing some sort of prowess in terms of a certain technology, having a long-term relationship with a startup will not be possible. That is point number one. Point number two is that not all technologies is that the startups have to work on. we are now in a state where some technologies are readily available, and they are readily available without any problems in terms of using them. That means there are no active component, there are passive technologies, you can use them. But there are some technologies which in the present day we have to start working even if you don't have them indigenous right now, that in a span of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, we have to reduce that dependence from those technologies. Those technologies are known. It is not that the startup doesn't know, because the startups are working in the same ecosystem as we are. So let's say if we are talking about a missile seeker today. So we are looking at, we should have an indigenous seeker. Let's say we are looking at optical systems. So we want to have the optical systems, which should be the payloads which are right now coming from export should be developed and designed and developed and manufactured indigenously. And there also within each of these subsystems, how much is the import dependency? Can we reduce that import dependency? All that I think is known, because when we share a technology perspective and capability roadmap, and where we start saying what is the foreign content in all the systems that we have, I think it is known to the industry, whether it is big industry or it is MSME or it is startup, as to what ails in terms of indigenous technology, where the supply chain dependence on foreign companies is making it difficult for us to progress ahead. So I think that is known. But long-term relationship with a startup, unless the startup proves its credence, I think will not be possible in the present setup where we are working, where a lot of people are trying to enter this space. Some of them are credible, some of them are not so credible, some of them are finding their feet, and therefore we have to choose carefully when we have so many trying to enter the defense market. So we will choose carefully, but one thing is very sure. A certain startup or a certain technology developer, if he is genuine and if he has developed it well, the armed forces will give him a chance in case it's a niche technology and in case it has a use case and it has some requirement for the armed forces. So your ability to home on as to what is required and what could be indigenized, where your prowess lies, and can you mix the two and thereafter possibly develop it, then I think first developing and then, and as regards the cash flow, you are having Aditya program, which is as big as 50 crores. You have IDEX Prime program, which is 10 crores. You have got IDEX programs. You have got Make 2. There are so many, and you have IR&D grant. There are so many avenues right now to encourage the startups to take up a project, and I'm sure that as the years go by, more and more attempt would be there to include MSMEs and startups in the design and development chain.
Just once, you said that you're buying PCBs, right? And your problem is EMC. You are not able to get through the EMC test, right?
It becomes challenging when it comes to if the PC. So, I mean, of course, there are like two parts. Some part we are able to do the testing, but for some part it becomes difficult for the product manufacturer because for the database for that vendors for example for the ICs, it's not available. So when it comes to single-handed PCBs or small PCBs, yes, people are able to do that. But when it comes to the larger PCBs, the data set are not available.
But EMCs are done on finished products, they are not done on PCBs.
So every product in the market, be it consumer or any, it has to pass the certification, just like defense certifications are there. Similarly, electromagnetic compatibility.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. That's done on a product.
Yes, sir.
It's not done on a PCB. You have to shield the product so that it's EMI, EMC compatible. You're basically looking at 461.
Yes, absolutely
right.
Correct.
So if you're looking at 461, whatever series E, F, G, H, whatever you have, you're basically looking at the product. It's not a PCB specific thing. Our requirement is that your PCB should be Indian sourced. It should not happen that you picked up a PCB from China and you've assembled it.
You are absolutely right. Here I would like to differentiate it a little bit more. When it comes to the signal, when it comes to the high-speed signal data, and when we are collaborating it with EMC problems, because one major problem that we see is the radiated emission coming, and we shield it our product, right? But apart from that, the problem arises is due to the high-speed data signals. With the going ahead with the technology advancement, it is also going to affect your inside EMC requirements. So in that cases, because this PCB is having lots of chips, so for these chips, we don't have data. We just have those chips bought from the vendors. And obviously, for the small IC, you won't bother to buy some, you won't bother to design it by own. You just simply bought it. For example, sensors are there. So it's easy for me as a manufacturer to buy that sensor and put it on my PCB, and my problem is solved. But these problems come across at the design, at the product development, or when they are doing the testing. Okay. But if they are solved or resolved at the design process level, then these issues may not come across.
So this is also an issue of cost. In terms of like 461 or 464, whatever you are looking at. So the whole system, as also the subsystems, have to undergo EMI/EMC. So what happens in a system that we are getting developed through DRDO and manufactured some of the DPSUs is that while the system is getting developed, each subsystem and each important subsystem undergoes an EMI/EMC evaluation. So unless you have the components of the subsystems EMI/EMC compliant, you will not be able to have the entire system EMI/EMC compliant. So this idea of the ability to use the subsystems or the ability to get the subsystem checked through an EMI/EMC compliance, which means cost, because every time you go for a subsystem level check, which we are doing with the DPSUs, a subsystem level check will also include a certification that also require. So it's a matter of cost. Every system which you are getting or everything which you are getting a mill grade should be EMI/EMC compliant. Correct. If you start using COTS, it will not be EMI/EMC compliant. So if the hardening, military hardening is to be done, any PCB that you are using from a particular vendor, if it is not a mill grade, if it has not undergone a subsystem level check with regard to EMI/EMC compliance, obviously when it comes to you and you start using it in your system will not be EMI/EMC compliant. So EMI/EMC compliance, while it is there for the entire product, the ability to first have subsystems EMI/EMC compliance is equally important, because you will not have the system EMI/EMC.
Yes, very well articulated, sir. Absolutely correct. Again, because we
pardon
have
me, if you don't mind, sorry for the interruption. It's going conversation rather than a question answer. So I would suggest you stay here with us. We have a networking dinner, and you can meet the gentleman, and you can get all the solutions for you. All right? Thank you so much. And we were supposed to conclude at 6 o'clock, but it's 7 o'clock. Though it was the best presentation, best session of the day, and it was supposed to be like this. So thank you so much, everyone, gentlemen, who are here. Now I would like to request Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit to please felicitate all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, what a first day this has been. We opened with vision, we explored strategy, we forged partnership, and we glimpsed the future of warfare. But day one is not over yet. On behalf of BDTS organizing team, I would like to invite all dignitaries and delegates for the cocktail dinner after the conference. We look forward to seeing you at Banquet Assembly area. Please be there. Let's communicate more and enjoy the evening. I also would like to request Lieutenant General Vineet Gaur to please felicitate Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit. Tomorrow, day 2, we dive into space technology, strategic surveillance, defense exports, and the next-gen startup showcase. Rest well, network tonight, and return tomorrow ready to shape India's defense future. On behalf of the organizing committee, I am Sandy, the voice of BDTS 2026. Thank you for your engagement, your insights, and your commitment to India's defense technological supremacy. Jai Hind. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you.